Our Incarnation of the Strongest Sword God Audiobook by Kevin. Volume 23, Chapter 2001, Flying Levels System. You have killed a Naga for the first time. Activating the Thunder God's Trial. Kill 1,000 Nagas. Current kill count -1. System. This trial is a reward quest for entering the dungeon for the first time. You will automatically fail the quest if you die or leave the dungeon. Quest rewards unknown. You will not suffer penalties for failing the quest. A kill counter, displaying the number of slain Nagas, then appeared in the corner of everyone's system interface. Kill 1,000 Nagas? Isn't this a little too demanding? Happy Art frowned as he read the system notification. They had spent more than 20 minutes just to kill one Naga guard, the weakest monster in this dungeon. They would need an absurd amount of time to slay 1,000 Nagas. Moreover, this was only a dungeon quest. They could complete multiple quests elsewhere with how much time it would take to complete the dungeon quest. Yes, it will be time-consuming, but these Nagas provide a lot of EXP. Our leveling speed here will be at least 50% faster than grinding outside of the dungeon. Burning Sea said in astonishment as he examined his experience bar. Their leveling speed in the Thunder God's secret land was already impressive, but leveling in this dungeon was 50% faster than grinding outside of it. This dungeon was an amazing leveling spot, of course. A large part of the reason that they earned so much EXP was the fact that they were severely underleveled, and their team only had 10 players. If a level 90 100-man team grinded in this dungeon, their leveling speed would be subpar at best. In any case, we're stuck here for the moment. Let's just grind and consider the quest an additional bonus, Samsara said. That's right, our leveling speed in here is awesome. If the Flower of Seven Sins members knew that we were having such a great time leveling up, they'd likely die with anger, Frozen Gem said, laughing. They forced us into a corner thinking that we'd cave in sooner or later, but we'll see who outlasts who. Frozen Gem could easily guess what was happening outside the dungeon right now. Supreme Sky had likely stationed a large amount of his manpower to guard the dungeon's entrance. Once their team left the dungeon, the Flower's members would pounce and make them suffer. Previously, she had been feeling anxious about their situation as they were not able to do anything inside the dungeon while people in the outside world were continuously improving themselves. Now that they could level up far faster than players elsewhere, she didn't mind completing an unexpected quest while the Flower of Seven Sins wasted their time. The Thunder God's Trial? When Shi Feng saw the name of the quest, he seemed to recall such a quest from his past. However, no one had bothered to complete it back then. The reason for this was very simple. In an era when every second mattered, no one wanted to waste so much time on a dungeon quest. Even a level 90,100-man team would need 5 or 6 days of grinding to slay 1,000 Nagas, and rather than wasting that time, players could focus on leveling up and improving their equipment through other quests. Moreover, the true treasure lay in the Thunder Temple's main temple. The side temple was only a transition for players who wanted to explore the main temple, who would possibly be willing to waste so much time in the side temple. However, since their team couldn't leave the dungeon right now, completing the dungeon quest was better than doing nothing. Unfortunately, most of the Naga Guard's loot consisted of low-value items. The Lord hadn't even dropped a common weapon or equipment piece. The only items worth mentioning, aside from one magic crystal, were the amethyst coins, a currency unique to the Thunder God's secret land. With these amethyst coins, players could purchase some of the specialty products sold in the Thunder Temple. They could also trade these coins for gold for a 1-to-1 ratio. The underwhelming loot didn't surprise any of the team members. The Naga Guard was the weakest monster in the dungeon, and although it was a powerful foe to them, that was simply due to their low levels and inferior equipment. Seeing a random mob in a dungeon drop top-tier equipment would be strange. Following which, the team continued to grind the hall's Nagas. Although the method they used to slay these monsters was tedious, every time one fell, they watched their experience bars grow and rejoiced. As they finished off their 6th Naga Guard, the Lord dropped a blood-red stone fragment that immediately attracted Shi Feng's attention. A Thunderbolt gemstone fragment. Although it was only a gemstone fragment, not a piece of top-tier equipment, It had been incredibly famous in God's domain during Shi Feng's previous life. One could synthesize 10 Thunderbolt gemstone fragments into a Thunderbolt gemstone, an item the Thunder God had personally created to arm his soldiers, on its own. The Thunderbolt gemstone only increased players' basic attributes by 2% when equipped, and each player could equip a total of 3 Thunderbolt gemstones. Most experts would sneer at such a minimal boost. Even with 3 Thunderbolt gemstones, they'd only gain a 6% boost to their basic attributes, which certainly couldn't compare to the boosts other high-tiered gemstones offered. However, when players equipped 3 Thunderbolt gemstones, they triggered the hidden effect, Thunder God's Protection, which increased players' basic attributes by 9% and physique by 20%. In other words, players could equip 3 Thunderbolt gemstones and gain a 15% boost to their basic attributes and a 20% boost to their physique. The Thunderbolt gemstones had even been useful after players had reached Tier 3. Moreover, the Thunderbolt gemstones provided an additional 10% boost to players' basic attributes while inside the Thunder God's secret land. It was a perfect addition for those who wanted to explore the area. A fragment dropped after only the 6th kill. The situation surprised Shi Feng a little. Could this be an additional reward for players entering the dungeon for the first time? As far as Shi Feng could remember, the Thunderbolt gemstone fragments had a less than 1% chance of dropping, but this fragment had dropped after slaying their 6th Naga guard. The only explanation he could think of was that they had gotten extremely lucky, or the drop rate had increased. When Shi Feng and his team had slain their 17th Naga guard, another Thunderbolt gemstone fragment had dropped. Sure enough, it has to be a benefit of entering the dungeon for the first time. Shi Feng's excitement grew when he saw the second fragment. Initially, he had only planned to kill some monsters and grind levels in the dungeon. He had only planned to look for a way out of the Flower of Seven Sins trap after everyone had reached a high enough level. He hadn't actually considered raiding the dungeon completely, but if they could collect enough Thunderbolt gemstone fragments, his plans would have to change. Samsara and his teammates' basic attributes were still far from meeting the dungeon's minimum requirements. But if they could all equip 3 Thunderbolt gemstones, they could significantly shorten that gap. Considering their combat standards, raiding the Thunder Temple's side temple was entirely possible. After all was said and done, the Thunder Temple's side temple was a dungeon within an ancient god's secret land. The potential loot's quality could easily surpass that of a super large-scale team dungeon. Shi Feng then informed the rest of the team about the Thunderbolt gemstones, which instantly motivated them to grind more Naga guards. Their goal in visiting the Thunder God's secret land was to improve themselves, and they had given up on that hope earlier. Now that another opportunity had presented itself, they couldn't miss this chance. As everyone's fighting spirits lifted, they fervently hunted the dungeon's Nagas. Once they recovered their stamina, they bounced back to continue the grind. Moreover, as everyone's levels continued to increase, their grinding speed also increased. These Nagas awarded a lot of EXP, and after grinding for almost 9 days, each member of the team had risen to level 80. Since their epic equipment had leveled with them, they had also received a major increase to their basic attributes as well. As for Shi Feng, he had reached level 84. Their leveling speed was astonishing. After collecting 28 Thunderbolt gemstone fragments, only 11 away from their goal, the sharp sound of a system notification reached their ears once more. System, congratulations, you have killed 1,000 Nagas and completed the Thunder God's trial. Chapter 2002, Rewards of the Thunder God's Trial. The team had only realized that they had completed the Thunder God's Trial after they received the notification. They had been so focused on eliminating the Naga guards and guard captains, excited by the prospect of collecting Thunderbolt gemstone fragments, that they had pushed the trial to the back of their minds. After all, the Thunderbolt gemstones were wonderfully effective. Now, aside from Samsara and Happy Art, the 2 MTs, each team member had 3 Thunderbolt gemstones equipped, their basic attributes rising by a total of 25%. Moreover, they had regained the physique of a Tier 1 player. Since they had also reached level 80, slaying these Naga guards and guard captains had become much easier. In fact, Samsara and Happy Art could now tank a Naga guard captain all on their own. However, Doing so placed a huge burden on the team's 2 healers, so they continued to use their earlier strategy to kite the Nagas. That way, the 2 healers didn't have to concentrate on casting healing spells and could launch their own attacks from time to time, increasing their grinding speed. We're finally done. When Shi Feng saw the system notification, he could not help but feel that this quest had been a true challenge. If not for their special circumstances, they wouldn't have bothered to attempt it. It was just too time-consuming. System. You have completed the Thunder God's Trial. Rewarding Thunder God's Pearl, Thunder God's Pearl. Dark Gold rank. This pearl contains the Thunder God's power. Can be used inside the Thunder God's secret land to activate the Thunderbolt barrier. The more Thunder God's pearls that are used to activate the Thunderbolt barrier, the stronger the barrier will become. Up to a maximum of 6 Thunder God's pearls can be used at the same time. Duration, 20 minutes, cooldown. 1 hour the Thunderbolt barrier. When Shi Feng saw the Thunder God's pearl, an ecstatic expression lit up his face. He had never expected the Thunder God's trial to provide the very key to conquering the Thunder God's secret land. Players couldn't use powerful tools such as magic arrays or summoning scrolls in the Thunder God's secret land. On top of the fact that players' tiers were reduced to 0, exploring the secret land was a daunting task. This was especially true when players faced the bosses in the Thunder Temple's side temple. Normally, when Tier 0 players couldn't rely on external items, they'd reach their limit when fighting Great Lord-ranked monsters, but the weakest boss in the side temple was a Grand Lord. Moreover, they were not ordinary Grand Lords. All of the Grand Lord bosses in the side temple possessed special bloodlines, which made them far stronger than ordinary Grand Lords and a nightmare to raid. The various superpowers had only truly started to raid the Thunder God's secret land after they had acquired fragmented legendary items during Shi Feng's previous life. Had those superpowers had the Thunder God's pearls, their teams would have been at least 50% more efficient in the raids. Fragmented legendary items had still been extraordinarily rare at the time, and just obtaining 1 massive investment of blood and sweat. Following which, Shi Feng activated the Thunder God's Pearl and created a Thunderbolt barrier that enveloped a 200-yard radius. Pitch-black lightning arced around the barrier's edges. The moment the barrier manifested, all Naga guards and guard captains suffered a significant basic attribute reduction. The Naga guards' basic attributes dropped by 30%, and the Naga guard captains lost 25% of their attributes. In addition, the barrier reduced the Naga's reaction speed by 20%. Now, the team faced nearly half as much pressure when fighting the Naga patrol squads. Amazing. I can probably solo a Naga guard now. Burning Sea exclaimed as he watched the guards' sluggish movements. Experts like them preferred to deal with strong monsters rather than fast monsters. Fast monsters had a higher chance of blocking their attacks, which would reduce their total DPS and prolong the fight. Depending on circumstances, winning the fight might even be impossible for the players. Sure enough, this really is the key to conquering the Thunder God's secret land. Shi Feng's eyes glowed with excitement when he saw the weakened Nagas. Moreover, this was only the effect of 1 Thunder God's Pearl. If he activated the Thunderbolt barrier with 6 pearls, it would even suppress a Grand Lord-ranked boss. Previously, he had only been 30% confident of his team slaying the dungeon's first boss, Naga General Valenka. After all, their team didn't have enough players, even if every member of the team commanded extraordinary combat standards and had 3 Thunderbolt gemstones equipped. Making up for the missing numbers would be very difficult. However, now that they had the Thunder God's Pearl, he felt that they had at least a 50% chance of defeating the first boss. With the Thunder God's Pearl now in hand, the team slew Nagas far faster than before. After less than half a day of grinding, they had collected the remaining 11 fragments, and both Samsara and Happy Art could equip 3 Thunderbolt gemstones. Amazing, with these attributes and physique, I'll have no problems tanking a Grand Lord. Samsara could not help his rueful sighs as he experienced the Thunderbolt gemstone's effects. He felt as if he had activated a mini berserk skill. It was no exaggeration to claim that these Thunderbolt gemstones were his greatest harvest from the Thunder God's secret land thus far. 3 Thunderbolt gemstones were easily worth more than 1 epic item. Epic items might have a wide level range, but they still had a level limit. Take the epic weapons and equipment he currently used, for example. He could use most of them until he reached level 100, but the Thunderbolt gemstones, on the other hand, would even be useful after that. In fact, these gemstones might even be useful after he reached Tier 4. Once Samsara and Happy Art had gained their sets of Thunderbolt gemstones, the team grew restless and suggested that they challenge the side temple's first boss. Naturally, Shi Feng didn't object. He, too, had been waiting for this moment for a long time, although he had explored the Thunder God's secret land in the past. By the time he had first visited it, the various superpowers had raided the side temple several times. Furthermore, he had tagged along with other guilds' experts, and the expedition had been led by first-rate guilds, peak experts. Naturally, the leading first-rate guilds had claimed all the good loot. Experts from lesser guilds, like himself, who had come across a few entry passes to the Thunder God's secret land, had only been able to claim the scraps the first-rate guilds didn't want. Even so, he had obtained more than enough treasure to celebrate. An ancient god's secret land was far higher quality than other secret lands. Even after some other team had claimed the side temple's first clear, and the quantity and quality of the drops had fallen, the dungeon's loot had still been considered top tier. Now that he had an opportunity to join the first team of players to raid the Thunder Temple's side temple in this life, why wouldn't he be eager to get started? Later, after Shi Feng and the team had rested for an hour or so, he led them straight toward the Guardian Hall, where the Naga General waited. The team had long since annihilated the Nagas outside the Guardian Hall. Now only the Naga General and 2 of its bodyguards remained within. However, when the team entered the hall and saw the boss they intended to raid, they couldn't help but gasp. Naga General, Valenka, Bloodline Creature, Archaic Species, Grand Lord, Level 89, HP 320 million, 320 million, Chapter 2203 million, 3 Pioneer Rank Boss, and Archaic Species. Chapter 2203, Pioneer Rank Boss, and Archaic Species. Everyone's confidence plummeted when they saw Volenka and the purple-blue trident it wielded. Players' tiers were reduced to 0, while inside the Thunder God's secret land and Grand Lords were nearly invincible against Tier 0 beings. The only reason they even dared to challenge the Naga General, which they had assumed would only be a Grand Lord-ranked boss, was because they had the Thunderbolt gemstones and Thunder God's Pearl, including their epic weapons and equipment. They had thought that they had a high chance of defeating the side temple's first boss. Now, however, they learned that the first boss was a Grand Lord ranked Archaic Species. Even outside of the Thunder God's secret land, Grand Lord ranked Archaic Species were troublesome to deal with. Trying to raid one with the Thunder God's secret land was simply a joke. Could the Pioneer boss be different? Even Shi Feng frowned when he saw Volenka. The current Naga General was not the same boss he had encountered during his previous life. In the past, Volenka had only been an ordinary Grand Lord. Moreover, it had wielded a 2-handed axe, not a trident. Monsters' combat standards in God's domain largely differed depending on what weapon they used. For example, monsters that used a 2-handed axe would rely on simple combat methods and great destructive power. Every one of Volenka's attacks with a 2-handed axe had been akin to AoE spells. Even for MTs of the same level, receiving one of this monster's attacks head-on was suicidal. Yet in this life, Volenka held a trident. Unlike the clumsy but powerful 2-handed axe, a trident was a type of spear. Not only did it have a much longer attack range than a 2-handed axe, but it was more flexible in its attack patterns as well. With a trident, Volenka would not have to worry about numerous attacks at the same time. Moreover, as an archaic species, Volenka's basic attributes was much higher than ordinary Grand Lords. Hence, this boss could likely command as much raw power with its trident as it had in Shi Feng's past. This Volenka was both powerful and agile. This raid would definitely be twice as difficult as Shi Feng had expected. More importantly, bosses had a natural advantage. The normal Valenka, the one Shi Feng remembered, had only had 180 million HP, but this Naga general had 320 million HP. With its battle recovery, it could recover 3,200,000 HP every 5 seconds. If the team couldn't deal more than 640,000 DPS, raiding this boss would be impossible. This boss is too powerful. Even if it just stands there and lets us hit it, I doubt we could put a dent in its HP. Happy Art said as she watched Valenka with a bitter smile. Even if our DPS can surpass his battle recovery, it can kill us several times over by the time we've whittled it down to 0. Their team was already severely undermanned for this dungeon. Slaying an ordinary Grand Lord would be an extreme challenge, and now that they discovered that their opponent was a Grand Lord ranked archaic species, they had no hope of success. "Are you sure we can defeat this thing?" Endless Scars quietly asked Shi Feng. Every member of the team was either a peak expert or an apex expert in God's domain. They had all slain many bosses and could easily gauge their team's limits. In Endless Scars' opinion, their team wasn't capable of defeating Valenka. She couldn't figure out how they could raid this boss. Shi Feng's prowess might be astonishing, but raiding a dungeon boss wasn't a one-man job. I think we have roughly a 20% to 30% chance of defeating the Naga general, depending on how effective 6 Thunder God's pearls are, Shi Feng said after giving the matter some thought. He hadn't expected this boss to be different from the one in the past, but their team had also collected crucial items needed to raid the dungeon. Fortunately, the Naga General was the easiest of the side temple's bosses to raid since it had very simple skills. Players just needed high enough basic attributes and the ability to dodge incoming attacks. 20 to 30%? Endless Scars gave the swordsman an astonished look. As far as she was concerned, a 5% chance of raiding this boss would be heaven-defying, yet Shi Feng was almost confident of a 30% chance of success. He had to be joking. The rest of the team members stared at Shi Feng in shock as well. "Let's give it a try. Gem, stay close to the entrance. If the raid seems impossible, run. The boss shouldn't chase you beyond the hall," Shi Feng said. "All right." Frozen Gem nodded as she walked toward the hall's entrance. Even if Shi Feng and the others died, she would be able to resurrect them. The death penalty inside the dungeon was quite light, and her resurrection spell could reduce it further. Shi Feng then instructed Happy Art to tank the boss, while Samsara tanked the 2 level 88, Great Lord-ranked Naga bodyguards. Meanwhile, Shi Feng would stay close to Happy Art. Shi Feng's arrangement confused his teammates. Samsara was clearly stronger than Happy Art. Yet Shi Feng instructed him to manage the side mobs. However, none of them objected to their team leader's plan. "Let's get started," Shi Feng commanded, once everyone was in position. 6 team members immediately activated the Thunder God's pearls they had received from completing the Thunder God's trial. The 6-pearl Thunderbolt barrier covered a 400-yard radius enveloping the entire hall. Valenka and its bodyguards' basic attributes immediately plummeted. In the blink of an eye, the Naga general had lost 30% of its basic attributes, while the 2 Naga bodyguards had lost 45%. "Amazing," Shi Feng could not help but exclaim when he saw how effective the barrier was. He had thought they'd be lucky if the barrier could reduce the Naga general's basic attributes by 20%, but Valenka had lost 10% more than that. This Thunderbolt barrier could rival the strength of an advanced magic array. Shi Feng then had Frozen Gem rejoin the team's formation, and Happy Art and Samsara bolted forward to tank the boss and its minions. Valenka paid no heed as its 2 bodyguards were lured away. Rather, it raised its trident and thrust it at the female shield warrior. The trident could reach up to 25 yards away and contained enough power that space around it trembled. In the blink of an eye, Valenka had sent 4 stabs at Happy Art. Despite being a peak expert, Happy Art had a hard time dodging the 4 consecutive attacks. The 4th attack lightly grazed Happy Art's shield, and the resulting impact caused her to stumble a step back and lose more than 40,000 HP. Valenka's power with the trident was horrific. Moreover, this was the result after the boss had been suppressed by the Thunderbolt barrier. If Volinka were at its peak, the consequences for daring to challenge it would have been dire. Fortunately, Happy Art was no weakling. With the boost provided from the 3 Thunderbolt gemstones, she had more than 170,000 HP at her maximum, even after her tier had been reduced to 0. Losing 40,000 HP was just barely tolerable. However, Volinka wasn't done as it thrust its tail into the ground to resurface behind the shield warrior. Although Happy Art had sensed the attack, she couldn't turn around in time to defend herself due to the prior impact. Just before the tail slammed into Happy Art, Shi Feng grabbed her arm and dragged her out of harm's way. Wielding Killing Ray in his other hand, he sliced at the Naga General's tail, sending it smashing into the boss with more speed than before. 213,796. An eye-catching amount of damage appeared above Volenka's head, stunning the team members. Thus far, these players had only dealt around minus 20,000 damage with each attack. So it was hard not to notice a damage of over minus 2 million, even that is possible. Burning Sea gaped in shock when he saw Shi Feng turn the boss's attack against itself. He had never thought that it was even possible for a boss to damage itself. Boss monsters generally had above-average combat standards, and trying to force a boss to damage itself was like getting a player to turn their own attacks against themselves. It should be utterly impossible. Yet Shi Feng had done just that, over 2 million damage. We should be able to defeat him within 20 minutes. When Shi Feng saw how much damage Volinka had dealt to itself, and took into account the team's overall DPS, he breathed a sigh of relief. Throughout the side temple, Volinka was the only boss capable of harming itself. This was due to its tail puncture skill. This skill had sent countless MTs to their graves in the past, but it had also given players a more efficient way to defeat the Naga General. Of course, players needed very high strength and an almost perfect grasp of timing to use this method. Their efforts would fail with the slightest mistake, and MTs couldn't dodge Volenka's tail puncture too early. If they did, the Naga General would retract its tail. This was why Shi Feng had assigned Happy Art to Volinka. Samsara would have no issues dodging tail puncture if he tanked the boss, which would disrupt Shi Feng's timing. Happy Art's combat standards were perfect for the job. She could defend herself against Volenka's frontal attacks, but wouldn't be able to evade tail puncture. After seeing what Shi Feng had done, the team's confidence rose substantially. Volenka would use tail puncture almost every 2 seconds, which meant they could cause over new 2 million damage every 2 seconds. It was certainly enough to overcome the Naga General's battle recovery. Now that they had eliminated the greatest challenge in this raid, defeating this boss would be much simpler, following which Volenka's HP rapidly decreased. However, every time Volenka's HP fell by 20%, it would summon 2 new bodyguards. Fortunately, with the Thunderbolt barrier's suppression and Samsara's combat standards, keeping a couple of level 88 Great Lords busy was not a problem. Eventually, when Volenka's HP fell to 20%, the Naga General went berserk, and its speed and strength skyrocketed. Seeing this, Happy Art immediately activated Shield Wall, while Shi Feng activated Chilling Field, reserving 1 icicle to shove Happy Art out of harm's way when necessary. He also reserved 2 icicles for redirecting Volenka's tail. He used the remaining 3 to bombard the Naga General. However, Volenka's attacks were simply too fast. Even though Happy Art did her best to defend herself, her tier wasn't high enough for this fight, and she couldn't keep up. In the end, Happy Art had died after enduring the berserk Naga General's attacks for around 40 seconds. At this point, Volenka still had 8% of its HP remaining. When their shield warrior fell, Maple Locust and Burning Sea moved to the forefront and took her place. However, they had both died after less than 10 seconds. Heartless Sword then stepped in and activated his life-saving skill to tank the boss. Unfortunately, he had only lasted 7 seconds, only withstanding 2 of the Naga General's attacks. Quick attack. The players' eyes were bloodshot as they watched Volenka's HP drop to 4%. With their expendable members dead, Samsara activated his life-saving skill and took over as the tank. But against both the Naga General and its 2 bodyguards, he didn't last more than 6 seconds. Volinka had 1% of its HP remaining. Die. With no other melee players remaining, Shi Feng activated Instant Strike and appeared before the boss. Sword's Transmigration. Although Instant Strike had also been reduced to Tier 0, the skill still increased his attack speed by 300% and damage by 240% for 3 seconds. As he struck, damages of over 920,000 flashed above Volinka's head, one after another. As a finishing touch, Shi Feng redirected Volinka's tail puncture and caused the Naga General to take over 2 million damage, obliterating the last of its HP. Chapter 2204, Naga General's Loot. Chapter 2204, Naga General's Loot, as Volinka cried out in agony and collapsed to the ground. The Naga bodyguards split up and scattered. A short moment later, only 5 players and a small pile of loot remained in the hall. We did it. Frozen Gem could not help but cheer. Even Endless Scars and Shi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The Naga General had been a little too powerful for them when it had gone berserk. Had the battle continued for another 5 seconds, they would have been annihilated. Meanwhile, Volinka's death granted the survivors an astronomical amount of EXP. Even Shi Feng, who had already reached level 84, watched as his experience bar filled. 79%, 85%, 90%. The Naga General's death awarded them even more EXP than any of the guard captains they had slain earlier. After 5 seconds, a golden glow surrounded Shi Feng, and he rose to level 85. Endless Scars and the others also rose from level 80 to 81. The frightening amount of EXP awarded stunned everyone for a moment. After level 80, players had to grind for 4 or 5 days elsewhere to reach the next level. But after killing one Naga General, they had gained enough EXP to do just that. This boss gave us so much EXP. If we can kill a few more of these bosses, we'll be able to take those people from the Flower of Seven Sins by storm when we get out of here, Formless Arrow excitedly stated. Right now, they stood at the very peak of God's domain with their levels. Although they had not left the side temple, they had received reports regarding the outside world. Even the highest-leveled expert among the various superpowers was only level 79, and most peak experts were only level 77. On the other hand, their team had reached level 81. Everyone would be shocked when this came to light. In God's domain, players' levels were extremely important after all, especially for peak experts. Once they reached a certain level, they could explore new maps and secure better items and benefits. Furthermore, they would have less competition when exploring these higher-level maps. Moreover, level suppression had always been a factor in this game. Although level suppression wasn't incredibly effective, it would be significant with a gap of 5 or more levels. That's right. They've likely never expected us to level up so quickly, Frozen Gem said, smiling. If we can survive in here for a while longer and increase the level gap to 5, we'll have a chance of turning the tables. Furthermore, the various superpowers have begun to show up in the Thunder God's secret land. Endless Scars also nodded in response to Formless Arrow and Flower Gem's sentiments. Ordinary powers might have a difficult time entering the Thunder God's secret land right now, but the various superpowers had already discovered it. This was also why their team had been in such a hurry to enter the Thunder Temple. Now that so many days had passed since they had entered the dungeon, the various superpowers had already sent in expedition teams. Once the various superpowers entered the Thunder God's secret land, the Flowers of Seven Sins would find the place harder to hold within its iron fist. In turn, this would increase their team's chances of escaping. All right, we need to resurrect everyone quickly. We'll be in trouble if they resurrect automatically, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Volinka was the easiest boss in the Thunder Temple's side temple, and the only one they had the strength to kill right now. Even with the 6 Thunder God's pearls, they'd need a 100-man team to raid the rest of the dungeon's bosses. Oh, Frozen Gem only remembered that she needed to resurrect her fallen comrades after Shi Feng's statement. She then got to work. Samsara and the others returned to life a moment later. They couldn't help their elated grins when they saw Volinka's corpse. They hadn't actually expected the raid to succeed, and they couldn't help but look upon Shi Feng with admiration. They had just taken down a level 90 Team Dungeon's boss. Moreover, this was a team dungeon inside the Thunder God's secret land. Normally, raiding such bosses without a level 90,100-man team should be impossible. But they had accomplished the feat with a team often level 80 players. Shi Feng's leadership and combat power were among the best they had ever seen. After their moment of excitement, the team members turned their gazes to the loot beside Valenka's corpse. Although Valenka was only a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species, it had dropped an astonishingly high number of items. There were easily more than 20 items in the pile, and every one radiated a dazzling glow. It was easy to tell that these were all top-tier items. As the team watched, Shi Feng began to appraise the loot. Valenka was the side temple's first boss. Shi Feng had expected it to drop average loot at best, but he couldn't help but gasp as he appraised the items. The Naga general had dropped a total of 23 items. There were 3 pieces of dark gold equipment that could be used from level 80 to 100, a plate armor helmet, a pair of cloth bracers, and a leather belt. All 3 pieces of equipment could definitely be considered top-tier at this stage of the game. Even Samsara, who had seen his fair share of top-tier equipment, audibly gulped. Normally, equipment that dropped in dungeons had a fixed level, but all 3 pieces of dark gold equipment Valenka had dropped could level with their users. Valenka had also dropped 6 pieces of level 80 to 90 fine gold equipment. 4 of the 6 pieces were parts of the Thunderbolt set, a set equipment players could only obtain from the Thunder God's secret land. Although the Thunderbolt set was only a 4-piece fine gold set equipment, it had been incredibly famous among those who grinded in the Thunder God's secret land in the past. Once a player collected all 4 pieces, the set would provide basic attribute buffs that could rival dark gold equipment. The 2-piece set effect also increased spell effectiveness by 30%, while the 4-piece set effect increased players' basic attributes by 10% and weakened the Thunder God's secret land's suppression. If players equipped the complete Thunderbolt set, their tier would only fall to Tier 1. The Thunderbolt set's effects might be a joke in the outside world, but within the Thunder God's secret land they worked wonders. When players had first discovered the Thunderbolt set in the past, it had instantly become a treasure that countless magical class players had sought. And now Valenka had dropped the entire set. It was a miracle. When the rest of the team saw the Thunderbolt set's effects, their eyes glowed. They knew how bitter it felt being reduced to a Tier 0 player in the Thunder God's secret land. So they recognized how astounding it would be if they could fight as Tier 1 players in this secret land. It was no exaggeration to claim that the Thunderbolt set was even more valuable than an 8-piece dark gold set equipment in the Thunder God's secret land. While everyone cooed over the Thunderbolt set, Shi Feng shared the next item's attributes in the team chat. When the team saw this item, they all gasped, including Samsara and Endless Scars. The Thunder Eagle's Summoning Flute. Chapter 2205, Flying Mount. Chapter 2025, Flying Mount. The Thunder Eagle's summoning flute looked just like any ordinary flute, made of wood, with dark purple runes carved into it. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? I thought flying mounts only dropped from level 100+ maps. When Burning Sea and the others saw the summoning flute, they audibly gulped. They couldn't believe their eyes. As domain realm experts, they had seen countless top-tier treasures. Each of them even carried several epic weapons and equipment pieces, but they couldn't help their surprise and excitement when they saw a flying mount. Although almost all level 50+ players had their own mounts by now, not a single player in God's domain had their own flying mount. Nobody even knew where to find one. Players, especially expert players, now knew the benefits of owning a mount. Due to players' limited stamina, they could only afford to operate within a limited area. With how large God's domain was, trying to explore the game's maps by relying on stamina would be impossible. Naturally, mounts allowed players to increase their range of activity. Furthermore, after level 50, not many maps had teleportation points, and players would find even fewer as they explored higher-level maps. As a result, players would have to explore and find these maps on their own power, which made mounts even more important. Countless experts currently contested over mysterious iron mounts, while secret silver mounts were easily as valuable as epic items. Even if experts of Burning Sea's caliber had multiple pieces of epic equipment on them, They typically only had secret silver or fine gold ranked mounts. Even so, these mounts were a large part of the reason that their leveling speed was so much faster than ordinary experts. However, a flying mount was in a different league than land mounts. A flying mount could ignore the terrain and travel to a destination in a straight line. A flying mount would be several times faster than land mounts. God's Domain was a virtual reality game that fully immersed its players' consciousness into the game, unlike past virtual reality games, which only allowed partial immersion. Because of this, God's Domain felt frighteningly real. In addition, it had NPCs with incredible intelligence, which players could befriend. If not for the ever-present system interface and in-game aspects, such as levels and basic attributes, players would have likely treated God's Domain as a second real world. And countless people dreamed of flying through the sky. Based on the information they had collected thus far, flying mounts were intensely difficult to obtain in God's Domain. Unlike land mounts, players couldn't use their coins to purchase flying mounts from NPCs. Even Shi Feng was shocked to see the Thunder Eagle's summoning flute, not to mention Burning Sea and his companions. He remembered the Thunder Eagle flying mount from his past, and knew that it could drop in the Thunder God's secret land. However, he only recalled that the Thunder Eagle dropped in the secret land's deeper regions. To be precise, I should be only dropped within the level 100 dungeon, Thunder God's Mountain, and with an ab rate at that. Even after 10 years in God's Domain, less than 10 players had owned one, and yet their team had obtained a Thunder Eagle after slaying the Naga General. It was unbelievable. This was why he had gasped while appraising Valenka's loot. He had never expected the dungeon's first boss to drop such amazing items. Even a common flying mount was as valuable as 3 pieces of level 100+ epic equipment moreover. That had been the common exchange rate after flying mounts had become more common. When flying mounts had first appeared in the past, a common flying mount could have easily gone for 5 pieces of level 100+ epic equipment. However, the Thunder Eagle wasn't just a common flying mount. It was an extraordinary flying mount. Flying mounts didn't follow the same ranks as land mounts. They were split into common, extraordinary, and legendary ranks. There had been rumors in Shi Feng's previous life of a mythic ranked flying mount as well, but no one had ever seen it. Meanwhile, these ranks represented the growth potential of flying mounts. Flying mounts were similar to guild mounts in that players could continue to nurture their growth. It was even possible to nurture a flying mount into a Tier 6 god. However, nurturing flying mounts was far more difficult than nurturing a guild mount. Thunder Eagle's summoning flute. Summon an extraordinary ranked Thunder Eagle as a companion to fly and fight in the air. If the Thunder Eagle dies, it will need 15 natural days to resurrect. The Thunder Eagle has been blessed by the Thunder God and, as such, can be used inside the Thunder God's secret land. According to our previous agreement, I have priority to choose one of the dropped items in this dungeon. I choose the Thunder Eagle's summoning flute, Shi Feng declared. The Naga General had dropped plenty of top-tier items, including epic equipment. However, these items were all worthless compared to an extraordinary flying mount. Although the Thunder Eagle was the second lowest rank of the 4, 90% of the flying mounts players had used in Shi Feng's previous life had been common rank. Most common flying mounts reached their limit after growing to Tier 3 peak rank, and getting them that far would cost an astronomical amount of resources. They only had a 3% chance at breaking through to Tier 4. Extraordinary flying mounts, however, could easily reach Tier 3 peak rank and had a 30% chance of climbing to Tier 4. In addition, the 2 ranks started at different tiers. Common flying mounts started as Tier 2, while extraordinary flying mounts started as Tier 3. Moreover, the Thunder Eagle wasn't your average extraordinary flying mount. Aside from the 4 major ranks, flying mounts fell into 3 minor ranks: basic, intermediate, and advanced. However, one had to summon their mount before they would learn which minor rank it belonged to. The Thunder Eagle, Shi Feng remembered, was an intermediate extraordinary flying mount. Although Shi Feng had been the guild leader of a second-rate guild, he had only gotten his hands on an advanced common flying mount. He had invested an astronomical amount of resources to nurture his mount to Tier 3 peak rank, and it had just barely been able to contend with ordinary Tier 4 experts. If he had acquired an intermediate extraordinary flying mount, Even ordinary Tier 4 experts would have had to move out of his way. None of Shi Feng's teammates expressed any arguments to Shi Feng's declaration. They merely looked on in envy. Even Endless Scars was a little reluctant to give up the Thunder Eagle, but they had given their word. Furthermore, they wouldn't have had a prayer of slaying Valenka without him. After Shi Feng took the Thunder Eagle's summoning flute, Samsara and the others split the rest of the loot. By the time the items had been distributed, Endless Scars had obtained the full Thunderbolt set, while Samsara had claimed the Epic ranked belt. The rest of the team members had claimed the remaining dark gold and fine gold equipment. After they took a moment to replace their old items, everyone watched their basic attributes rise slightly. The team continued to grind Naga guards and guard captains for another 2 days, allowing Samsara and the others that had died during the boss fight to rise to level 81. Meanwhile, Samsara and Endless Scars had received news that multiple superpowers had shown up to the Thunder Temple. They had encountered the Flower of Seven Sins, and there seemed to be some friction. "It's about time we got out of here," Shi Feng said, smiling when he heard the news. Chapter 200 Centi, 06, Commotion Outside the Temple. Chapter 226, Commotion Outside the Temple. Hundreds of players had gathered before the Thunder Temple's main entrance. If ordinary players saw this gathering, they'd be alarmed. The lowest level player here was level 77 and could easily rank among the top 3 on any kingdom's ranking list, and within the top 20 in an empire. And yet, hundreds of such players had come to the same place, standing in multiple teams. One particular team of 100 players, however, prevented anyone from entering the Thunder Temple. If God's Domain's expert players saw this, their jaws would drop. Every one of these teams consisted of well-known experts from the various superpowers, and a significant number were peak experts. However, none of them could get past the team guarding the Thunder Temple's main entrance. Diverging Phoenix. We have played along with your whims for long enough. You and your people have hogged the main temple to yourselves. Now that 5 superpowers teams have arrived, don't you think you're going a little too far? Melody, one of the Sacred Temple's vice temple masters, coldly challenged Diverging Phoenix. The Flower of Seven Sins is conducting an important mission right now. Once our mission is complete, we'll move out of the way. But you're more than welcome to try forcing your way through us. Diverging Phoenix impassively replied, glancing at Melody. As Diverging Phoenix spoke, the 20 players around her stepped forward. Every one of them wore a blood-red emblem, and a thick layer of black fog surrounded their bodies. Every player in the area felt a sense of dread as these players' frightening aura touched them. The moment these 20 players stepped forward, the waiting experts' expressions darkened. The Blood Guards? Melody frowned at the experts on the elevated platform, noting their blood-red emblems. The Thunder Temple had more than just a dungeon inside. It was also a place that offered quests and items for exchange. At first, the Sacred Temple had only sent a little over 20 players to the Thunder Temple, and as a result, they hadn't been able to do anything about the Flower of Seven Sins blockade. But now that 4 more superpowers had arrived, they had just as many players as the Flower's team. However, the Blood Guards altered the situation. The Flower of Seven Sins Blood Guards were even famous among the various superpowers. The Blood Guards had risen to fame after their participation in a war on the Western continent. A newly promoted superpower had fought with a super guild, Rashomon, over a key town. Knowing that it was no match for Rashomon, the new superpower had paid a high price to hire the Flower of Seven Sins' help in the battle. Rashomon was no weaker than Battle Wolves, considered an above-average super guild. However, once the Flower of Seven Sins Blood Guards had joined the battle, Rashomon had lost its commanding Vice Guild leader and peak experts. The Vice Guild leader had been protected by 5,000 of Rashomon's experts, including 4 Domain Realm experts and over a dozen peak experts. But with a 100-man team, the Blood Guards had slain the Vice Guild leader. After that, the Blood Guards' fame had spread through the various superpowers, and everyone had learned to fear the Flower of Seven Sins even more than before. Although only 20 Blood Guards stood before them, Melody wasn't confident that the 5 superpowers 100-plus experts were enough to take them on. Vice Temple Master, these Blood Guards are quite powerful, but I believe that we still have a chance of victory. As we wait, more superpowers will start to enter the Thunder God's secret land. If that happens, we'll lose our advantage, Ruthless Sky, the Gale Swordmeister said. The Blood Guard was quite famous, but more than a month had passed since their battle with Rashomon. At this point, the various superpowers had obtained more epic items, combat techniques, and legacies, growing far stronger than they had been. Furthermore, these superpowers, excluding the Sacred Temple, had each sent a domain realm expert to accompany their teams. Even if their 5 teams were no match for the Blood Guards, they should be able to distract these players while Melody and the other superpowers' upper echelons made it into the main temple to investigate the situation. "All right, tell everyone to get ready to move," Melody commanded. She understood that the longer they let this continue, the less of an advantage the Sacred Temple would have. "Leave it to me," Ruthless Sky said, laughing. The secret pavilion had titled him one of the 8 Sword Meisters, and since then he had improved himself considerably. He had even mastered a bronze combat technique and was confident of contending with the sword freak Miracle Dragon, who had recently reached the domain realm. He should have no problems against these 20 Blood Guards, who mainly consisted of Flowing Water Realm experts. With the Sacred Temple leading the charge, the 4 other superpowers teams followed Ruthless Sky. "You're overestimating yourselves," Diverging Phoenix snarled disdainfully as she watched the 100-plus experts charge toward her. "Calmly," she commanded. "Blood Guards, get rid of them!" As Diverging Phoenix issued the order, a flash of madness appeared in the Blood Guards' eyes as the dark fog around them began to expand. Their bodies began to grow slightly, and pitch-black scales and spikes burst through their skin. A crimson gem manifested in the center of their foreheads as well. None of these players looked human at this point, and their frightening auras made them feel like demonic creatures that had crawled up from the dark abyss. What's going on? These Blood Guards' transformation confused the various superpowers experts. Players couldn't use berserk skills in the Thunder God's secret land, but based on the intensity of the Blood Guards' auras, they had done something to increase their basic attributes. Before the various superpowers experts could react, the 20 Blood Guards left after-images in their wake as they appeared before Ruthless Sky and the others. A level 77 Blood Guard berserker swung his greatsword straight at Ruthless Sky, simple and swift. The attack didn't contain the slightest hint of excess movement, as if the player were a natural killing machine. "Don't even think you can stop me that easily." In response, Ruthless Sky executed Twisting Space, the bronze combat technique he had recently learned. Ruthless Sky sent 3 sword lights at the Blood Guard, which merged to form a devastating attack just before they hit the opposing greatsword. Boom! The sound of colliding metal echoed throughout the secret land. The Blood Guard stumbled back 2 steps, staring at Ruthless Sky in astonishment. The latter also slid a half-step backward. "Impossible!" Ruthless Sky was stunned as he stared back at the Blood Guard. The bronze combat technique, Twisting Space, allowed him to combine 3 attacks into one. Although he hadn't been able to combine the power of all 3 attacks perfectly during his past experiments, he could still exhibit 240% of his strength in the one attack. However, even after more than doubling his strength, the Blood Guard's strength was only slightly less than his own. Had he not used Twisting Space, he would have been at a disadvantage in that clash. Executing a bronze combat technique cost a lot of stamina and concentration, and Ruthless Sky could only afford to use Twisting Space 6 or 7 times before collapsing. The other superpowers experts were just as shocked by the Blood Guard's strength. Thus far, the Blood Guards had killed a few of the superpowers Flowing Water Realm experts before the healers had a chance to cast their healing spells. Did you really think a numerical advantage was enough to deal with the Blood Guards? How foolish. Diverging Phoenix ridiculed as she watched Ruthless Sky and his companions. Even domain realm experts would have to expend a lot of effort to defeat the Blood Guards in a one-on-one fight outside of the Thunder God's secret land. Within this secret land, even Diverging Phoenix found the idea of facing a Blood Guard daunting. How could these peak experts possibly be a match for the Flower's Blood Guards? However, as these Blood Guards pushed back the various superpowers experts, 10 figures appeared before the Thunder Temple's side temple. These players' abrupt arrival immediately caught everyone's attention. Why are other players still here? Who are those people? Why did they just come out from the side temple? While the various superpowers experts wondered about this small group, Sandbone, who stood beside Diverging Phoenix, excitedly shouted, "So you finally accepted your deaths. Activate the magic array. We cannot let them escape back into the dungeon." Immediately, a group of assassins revealed themselves from their hiding spot near the side temple and activated the blood magic seal. Crimson magic array then appeared above the secret land, enveloping Samsara's group, as well as the various superpowers experts. However, unlike the blood magic seal the Flower of Seven Sins had used previously, this one completely separated Shi Feng's team from the side temple. The small team couldn't escape back into the dungeon unless they destroyed the magic barrier. I'll make sure to take my time with you this time. Once the magic array had locked down the area, he returned his gaze to Samsara and his companions, but just before he could comment further, he noticed his prey's levels. He couldn't help but gasp in shock. "Level 81? You all, how can you be?" Chapter 2207, repelled in one move, level 81. Chapter 227, repelled in one move, level 81. How are their levels so high? When the rest of the players in the secret land noticed Samsara and his teammates' levels, they stared with wide, disbelieving eyes. But when they used their identification skills, the system confirmed that every member of Samsara's team had reached level 81. Who are these people? Melody, who commanded the Sacred Temple's members, could not help but glance at Samsara's group in surprise. She very quickly noticed a familiar figure among the group. Black Flame. Unlike the last time she had run into Shi Feng, he now wore a suit of red-black armor and carried two exquisite long swords, one blue and one white, at his waist. His aura felt as vast as the great ocean, boundless and unfathomable. In comparison, Shi Feng's aura in the past had felt like a sheathed blade. He felt like a completely different person. In the past, Melody had more or less seen the depths of this swordsman's strength, but now she couldn't see anything. Moreover, the fact that Shi Feng was level 81 left Melody speechless. Every level after level 70 required an astonishing amount of EXP to reach. Despite grinding continuously and completing one high-ranked quest after another, she had only reached level 78 thus far. Even so, she was one of the highest-leveled players in the Sacred Temple. She'd be amazed to find a player even one level higher than her, yet Shi Feng was 3 levels higher. She had no idea how he had gotten so far. Moreover, level 80 was a minor threshold. Depending on one's equipment, a level 80 player could have far higher basic attributes than a level 79 player. She wouldn't have been so surprised if Shi Feng had been the only player to reach such a high level. After all, he was responsible for plenty of miracles in God's domain already. It was certainly possible that he would attain a higher level than she, but the problem was that he wasn't the only player to reach level 81. The 9 players alongside him were the same level. Just what had they done? Most importantly, Melody didn't recognize any of the 9 players. Although levels couldn't reflect a player's true strength in God's domain, they offered a rough estimate of a player's standards. The fact that Samsara and the others had reached level 81 meant that they should, at the very least, be peak experts. Just how many secrets does Zero Wing have? As she watched the small group of players, Melody could tell that their relationship with Shi Feng was a relatively close one. Moreover, they vaguely seemed to treat Shi Feng like their leader. These were peak experts they were talking about. Peak experts were treated like upper echelons even in a super guild like the Sacred Temple. In a budding superpower, such experts would be absolute mainstays. Budding superpowers would pay astronomical sums just to recruit a peak expert. Unfortunately, doing so was extremely difficult. Experts of such caliber were incredibly rare, with every one of them looming like a dragon among men. They also didn't lack money, which was why it was so difficult to recruit them with offers of wealth. On top of that, peak experts tended to have different goals in mind. Since she had discovered that Shi Feng was close with 9 unknown peak experts, the Secret Temple would have to reevaluate its opinion of Zero Wing. Although Zero Wing had held on to Stone Forest City and gained access to an abundance of resources, the guild still didn't have a background. The number of experts in the guild was pitifully low compared to superpowers, and experts were essential for any developing guild. To make matters worse, Zero Wing had made plenty of powerful enemies. Its feud with Starlink, in particular, had reached a point of no return. Starlink might not be able to touch Zero Wing right now, but that wouldn't last. The advantages Stone Forest City provided were only temporary. Once players reached higher levels, Stone Forest City wouldn't be as useful in the bottomless abyss. Moreover, unlike Zero Wing, Starlink's background was sturdy. The guild was not as simple as it seemed. Taking care of Zero Wing wouldn't be a challenge to Starlink. Hence, none of the various superpowers were optimistic about Zero Wing's future and refused to partner with the guild. By allying themselves with Zero Wing, they'd gain Starlink as an enemy, which wasn't a worthwhile trade. However, if Zero Wing gained an additional 10 or so peak experts, its circumstances would change. At the very least, Zero Wing would be just as capable of raiding team dungeons as the various superpowers. Including the massive benefits from Stone Forest City, Zero Wing would be a lot closer to becoming a true superpower. However, Sandbone and Diverging Phoenix were even more shocked than Melody. How did they level up so quickly? Diverging Phoenix stared at Samsara and his teammates, confused. She had clearly seen their levels before they had fled into the side temple. She had also experienced the Thunder Temple's side temple personally. Current players shouldn't have a shred of hope of surviving in there, and Samsara's team only had 10 players. They should have been lucky to survive, let alone level up in the dungeon. Not only had Samsara and his people leveled up, but they had also done so multiple times, reaching level 81. How could she possibly believe this wasn't some kind of illusion? You've reached level 81? No wonder why you finally dared to emerge, Sandbone said after snapping out of his daze, but rather than feel intimidated, his excitement grew as he looked at the small party. It seems that Brother Sky was right. The Thunder God's secret key is crucial for conquering the Thunder God's secret land. Once we obtain that key, we'll pull ahead of the various Super Guild's experts. Even the Flower of Seven Sins had been helpless within the side temple, but Samsara and his comrades had leveled with flying speeds in the dungeon. Sandbone could only think of one reason for this situation: the Thunder God's secret key. Originally, Sandbone had only considered the Thunder God's secret land as a good place to find treasure, but after seeing this, he realized that this secret land was a heavenly leveling spot as well. To think that the Thunder God's secret key has such an ability as well. We have to get our hands on it. Diverging Phoenix's eyes also glowed with excitement when she considered the possibility. Blood Guards ignore the guilds and help me get rid of those players first. The 20 Blood Guards promptly broke away from their opponents and charged toward Samsara's party. Should we help them, Vice Temple Master? Ruthless Sky asked Melody as the Blood Guards changed targets. Help them. The magic barrier affects us too. The Blood Guards will likely return their attention to us once they eliminate Black Flame's team. If we want to enter the main temple, we'll have to work with Black Flame, Melody said. Ruthless Sky nodded in response. He agreed that the Flower of Seven Sins wasn't likely to let them go after killing Shi Feng and his companions. Moreover, with how powerful Shi Feng's team was, they'd have a better chance against the Blood Guards if they cooperated. Ruthless Sky immediately led a small detachment to help Shi Feng's team. Melody then led the rest of the Sacred Temple's team to distract the Flower of Seven Sins' ranged members. However, the Blood Guards were clearly a fraction faster than Ruthless Sky's team, and the gap between them grew. After a short moment, the Blood Guards stood within 30 yards of Shi Feng's team, spreading out to surround the players. I want to see how you plan to escape us this time, Diverging Phoenix snarled. Glaring at Shi Feng, she commanded, prioritize the healers and be careful of Black Flame. His strength is very high. Understood. Hearing Diverging Phoenix's command, the Blood Guards turned their focus to Samsara's healers. Seeing the Blood Guards in position, Ruthless Sky shouted, be careful. Those Blood Guards' strengths are absurd. If they get close to you, you're finished. After fighting the Blood Guards himself, he knew how powerful they were. Even he would have been at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight without the help of his bronze combat technique. And yet, Shi Feng and his comrades showed no intention of moving even as the Blood Guards moved within 20 yards of the team's healers. It made Ruthless Sky nervous. He felt that Shi Feng and the others were being overconfident and careless. "You're not going to flee? Do you think you can stand against us just because you're level 81? Diverging Phoenix sneered at Shi Feng as his team prepared to face the Blood Guards head-on. The Blood Guards' basic attributes were even higher than the Flower of Seven Sins cadre members, especially their strength attribute. Not even Sandbone was a match for their strength. Trying to face the Blood Guards head-on in the Thunder God's secret land was the epitome of foolishness. By the time the Blood Guards were within 10 yards of the small party, Endless Scars had finished casting her spell from behind Shi Feng. Immediately, over 100 magic blades shot toward the approaching Blood Guards. What a powerful offensive spell. At such a close distance, it would normally be quite effective, but against the Blood Guards. Ruthless Sky felt his scalp tingle when he saw the 100-plus magic bladed under Endless Scars' control. The closer a target was, the easier they'd be to hit with a spell. But when attacking expert players with superb strength and speed, such a powerful spell would backfire on the caster. Expert players could use the spell to propel themselves forward and instantly shorten the gap between them and the caster. And sure enough, the Blood Guards showed no intentions of dodging the incoming magic blades, raising their weapons to receive the magical projectiles. The instant the magic blades crashed into the Blood Guards' weapons, however, boom! A series of explosions shook the battlefield, immediately halting the Blood Guards' advance. The outcome stunned these strangely demonic players. They certainly hadn't expected the magic blades to be so powerful, and before the Blood Guards could react, the remaining magic blades split into pairs and merged, attacking once more. These Blood Guards were no weaklings, though, and they readied their weapons to defend themselves against the new wave of attacks. Boom! As if they had been hit by a truck, the 20 Blood Guards were thrown through the air, landing over 8 yards away with damages in the hundreds appearing above their heads. The weapons in their grips trembled violently. Surprised by the outcome, the battlefield fell silent. Chapter 2208, Overwhelming the Blood Guards. Chapter 2208, Overwhelming the Blood Guards. How are her attacks so powerful? Shock colored both Diverging Phoenix's and Sandbone's faces as they watched a single attack repel the Blood Guards. After their transformation, those players wielded strength that could rival great lords of the same level within the Thunder God's secret land. Even Diverging Phoenix and Sandbone would have to rely on advanced combat techniques to stand against the Blood Guards. Diverging Phoenix had fought Endless Scars personally, so she knew how powerful those magic blades were, and they definitely weren't a match for a great lord's attacks. At best, Endless Scars' standard was roughly on par with Diverging Phoenix's. However, after emerging from the side temple, Endless Scars' magic blades were powerful enough to rival the Blood Guards' attacks. Moreover, she could now merge 40 of her black blades to send the 20 Blood Guards flying. Endless Scars' current basic attributes and combat standards were on an entirely different level than before she had entered the side temple. Even the various superpowers experts gaped in shock after seeing the incredible attack. "Who is she?" Ruthless Sky muttered as he tried to recall the formidable caster. But no matter how hard he searched for her in his memory, he couldn't find a trace of Endless Scars. Endless Scars had repelled the 20 Blood Guards in one move. The Blood Guards had even suppressed the superpower's peak experts. Yet Endless Scars had single-handedly thrown the players. Moreover, Ruthless Sky had recognized the technique she had employed, strength combination. Ruthless Sky knew the technique and just how challenging it was to execute. With his combat standards, controlling 4 or 5 combination attacks was his limit, yet Endless Scars had controlled 20 combination attacks. She was a monster. So this is her true strength. Shi Feng also could not help his astonishment as he watched Endless Scars manipulate the magic blades. Although the Thunderbolt set had restored Endless Scars to Tier 1, a Tier 1 player's physique wasn't sufficient to allow a peak expert to control 20 combination attacks. Not even Shi Feng could accomplish the feat. But when Shi Feng thought back to how Endless Scars had held the #1 position on the God's Domain experts list in the past and been responsible for numerous miracles, such as defeating Tier 6 God-ranked players as a Tier 5 player, he found the current situation quite reasonable. Only Endless Scars' performance had further excited Diverging Phoenix and Sandbone. The fact that Samsara and the others had leveled so quickly in the side temple was astonishing. But they had never thought that players could increase their overall strength so quickly in the dungeon as well. This only fanned the flames of their desire to obtain the Thunder God's secret key. "Kill them! We need to kill them no matter the cost," Diverging Phoenix shouted as she focused on Samsara. The woman then began to cast the strongest spell in her arsenal. Sandbone, on the other hand, charged towards Samsara. With Diverging Phoenix's command to go all out, the 20 blood guards revealed maddened expressions as the dark fog around them grew more intense and their auras grew stronger. These players' figures blurred as they rushed at Shi Feng and his teammates. Suddenly, the blood guards were at least 30% faster, and their reaction speeds had improved drastically. The blood guards could now deflect Endless Scars' attacks, and some of them even had the leeway to dodge. How has their movement speed and reaction speed risen so much? Endless Scars could feel that these blood guards had suddenly become much stronger, especially regarding their physiques. Crap. These blood guards weren't this strong when we fought them earlier. The various superpowers experts who had moved to reinforce Shi Feng's team revealed grim expressions as the blood guards became even more of a challenge. Humiliation, anger, powerlessness. The majority of them were flowing Water Realm experts, and a few were even Void Realm experts. Even the various superpowers would have to be cautious around them in the outside world, and yet these blood guards had only been toying with them during the previous fight. In a split second, the blood guards had reached Samsara and his melee comrades. However, Samsara and his team were no weaklings. Now that they had reached level 81, their epic equipment had improved as well. Including the Thunderbolt gemstones they wore, their basic attributes were only slightly lower than the blood guards, and with their combat standards, they had no issues facing the blood guards in one-on-one combat. They could even take on 2 at once, albeit barely. Naturally, Shi Feng had an overwhelming advantage against these blood guards. He was level 85, 2 minor thresholds above the level 77 blood guards, and he currently had multiple fragmented legendary items on him. Even though his tier had been reduced to 0, his basic attributes were leaps and bounds higher than the blood guards. As a result, Shi Feng practically sent a blood guard flying with every swing of his blade. Shi Feng didn't even take damage when 6 blood guards had ganged up on him. On the contrary, the 6 blood guards continuously lost HP as they clashed with Shi Feng. If the Flower of Seven Sins healers hadn't frantically cast their healing spells, the 6 blood guards would have fallen after exchanging a few moves. Even so, Shi Feng still found an opportunity to activate Flame Burst and kill 2 of the blood guards instantly. His display was even fiercer than Endless Scars, and the remaining blood guards felt an immense pressure weigh on them after witnessing his performance. Is Black Flame even stronger than the rumors made him out? It looks like they can kill these blood guards even without our help. The various superpowers experts were at a loss for words as they watched Shi Feng and his team overwhelmed the blood guards. They finally realized why Zero Wing openly dared to provoke multiple superpowers. With such a powerful team, Zero Wing certainly qualified to do so. Meanwhile, when Ruthless Sky and the various superpowers' other experts eventually joined the fray, the blood guards steadily lost their advantage. Phoenix, at this rate, it'll be our lives on the line. The blood guard's stamina won't last much longer. Sandbone, who pinned down Burning Sea, shouted to Diverging Phoenix. The blood guard's transformation was already a heavy burden on their stamina. Now that they had improved their physiques further, their stamina consumption rate had reached frightening levels. This was why these blood guards avoided casually using this move. "I know," Diverging Phoenix growled back. She couldn't help but grind her teeth in fury as she glared at Shi Feng. "Black Flame, I'll admit that you're quite impressive to push us this far, but this ends here." Diverging Phoenix pulled a piece of parchment from her bag space. It looked like a relic, but the moment she revealed this parchment, its energy pulled everyone's attention to it. The parchment radiated horrific divine might that made everyone's bodies feel heavier. Moreover, the parchment transformed its surrounding space into its own territory, and the Thunder God's secret land's rules no longer applied within the affected area. Diverging Phoenix began to chant an incantation, and skeletal warriors in exquisite armor wielding all sorts of weapons began to emerge from the void. The skeletal warriors' equipment had been engraved with magic runes, and every piece shared a similar pattern, based on the equipment's glow. It was obvious that these undead creatures wore epic set equipment, far better than many of the peak experts present. After 3 short seconds, a total of 12 skeletal warriors had surrounded Diverging Phoenix. Heroic Warrior, Undead, Tier 3 Berserker King, Level 88, HP 28 million, how is this possible? Everyone gasped when they saw the heroic warriors. The Thunder God's secret land did not permit players to use tools, yet Diverging Phoenix had done just that. Moreover, she hadn't just summoned ordinary monsters. These creatures rivaled NPCs and Tier 3 NPCs at that Black Flame. I really hadn't expected you to force me to use this trump card, but no matter how much stronger you've grown in the side temple, it means nothing before the Flower of 7 Sins. Diverging Phoenix hissed as she glared daggers at Shi Feng. The tool she had just used wasn't an easy one. Once she activated the parchment, she would be cursed, and her soul would enter a weakened state for a long time, preventing her from improving herself. After her comment, Diverging Phoenix ordered her heroic warriors to slay Shi Feng and his comrades. Is that so? Glancing at the 12 heroic warriors, Shi Feng retrieved the Thunder Eagle's summoning flute and blew in it. Chapter 209, Powerful Flying Mount. Chapter 209, Powerful Flying Mount. The moment Shi Feng blew into the flute, a gigantic silver magic array manifested above him. After a few seconds, a 10-meter-tall eagle with light blue feathers emerged, surrounded by dancing arcs of electricity. The eagle announced its arrival with a deafening screech that echoed throughout the area around the Thunder Temple, and intense pressure bore down on every player in the area, even forcing the heroic warriors that charged at Shi Feng's group to pause for a moment. Even the heroic warriors charging at Shi Feng's group could not help but stop momentarily. What? Black Flame can summon a monster too? I thought tools couldn't be used in the Thunder God's secret land? Level 100? Crap. Black Flame summoned a level 100 Great Lord? What's the point of summoning a level 100 Great Lord? The Flower of 7 Sins has 12 level 88, Tier 3 undead. Although Shi Feng's ability to summon such a high-leveled monster surprised the various superpowers experts, they inwardly shook their heads. Level 100 was a very high level, but the Thunder Eagle was only a Great Lord. Even if it was individually stronger than the heroic warriors, there was a limit to its strength. At most, it could take on 2 or 3 heroic warriors simultaneously. Meanwhile, the remaining heroic warriors would work alongside the Flower of 7 Sins members to slay the rest of them. When Samsara and his teammates saw the Thunder Eagle, however, shock and envy filled their hearts. They had never thought that the Flying Mount would start out as a Great Lord. It was far stronger than what land mounts started as. Not only could Shi Feng use his Thunder Eagle as aerial transportation, but it could also serve as a true combat companion. Even after reaching Tier 3, the Thunder Eagle would be useful. In comparison, current land mounts could only assist ordinary experts and weaker players. They were simply excess baggage to experts of their caliber. So, this is a flying mount? I'll need to get one for myself later. Endless Scars inwardly swore as she gazed up at the Thunder Eagle. The rest of the team shared her silent sentiment. The Thunder Eagle's Tier 3 combat power could help them accomplish many things that had been impossible before. Black Flame, it seems you're at your wit's end. Do you really think one Great Lord can save you? Diverging Phoenix laughed when she saw the Thunder Eagle. Since you think that's the case, you can bear witness to the power of my heroic warriors. Diverging Phoenix controlled 6 of her heroic warriors to attack the Thunder Eagle, while she sent the remaining creatures after Shi Feng and the others. Diverging Phoenix is being quite cautious. Sending 6 heroic warriors after that eagle, the creature is doomed now. Melody, who saw this from afar, could not help but despair. The sacred temple had uncovered some information regarding heroic warriors. Heroic warriors weren't like ordinary monsters, they were more akin to NPCs. They had their own skills and spells, and when enough of them worked together, the heroic warriors could exhibit even greater combat power. 6 cooperating heroic warriors could even take down a Grand Lord of the same level. Although the Thunder Eagle was 12 levels higher than the heroic warriors, its basic attributes should, at best, be on par with a level 88 Grand Lord. It wouldn't be of any help to Shi Feng. Just one Great Lord? Shi Feng chuckled at Diverging Phoenix's comment. You sure are taking a level 100 monster lightly. In that case, I'll show you how immense the difference is. Shi Feng immediately instructed his Thunder Eagle to attack the approaching heroic warriors. With a flap of its massive wings, the Thunder Eagle sent hundreds of lightning bolts arching toward the 6 heroic warriors, reacting quickly. The heroic warriors tried to activate skills to defend themselves. Boom, boom. In the next moment, all 6 heroic warriors were thrown over 20 yards away, their bodies scorched black. They lost over 2 million HP in the process. The Thunder Eagle screeched again as it transformed into a blue lightning bolt and shot towards its targets. The flying mount was incredibly fast, practically crossing 100 yards in an instant, as it crashed into the 6 heroic warriors that were about to attack, sending all 6 Tier 3 undead flying another 20 yards back. The heroic warriors were utterly powerless against the Thunder Eagle. For a time, the various experts were dumbfounded. These powerful NPC-like Tier 3 heroic warriors were little more than helpless children before the Thunder Eagle, which was the same tier. Impossible! My heroic warriors are Tier 3, Diverging Phoenix shouted in shock as she watched the summoned creatures suffer an absolute disadvantage. Both the heroic warriors and Thunder Eagle were Tier 3, so how could the gap between them be so large? That flying mount is too powerful. I'll have to get one for myself when I return. Burning Sea could barely stop his jaw from hanging open as he watched the Thunder Eagle's performance. How was this a great lord? The Thunder Eagle was almost stronger than Grand Lords. It was nearly as powerful as a mythic monster. Big Brother Black Flame, you must treat us to a meal after we get out of here. Happy Art said, her eyes glued on the Thunder Eagle. She had known that flying mounts were powerful, but she had never dreamed that they would be this powerful. If she had a Thunder Eagle as her companion, she could easily solo Grand Lords out in the fields. Sure, no problem, Shi Feng replied, chuckling. Every 50 levels was a major threshold in God's domain. Not only would players' weapons and equipment undergo a qualitative transformation, but monsters would grow stronger as well. Meanwhile, level 100 was the second major threshold in the game, and it was a far greater one than level 50, to be precise. Level 100 was a major turning point when it came to monsters' basic attributes. Everything, including the monster's HP, strength, and agility, would undergo a qualitative transformation. In comparison, there wasn't much of a difference when it came to players' equipment. After reaching level 100, the main God system stopped sheltering players and fully removed its binding on God's domain's monsters. When players in the past had begun to explore level 100 maps, many Tier 2 players had been demoted to commoners. Even killing chieftain-ranked monsters would require full parties or teams of Tier 2 experts, not to mention Lord-ranked monsters. This was why it was so dangerous for Tier 2 players to explore level 100 maps. Normally, only Tier 3 players could afford to roam these areas by themselves. Although the Thunder Eagle was only a Great Lord, its basic attributes were roughly 2 tiers higher than the heroic warriors. It might not be a match for level 88 mythic monsters, but it could rival level 88 Grand Lord-ranked archaic species. How could the Tier 3 heroic warriors possibly be a match for the Thunder Eagle? The first heroic warrior fell after just 20 seconds. The remaining 5 only had half of their HPs remaining as they tried to deal with the Thunder Eagle. The Flower of Seven Sins healers couldn't keep up with the Thunder Eagle's damage. In contrast, the flying mount still had 93% of its HP remaining. the Thunder Eagle's strength and the heroic warriors were on entirely different levels. It was only a matter of time before the feathered creature annihilated the skeletal monsters. "Retreat! Everyone retreat!" Diverging Phoenix commanded, gritting her teeth. It was obvious that the Flower of Seven Sins no longer controlled the situation. Once the Thunder Eagle finished off the heroic warriors, it would doubtlessly set its sights on her and the other Flower's members. In the outside world, they might be able to take it down, but they were in the Thunder God's secret land, where the Thunder Eagle was basically invincible. "Don't think you can get away that easily. You won't leave here alive." As Diverging Phoenix and her people tried to flee into the main temple, Shi Feng activated Windblade and gave chase. He was far faster than his opponents, and once he was within 40 yards of Diverging Phoenix, he activated Instant Strike to appear before the Elementalists, Sword's Transmigration. Diverging Phoenix wanted to defend herself, but her physical control was hanging by a thread since her soul had been weakened. She simply couldn't block or evade Killing Ray in time. Shi Feng's blade bit into the woman, and her HP fell to 0 instantly. Collapsing as she died, she dropped 2 items, a pair of dark gold ranked cloth gloves and the parchment she had used to summon the heroic warriors. Chapter 2210, Ancient Gods Document Fragment. Chaos tore at the Flower of Seven Sins members when Diverging Phoenix had died. Furthermore, the heroic warriors hadn't disappeared when she had died, but without the woman to control them, they had gained their freedom and no longer cooperated. As a result, their combat power plummeted drastically, and the Thunder Eagle had a much easier time taking them out. Realizing that the heroic warriors couldn't even keep the Thunder Eagle distracted anymore, the Flower's members began to panic further, the mindless charge toward the Thunder Temple's main temple. Getting into that main temple was their only hope for survival. The main temple was guarded by Tier 3 temple guards who didn't allow combat between players. This was also why Supreme Sky had been so adamant about blocking the main temple's entrance. He wouldn't have been able to touch Samsara's team if they had made it into the main temple. Shi Feng didn't bother to chase down the fleeing Flower of Seven Sins members, pausing to collect the 2 items Diverging Phoenix had dropped instead. Although he had no interest in the level 75 dark gold equipment piece, it was top-tier equipment for other experts. Most current peak experts might not have a single piece of level 75 dark gold equipment on them. Only monster-level experts like Diverging Phoenix were strong enough to acquire such top-tier items. Current peak experts were only around level 77, and acquiring level 75 dark gold equipment was still a major challenge for the various superpowers. Shi Feng was far more interested in the parchment the Elementalist had dropped than the cloth gloves. Any item that could summon heroic spirits within the Thunder God's secret land was definitely an extraordinary item. At the very least, Shi Feng couldn't think of an item that could do such a thing. The Thunder God's secret land followed the world rules the Thunder God himself had created. Not even fragmented legendary items could break those rules without the Thunder God's permission. Yet this mysterious parchment had successfully done so. Pursuing the remaining Flower of Seven Sins members wasn't worth the risk of losing this mysterious parchment. This is an Ancient Gods literature fragment. When Shi Feng inspected the mysterious parchment and learned its name, he was taken aback. Ancient Gods referred to the earliest gods to manifest. There were rumors that these ancient gods had been responsible for creating the continent of God's domain, but due to war, they had vanished, never to appear again. Any item that was related to an ancient god was a precious treasure. The most famous of the ancient god's many items had to be the Ancient Gods literature fragment. Many guild wars had erupted across entire kingdoms and empires over these literature fragments in Shi Feng's previous life. Every Ancient Gods literature fragment possessed unbelievable power. It was rumored that if one could collect a complete volume, they'd gain devastating power, even enough to fight the gods. This rumor didn't refer to Tier 6 God-ranked players, but true Tier 6 gods. It was also said that some kingdoms and empires had only appeared after the Great Ancient War, created and ruled by those with an Ancient Gods literature fragment. Claiming territory from the world's various races would have been impossible for a human without such power. Shi Feng finally realized how Diverging Phoenix had summoned so many heroic spirits in the Thunder God's secret land, ignoring the Thunder God's rules. Accomplishing such a feat wouldn't have been possible with an ancient god's literature fragment. The ancient gods were far more powerful than the gods that had been born on the continent of God's domain, after all. The Thunder God's world rules simply couldn't contend with a literature fragment an ancient god had created. Shi Feng took a moment to inspect the ancient god's literature fragment carefully. Ancient God's Literature Fragment, page V, epic rank item. An ancient parchment that has undergone the baptism of time, its divine runes remain intact and contain unbelievable power. Skill 1. Summon heroic spirit, sacrifice a portion of the user's soul to summon 12 ancient heroic warriors to do battle. The summoned heroic warriors will be 1 tier higher than the user up to tier 3. Duration: 12 hours cooldown, 5 natural days. A weakened soul cannot conduct the summoning. Skill 2 Soul Absorption. Absorbs the souls of half-dead creatures for a chance to generate a drop of soul essence. Cooldown: 6 hours. Stronger targeted creatures increase the chances of generating soul essence. Skill 3 Soul Strengthening. Consumes soul essence to strengthen a creature's soul. Cooldown: 1 natural day. Stronger targeted creatures require more soul essence for soul strengthening. This item is bound to the owner's soul and cannot be traded or stored in a warehouse. This fragment also has a chance of dropping on death. Drops on death if in a weakened soul state. Amazing. Truly amazing. Indescribable shock and excitement filled Shi Feng as he finished reading the ancient god's literature fragment's attribute panel. It's no wonder why those powers contested over these literature fragments so desperately. If a single fragment can exhibit such power, how much power does a complete volume offer? Summon Heroic Spirit was a godly skill against current expert players. The combat power 12 Tier 3 NPCs wielded would be no trivial matter. If not for the level 100 threshold, the Thunder Eagle would never have been a match for the 12 heroic warriors. However, Shi Feng valued the soul-strengthening skill far more than the Summon Heroic Spirit skill. Current players might not truly understand the importance and meaning of their souls, but as they continued to level up and encountered far more NPCs and monsters, they would figure it out. Without a powerful soul, players had no hope of reaching Tier 5, much less Tier 6. Moreover, the soul-strengthening skill clearly stated that it could be used on creatures. In other words, the skill wasn't limited to players affecting NPCs as well. In NPCs, their souls represented their potential. The stronger an NPC's soul was, the more growth potential it would have. Higher growth potential also meant that NPCs would have an easier time reaching higher tiers. At this stage of the game, personal guards were a common sight. However, there were very few personal guards with high growth potential. Even first-rate guilds would celebrate if they obtained another Secret Silver Guard. First, Secret Silver Guards wielded incredible combat power. If they had level and equipment advantages, they could easily suppress current peak experts. Second, Secret Silver ranked personal guards wouldn't reach a bottleneck when reaching for Tier 3. Once they rose to level 100, they'd have no problem advancing to the next tier. Moreover, they had a chance of reaching Tier 4. At Tier 4, not only would personal guards be a massive help when defending guild towns or cities, but they'd also be meat grinders in large-scale combat. However, obtaining a Secret Silver personal guard was extraordinarily difficult. Even Zero Wing only had 22 Secret Silver Guards, and that was largely thanks to Shi Feng's past knowledge of these guards. Otherwise, Zero Wing wouldn't even have 10 Secret Silver Guards right now. However, obtaining NPCs with high growth potential wouldn't be a problem now that he had the soul-strengthening skill. Secret Silver Guards might be difficult to find, but mysterious Iron Guards were abundantly available. Once he collected enough soul essence, he could nurture a powerful NPC army, reinforcing Zero Wing until it could easily stand up against superpowers. While Shi Feng pondered on the potential of a personal guard army, the battle with the Flower of Seven Sins had come to a close. Over half of the Flower of Seven Sins players had died in the battle, and every one of them had been a cadre member in the organization. Furthermore, 15 of the 20 blood guards had died. It was a tremendous loss to the Flower of Seven Sins. The organization would most likely need a long time to recover. Meanwhile, the various superpowers would have long since stabilized their positions in the Thunder God's secret land. Big Brother Black Flame, the blood magic seal has lifted, and the superpowers people have entered the temple. We should hurry in as well. Happy Art ecstatically reported as the barrier around them faded. The Thunder Temple's main temple was the most important location within the Thunder God's secret land. It was also their team's true goal. If the side temple had so many awesome items to offer, she couldn't even imagine what waited in the main temple. "All right, let's move out then," Shi Feng said, nodding. Chapter 2001, Sacred Land. Chapter 2211, Sacred Land. Walking into the Thunder Temple's main temple was like entering a bustling shopping mall. Rare items and top-tier equipment had been put on display. Even bronze mounts, which were a rare sight anywhere else, were available for purchase. The spectacular view mesmerized these players as they entered the temple. "So, this is the main temple? It's amazing. There's even level 80 to level 100 dark gold set equipment here." Happy Art exclaimed when she saw the equipment displayed on one of the numerous counters. Samsara and the others were similarly thrilled. Experts like them wanted level 80 dark gold equipment now more than anything, but raiding level 80,100-man Hell Mode team dungeons was the only reliable way to acquire such equipment right now. Needless to say, level 80 dark gold set equipment would be even harder to collect. And yet, the Thunder Temple's main temple actually had such high-level dark gold set equipment for a fixed price. One could purchase the complete Phantom Thunder set, a 6-piece level 80 dark gold set equipment, for 300 Thunder Source crystals. Aside from the incredible basic attributes bonuses the set provided, the Phantom Thunder set's set effects were astounding. The 6-piece set effect even increased the wearer's physique and stamina by 30%. Both physique and stamina were incredibly important when players explored high-level maps, even more so than basic attributes. Unfortunately, equipment that improved these two attributes was scarce on the market. However, the Thunder Temple sold such items. The various superpowers experts drooled over the Phantom Thunder set even more than Samsara's group. They gazed upon the set equipment with bloodshot eyes, and some even considered stealing the set. "If we can get our hands on a few dozen of these sets, Vice Temple Master, we'll have no problems capturing one of the fortresses in the Gravity Mountain range," Ruthless Sky reasoned as he gave the Phantom Thunder set an adoring look. Epic equipment did provide significant boosts to players' combat power, but it was just too rare. Moreover, most epic equipment didn't improve stamina and physique, merely providing higher bonuses to players' basic attributes. When exploring new maps, players would perform far better with the Phantom Thunder set than with 6 pieces of epic equipment. As for the Gravity Mountain range, the various superpowers had recently discovered the deadly Forbidden Land. It wouldn't have caused such a stir if the area had only offered abundant resources, but the superpowers had also discovered that the map had a unique aspect. The map was unusually free in that no kingdom or empire had jurisdiction over it. Players could take control of the map as their own territory. The various superpowers had gone crazy over the discovery. Normally, utilizing the territory around a city was enough for a first-rate guild to become immensely wealthy. Even superpowers would be tempted to claim such an area, but now players had discovered that it was possible to take control of an entire map. Moreover, the map in question was particularly resource-rich. The potential profits one could earn from the Gravity Mountain range was unimaginable. Laying claim to the Gravity Mountain range was the equivalent of obtaining a super-miniature kingdom. The area was also surrounded by level 100 maps, which was extremely important to the various superpowers' development. This discovery was also the reason that many of the superpowers hadn't bothered Zero Wing, despite the fact that it maintained ownership of Stone Forest City. After all, this Forbidden Land was far more important than a God Mode regional dungeon. However, the Gravity Mountain range was still a Forbidden Land. Regional dungeons and secret lands simply couldn't compare. Not only was players' stamina consumption amplified in the mountain range, but the mana there was also quite thin. despite the fact that monsters in the bottomless abyss were far stronger than those in the Gravity Mountain Range. The various superpowers teams had a much harder time fighting the mountain range's monsters. Naturally, capturing the ancient fortresses in the Gravity Mountain Range and transforming them into fortified bases would be even more of a challenge. I agree, but what is a Thunder Source Crystal? Melody understood what Ruthless Sky was trying to say. In fact, this was one of the main reasons that the Sacred Temple had visited the Thunder God's secret land in the first place. The Sacred Temple hadn't made any progress in exploring the Gravity Mountain Range, so the Guild had shifted its focus to strengthening its exploration teams. The Thunder God's secret land was the perfect place to do just that. This was an ancient god's secret land, and it would have plenty of valuable items available. However, players needed Thunder Source crystals to purchase any of the items for sale in the main temple. While the various superpowers experts wondered what the Thunder Source crystals were, Samsara and his team found the name familiar. "Didn't that boss drop a Thunder Source crystal?" Burning Sea whispered. "I see. So these items won't be so easy to acquire?" Samsara commented as he nodded to Burning Sea. Somewhat disappointed, he continued. "It seems we'll have to start with the guidance quest." The Thunder Source crystal was one of the items the Naga General, Valenka, had dropped. To be precise, it had come from an item called the Crystal Box. One crystal box only contained a dozen or so Thunder Source crystals, but Valenka had only dropped 2 boxes. After dividing the loot, there hadn't even been enough to give each team member 3 Thunder Source crystals. To purchase the Phantom Thunder set, they'd have to kill all of the side temple's bosses several dozen times. Unfortunately, the dungeon only reset once every 3 days, and current players were helpless against the side temple's bosses. In other words, current players could only gaze longingly at the main temple's top-tier equipment. Of course, Shi Feng had long since gotten used to that. The Thunder Temple within the core of the Thunder God's secret land was a treasure trove. Even Tier 5 players would find tempting items. Not to mention Tier 2 players, however, it would take more than a few days of hard work to afford these items. After browsing the items inside the main temple for a little while longer, Samsara led Endless Scars, Burning Sea, and Frozen Gem to turn in their epic guidance quest on the main temple's 2nd floor. As for Shi Feng and the others, they had only been hired to escort the 3 players and were free to leave and do their own thing. Fortunately, leaving the Thunder God's secret land was quite simple. One just had to use the teleportation array within the main temple. Guild leader Black Flame, I really have to thank you for your help. If not for you, the Flower of 7 Sins would have annihilated us, and we never would have reached the main temple. Samsara expressed his gratitude and admiration. For your remuneration, I am willing to offer an extra 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. I hope that you can accept them. You're being too courteous, Brother Samsara. I was only fulfilling my part of the contract. Shi Feng was at a loss when Samsara offered 10 more bottles. Although Zero Wing didn't lack funds, obtaining a single bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid was excruciatingly difficult, yet Samsara casually handed them out. Guild leader Black Flame, please don't be polite. With your strength, I'd like to trouble you more in the future. Consider the extra bottles as a deposit, Samsara said, shaking his head. Burning Sea and Frozen Gem nodded in agreement with their leader. To experts like them, Shi Feng was far more valuable than the various superpowers. They hadn't realized Shi Feng's strength when he had first shown up, but after witnessing his heaven-defying performance, not taking the chance to befriend him would be a huge waste. Since Sara's intentions to form a relationship were genuine, Shi Feng didn't reject his offer again. Even a super guild would be fortunate to befriend such powerful experts. Even if recruiting these experts were impossible, Shi Feng could hire them to help in the future. God's Domain wasn't a single-player game, and many aspects would require powerful experts. Moreover, it was not very often that Shi Feng met someone as generous and wealthy as Samsara. His ability to hand out dozens of S-rank nutrient fluids was just frightening. Shi Feng, Samsara, and the rest of the party then added each other as friends, promising to reach out if any of them needed help. Once the team disbanded, Shi Feng planned to return to Zero Wing. He had spent quite a bit of time in the Thunder God's secret land, and he still had responsibilities in the guild. Although he hadn't obtained the guild alchemy workshop design, he had acquired an ancient god's literature fragment, so his trip hadn't been a complete waste. In fact, he considered it to have been a profitable journey. Just as Shi Feng turned toward the teleportation hall in the main temple, Happy Art approached him. "Big Brother Black Flame, do you have anything urgent to take care of right now?" Happy Art asked. "Not in particular," Shi Feng replied, shaking his head. "In that case, would you mind joining me to meet with someone?" Happy Art mysteriously asked. "Meet with someone, who is it?" Shi Feng responded, curious about Happy Art's serious expression. "Our 13 Thrones Guild leader," Happy Art answered. Chapter 2012, Shocking Appearance of a Flying Mount, Your Guild Leader. Shi Feng could not help his surprise to hear that the 13 Thrones Guild leader wanted to meet him. 13 Thrones was a super guild. Many superpowers had begun to emerge in God's domain at this stage of the game, but most of them could only rival veteran super first-rate guilds. Some couldn't even manage that. One could count the number of superpowers that rivaled super guilds on one hand. Even among super guilds, 13 Thrones was stronger than average. Although the super guild had been stuck in a corner of the God's Domain continent, far from the continent's richest locations during Shi Feng's previous life, it had nearly been as strong as the 5 great super guilds at its peak. At the time, it had controlled 3 empires and almost 10 kingdoms. "That's right. Our guild leader wishes to meet with you," Happy Art said, nodding. She, too, found the situation surprising. "He told me that he has something that might interest you." She had only reported about what had happened in the side temple and the party's encounter with the Flower of 7 Sins. She hadn't expected her guild leader to request a meeting with Shi Feng. 13 Thrones was a veteran super guild that maintained its rank among the top 10 super guilds. It employed countless experts, and the guild leader was always busy with endless responsibilities. Other superpowers guild leaders would have a hard time arranging a meeting with 13 Thrones guild leader, not to mention core upper echelons or old monsters. And yet, her guild leader had sent this swordsman an invitation, something that might interest me? After giving the matter some thought and ensuring that he didn't have any urgent matters to attend to, Shi Feng agreed. "All right, let's go." It wasn't easy to meet with a super guild's guild leader. Generally, these people operated behind the scenes, issuing a single word to mobilize hundreds of thousands of experts. Moreover, Shi Feng was curious about what this guild leader wanted to discuss. He accompanied Happy Art as they teleported out of the Thunder God's secret land, instantly arriving on an island in the Sea of Death. Several hundred teams, mostly consisting of level 73 and 74 players, were busy grinding the island's monsters. To ordinary players, these people were definitely experts. Shi Feng and Happy Art's sudden arrival instantly attracted many of the team's attention. Where did those two suddenly come from? They teleported here? They dared to come here with just the two of them? Are they tired of living? The island's players chatted as they wondered about Shi Feng and Happy Art. This was no ordinary island, and its monsters were quite powerful. The weakest monster here was a level 75 chieftain, while most were lords and grand lords, and they all typically worked in groups of 100 or more. To make matters worse, the island was astoundingly cold, and without more than 70 ice resistance, players wouldn't survive on the island. Even a 20-man team of expert players would quickly die. Why wouldn't these teams be surprised to see a 2-man team suddenly appear? While the several hundred nearby experts watched Shi Feng and Happy Art, who had hidden their identities and levels out of curiosity, the 2 experts in question ignored them and inspected a map to identify their location. "This is Frostel Island. My guild leader is currently on Dragonheart Island. If we take a bronze speedboat, we should arrive in 8 or so hours," Happy Art said, breathing a sigh of relief when she recognized their location. Due to a lack of teleportation points, travel at sea wasn't as convenient as travel on land. Players could spend 10 hours just to get from one place to another. Fortunately, Frostel Island was in the Sea of Death's inner region, very close to Dragonheart Island. It was too bad she only had a bronze speedboat. A mysterious iron speedboat would get them to their destination a lot sooner, but such speedboats were painfully rare, even in a super guild like 13 Thrones. Normally, they would be assigned to peak experts that focused on naval prowess. Experts like her, who shifted between land and sea, were only given bronze speedboats.
"We're heading to Dragonheart Island?"
Shaking his head, Shi Feng said. "A boat will take too long, and we'll have to deal with plenty of sea monsters. Let's just fly there." After saying so, Shi Feng retrieved the Thunder Eagle's summoning flute and activated it. In the next moment, the 10-meter-tall Thunder Eagle descended from the sky. It looked like a medium-sized passenger aircraft with its massive wingspan stretching across several dozen meters. The Eagle's impressive aura even dwarfed that of the island's great lords. As the Thunder Eagle landed, its wings stirred the air into a small storm that engulfed nearby players. At the same time, these players felt an immense pressure press down on them. "Let's go," Shi Feng said as he hopped onto the Thunder Eagle's back. In God's domain, most land mounts could only carry 2 to 7 people, depending on their strength. The weakest flying mount, however, could carry up to 10 people. An extraordinary flying mount like the Thunder Eagle was capable of carrying up to 20 people at one time. Hearing Shi Feng's invitation, Happy Art nodded and eagerly jumped onto the Thunder Eagle's back. With a flap of its wings, the Thunder Eagle blurred as it left its position. By the time the watching players spotted it again, the mount was several dozen meters above the ground. With its lightning speed, the Thunder Eagle vanished after several seconds. The experts on Frostel Island only snapped out of their daze after the Thunder Eagle was gone. Shocked, they stared at the horizon where Shi Feng and his companion had vanished. Crap, that was a flying mount. It's the rumored flying mount. I must be seeing things. How can those two have a flying mount when the various superpowers haven't even found one? Were they NPCs? Nonsense. I used an advanced identification skill on them before they left. I couldn't see any of their information, but I did see player markers above their heads. They are definitely players. So that was a flying mount. Amazing. Truly amazing. Our land mounts are no more than turtles compared to that eagle. That eagle looked so cool. I'll have to get one flying mount for myself someday. The expert players on Frostel Island quickly published the situation on the Sea of Death's official forums, starting a heated discussion about the two players' identities. Since the forum post had included pictures and video of the flying mount, it quickly became a hot topic. Most ordinary experts were still searching for a bronze mount of their own. They could only dream of riding a mysterious iron or secret silver mount. Only large guilds' upper echelons might own such a high-quality mount, and not even first-rate guilds were guaranteed to have a fine gold mount. Yet, they had just witnessed a flying mount. With the ability to ignore terrain, flying mounts were even faster than epic land mounts. Moreover, they had all seen the Thunder Eagle's speed. With such a fast mount, traveling across God's domain wouldn't be a problem. When the various superpowers received news of the Thunder Eagle, the matter became a sensation. They frantically began to search for the identities of the Thunder Mount's riders. Chapter 22013, 12 Holy Swords. Chapter 22013, 12 Holy Swords. I want this matter investigated. Find out who those people are. Once you learn their identities, figure out how they got that flying mount. They came from Frostel Island. They should still be in the area. Notify everyone there to search for those players and report back when they find them. Once the various superpowers found out about the Thunder Eagle, they poured manpower into investigating the flying mount. Its appearance had stirred the previously peaceful Sea of Death to life, while the various superpowers searched frantically for the Thunder Eagle. Sandbone, who had just escaped the Thunder God's secret land, received news of the flying mount as well. Isn't this the monster Black Flame had summoned? Sandbone stared at the pictures he had received in shock. It's actually a flying mount? As an Apex expert, he knew just how valuable a flying mount was in God's domain. Apex experts often found resource-rich areas when exploring the continent, but since they were so far from civilization, these players couldn't exploit these regions. However, they could increase their harvests by several-fold if they had a mount. exploring regions that other players couldn't reach. Needless to say, their leveling speed would substantially increase as well. The main reason that players' leveling speeds decreased as they reached higher levels was due to the fact that high-level maps were very far away from teleportation points, and building or relocating a guild town was easier said than done. Boss Sand, why don't we publicize this matter? Even if we do nothing, the various superpowers will take Black Flame out if they know that he is the one riding that flying mount, the level 77 assassin suggested from beside Sandbone. Now that they had discovered the existence of flying mounts, the various superpowers would stop at nothing to find their own. Their players' leveling speeds and ability to gather resources would skyrocket with a flying mount. It was the perfect opportunity for these superpowers to gain an advantage over their rivals. If they found out that Black Flame was the Thunder Eagle's owner, they would go after him. "No, we mustn't let anybody know about this," Sandbone said, shaking his head. "This is a good opportunity for us." "An opportunity?" The level 77 assassin asked in confusion. "Your idea might be useful if that were an ordinary flying mount, but Black Flame had summoned it within the Thunder God's secret land. Only tools from within the secret land will work there, and Black Flame hadn't summoned the eagle before entering the side temple. Had he done so, his team wouldn't have fled from us," Sandbone said, chuckling. "Do you know what that means? It means that Black Flame obtained the flying mount from the side temple," the level 77 assassin answered, his eyes glowing with excitement. "Correct, and the various superpowers don't know that yet. The few superpowers teams inside still can't communicate with their guild members outside of the Thunder God's secret land. They likely don't know that the eagle Black Flame summoned is a flying mount," Sandbone said, sneering. "Black Flame may have disrupted Brother Sky's plans, but he led us straight to a flying mount's origin. We need to secure the side temple before other powers figure this out. Then we can take our time with Black Flame and Samsara's group." Sandbone had witnessed the Thunder Eagle's strength personally. Not even the 12 Tier 3 heroic warriors had been a match for it. If the Flower of Seven Sins could acquire a few Thunder Eagles of their own, no one could stop the organization within God's domain. While entering the Thunder God's secret land was a challenge for the various superpowers, it wasn't hard for the Flower of Seven Sins. Sandbone immediately contacted Supreme Sky to inform him of the situation. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's Thunder Eagle hovered above the sea near Dragonheart Island. He had Happy Art summon her bronze speedboat to carry them the rest of their way. The Thunder Eagle was too eye-catching to fly directly to the island. It would almost certainly attract trouble. Dragonheart Island was, after all, a hub for the various superpowers. As Happy Art watched the Thunder Eagle vanish, she couldn't help her disappointment that she hadn't gotten to ride it for a while longer. Aside from the wonderful feeling of soaring through the sky, the flying mount's speed was awe-inspiring. Thanks to the Thunder Eagle, the trip that would have taken 8 hours by bronze speedboat had lasted less than an hour. With such speed, she could visit any leveling spot she wanted. After a moment, Shi Feng and Happy Art reached Dragonheart Island's port. Easily several hundred ships floated at the docks, and bronze speedboats were a particularly common sight. There were even more than 20 extremely rare sailboats. The entrance to Dragonheart City lay beyond the port. Majestic walls, over 100 meters tall, surrounded the city, and the lowest level player they saw entering or leaving was level 75. Moreover, most of these players were experts from the various superpowers. Some experts who had just arrived were shocked by what they saw. As the only large-scale democratic NPC city in the Sea of Death, Dragonheart City was a forest of unique monumental buildings. Occasionally, players could even spot flying ships as they glided through the sky above. NPCs of various races, such as half-orcs, half-elves, naga, and dwarves, roamed the city streets. The majority of these NPCs were merchants carrying massive backpacks or driving freight wagons. These NPCs hawked their wares all over the city. If one paid close attention to the NPC merchants' comments, they'd learn that many of the items for sale were unique, not available elsewhere. Most of these merchants' stocks, in fact, included incredibly rare, valuable items. Some NPCs even sold mysterious iron mounts and holy fruit, which could permanently increase a player's attributes. Players could even buy Tier 3 slave guards, much of what they saw sorely tempted players who were new to the city. Unfortunately, these NPCs did not accept the human race's coins as currency. They only accepted ancient coins. Without ancient coins, surviving in Dragonheart City was nearly impossible. The ancient coin was a type of currency that had been used since ancient times. The mana these coins carried made them different from ordinary coins, and when players collected a certain amount, they could even increase the mana density around them. However, actually acquiring ancient coins was an extreme challenge for players. Even Zero Wing struggled to earn ancient coins. After Happy Art guided Shi Feng through the city for about half an hour, they arrived before an advanced bar named Dragon Blood. Passers-by marveled at the two for their assumed wealth when Shi Feng and Happy Art entered the tavern. Everything in Dragonheart City cost ancient coins, and the products and services that Dragon Blood offered were particularly expensive. The cheapest fruit wine the bar sold cost 10 ancient coins per bottle. Expert players like themselves couldn't even earn that much after 2 days of questing in Dragonheart City. Once they entered the bar, Happy Art led Shi Feng to one of the top-floor rooms. When they entered the room, they were greeted by a young, white-haired swordsman in white clothes who sat by the window, enjoying a glass of wine. Aside from the young man's name, Shi Feng couldn't see any of his information. Despite sitting there quietly, the young man felt like the most important thing in the room. Amazing. So, this is Melancholy, 13 Thrones Guild leader? Shi Feng inwardly exclaimed as he watched the youth before him. Although he could not see Melancholy's level or equipment, the man felt dangerous. Shi Feng also spotted something familiar on Melancholy's body. That weapon was the reason that Melancholy had risen to fame in God's domain, the sacred dragon's blade. The sword was a bona fide fragmented legendary weapon and one of God's domain's 12 holy swords. It was leagues stronger than Fire Dance's 1,000 transformations. Someone else stood in the room as well, and Shi Feng was very familiar with this player. Starling's guild leader, Lu Xinglu, Chapter 2214, meeting Lu Xinglu again. Chapter 2214, meeting Lu Xinglu again. Why is he here? Shi Feng could not help his surprise as he looked at Lu Xinglu. Lu Xinglu was an insufferable young master. Before entering God's domain, he most likely hadn't even been aware of the superpowers that existed in the virtual gaming world. Needless to say, he wouldn't have had any relations with the super guilds in the virtual gaming world, much less the guild leaders of super guilds. Shi Feng found it incredible that Lu Xinglu was acquainted with Melancholy. Melancholy was extremely secretive with his movements. Let alone someone like Lu Xinglu, even the guild leaders of other super guilds had a very difficult time meeting with him. Although Lu Xinglu was the heir of the Starline Corporation, he did not actually hold much authority. In comparison, Melancholy had direct control over 13 Thrones. Not only was 13 Thrones itself a major corporation, but the guild also received the full support of multiple major corporations. Melancholy was someone with true power, someone leagues above Lu Xinglu. Comparing Lu Xinglu with Melancholy was akin to standing a child beside an adult. Even if the child was dressed luxuriously, a child was still a child. Moreover, Starlink had always focused its development in the Dark Knight Empire, whereas 13 Thrones' development was in a far corner of the continent. The two guilds' bases of operations were extremely distant from each other, giving them no opportunity to come into contact. Now, however, Lu Xinglu was actually sitting in the same room as Melancholy. Shi Feng found this situation truly surprising. Meanwhile, the originally calm atmosphere inside the room suddenly became tense with Shi Feng's appearance, as Lu Xinglu started glaring at him hatefully. However, similar to Shi Feng, Lu Xinglu was also surprised to see him here. In Lu Xinglu's opinion, Shi Feng was merely the guild leader of Zero Wing. Even if Shi Feng was strong, the man was just a slightly stronger ant. He and Shi Feng stood on entirely different levels. Although Zero Wing currently possessed the ability to provoke superpowers, that was merely due to Stone Forest City's existence. The number of experts in Zero Wing was extremely low. The guild itself did not have any noteworthy strength at all. Once Stone Forest City's advantages disappeared, Zero Wing's days would be numbered. Now, however, Shi Feng had actually appeared in this venue. Meanwhile, when Melancholy looked at Shi Feng, surprise briefly flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly calmed himself and took the initiative to greet Shi Feng. Guild Leader Black Flame, please sit. What's going on here? Lu Xinglu was further confused when he saw Melancholy greeting Shi Feng first. Previously, when he had been conversing with Melancholy, the latter had consistently maintained an indifferent attitude. On the other hand, Melancholy's attitude toward Shi Feng actually contained a trace of friendliness. Since Melancholy had taken the initiative to greet him, Shi Feng responded with a nod and went straight to business, asking, "Guild Leader Melancholy, may I know your reason for calling me here?" "Just like Happy Art has said, you really are a straightforward person," Melancholy said, chuckling. He then pointed at the city outside the window and asked, "Guild Leader Black Flame, may I know your thoughts on Dragonheart City?" "A sacred land for commerce," Shi Feng answered after pondering the matter. During his previous life, Dragonheart City was one of the strongest commercial cities in God's domain. Every inch of land here had been worth its weight in gold as one of the main areas of activity for Tier 3 naval players. The resources available here were much more abundant compared to what Thunder Island had. Not to mention, Dragonheart City was the sole large-scale free NPC city in the Sea of Death. Unlike the NPC cities on the main continent, Dragonheart City was a place where players could become king. Of course, this did not mean that players could capture it. Instead, players had the option to purchase it. Every construction in Dragonheart City, including the auction house, City Lord's Mansion, Teleportation Hall, and other key constructions, could be purchased so long as one had the money to do so. Players could do anything they wanted with the construction they purchased. They could even demolish the original construction and build another construction of their choosing. Moreover, Dragonheart City was also home to the famous World Tower. The World Tower was a place that the mainstream powers in God's domain would keep an eye on. When compared to the World Tower, the value of other world gates was insignificant because one could find super rare epic materials inside the World Tower and even the main materials needed to produce fragmented legendary items. Due to this reason, Dragonheart City had become one of the strongest commercial cities during Shi Feng's previous life. At its peak, the city's commercial influence had surpassed even that of an empire. "That's right, this place will become a sacred land for commerce." Melancholy nodded approvingly. He never thought that Shi Feng would be so on point with his answer. Smiling, he continued, "May I know if Guild Leader Black Flame is interested in setting up a shop here?" "Setting up a shop here?" Shi Feng looked at Melancholy in confusion. If possible, he really wished to set up a shop in Dragonheart City. Unlike the player shops in ordinary NPC cities, those in Dragonheart City could do business with the NPCs of other races. Meanwhile, Dragonheart City hosted a very large number of foreign races, far more than even Thunder Axe City. Obtaining epic materials and ancient designs was much easier here. In the entire God's domain, there were only a handful of NPC cities capable of rivaling Dragonheart. Hence, Dragonheart City's shops were incredibly valuable. However, setting up a shop here was not an easy task. Even Zero Wing couldn't do so right now since all shops in Dragonheart City utilized only ancient coins as currency. Ancient coins were different from ordinary coins. Not only were ancient coins difficult to obtain, but exchanging them was also a big problem. Unlike ordinary coins, ancient coins were not automatically converted to a higher denomination after a certain amount was collected. The system did not convert ancient copper to ancient silver, or ancient silver to ancient gold automatically. Meanwhile, the merchandise sold in Dragonheart City required specific coins. In other words, items priced in ancient silver could not be purchased using ancient copper. The same was true for items selling for ancient gold. However, items sold for ancient silver could be purchased with ancient gold. The conversion used the official exchange rate, which was a L/100 ratio. Due to this reason, the value of ancient gold was extremely high, even after 10 years had passed in God's domain. Moreover, even the cheapest shop in Dragonheart City cost 8,000 ancient gold, which was not a sum the current Zero Wing could acquire. "That's right, setting up a shop here," Melancholy affirmed. Of course there is a price for this shop. I wish to borrow Zero Wing's strength to capture a fortress in the Gravity Mountain range. As long as we succeed, I'll give you 10,000 ancient gold to purchase a shop in Dragonheart City. Realization immediately dawned upon Shi Feng at Melancholy's words. It was no wonder Melancholy could offer him such remuneration. The Gravity Mountain range was located beneath the World Tower. Not only was the Gravity Mountain range rich in resources, but the fortresses found there were also the main method for the acquisition of ancient gold coins. By securing a fortress there, one could net a profit of 2,000 or 3,000 ancient gold every day. Moreover, as more time passed and the fortress became better equipped, more NPCs of foreign races would visit the fortress, further increasing the fortress's income of ancient gold. Only the fortresses found in the Gravity Mountain range were not easy to capture. Setting aside the countless monsters that resided in these fortresses, just the level 100-plus mythic monsters serving as the guardian boss of these fortresses were sufficient to annihilate any of the current superpowers. Just as Shi Feng was about to reply to Melancholy, Lu Xingluo suddenly frowned and said, "Guild leader Melancholy, aren't you thinking too highly of Zero Wing with our two guilds cooperating with each other? We are almost certain to secure the fortress. Zero Wing is merely lending a little help. Yet you're giving them 10,000 ancient gold? Isn't that a little too much?" Chapter 215, You're Not Fit. Lu Xingluo's words made Melancholy frown for a moment. "What are you trying to say, Guild Leader Lu?" Melancholy asked coldly. He had long since known about the feud between Starlink and Zero Wing. However, as a guild leader, he had to prioritize profits above all. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal profits, which was also why he had invited Shi Feng over for a negotiation. Not only did Shi Feng himself possess the ability to summon the powerful Thunder Eagle, but Zero Wing's combat puppets and tanks were also very suitable for siege battles. The matter regarding the Gravity Mountain Range's fortress was of utmost importance. Although 13 Thrones and Starlink already had an 80% chance of securing the fortress they were aiming for, having a little more insurance would never hurt. Melancholy had never imagined that Lu Xinglu would throw a tantrum over such an important matter. If not for the great personage backing Lu Xinglu, as well as Starlink indeed having the strength to deal with the monsters inside the fortress, and its territory being very far away from 13 Thrones' territory, Melancholy wouldn't have bothered cooperating with Lu Xinglu at all. 1,000 ancient gold should be more than enough. After all, Zero Wing will only play the role of a spectator. Countless other guilds would be willing to accept 1,000 ancient gold to take on such a role, Lu Xingluo said, chuckling as he glanced at Shi Feng. "Don't you think so as well, guild leader Black Flame?" You, Happy Art, who stood at a corner of the room, could not help gnashing her teeth in anger at Lu Xingluo's words. Shi Feng was her guild leader's guest, yet Lu Xingluo was speaking as if he was the one presiding over this business transaction. He was showing 13 Thrones no respect whatsoever. She had personally witnessed Shi Feng's strength. The Thunder Eagle's combat power would definitely increase 13 Thrones' chances of securing the fortress in the Gravity Mountain range. Moreover, she knew what kind of remuneration Samsara had paid Shi Feng. That was several dozen bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid they were talking about, something one could not buy even if they had the money to do so. Although an individual's combat power would indeed have a limited effect in a siege battle, if it became public that 13 Thrones was offering to hire Shi Feng at a price lower than Samsara's, 13 Thrones would definitely be the butt of everyone's jokes. However, before Happy Art could say anything, Shi Feng preempted her, smiling and saying, "What Guild Leader Lu said is indeed correct. It would be very wonderful if a guild could receive 1,000 ancient gold just for spectating, only. I wonder how much a guild that can't even beat a spectating guild should receive." Shi Feng was well aware of Melancholy's habit of developing partners. Meanwhile, it was quite obvious that Lu Xinglu had grasped this point as well. If Zero Wing partnered up with 13 Thrones this time, the relationship between the two guilds would undoubtedly become stronger. Meanwhile, 13 Thrones was in existence far above super first-rate guilds like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul. If Zero Wing received 13 Thrones support, Starlink would definitely have plenty of trouble dealing with Zero Wing in the future. Knowing this, Lu Xingluo naturally couldn't allow the partnership between Zero Wing and 13 Thrones to succeed, even if it meant earning Melancholy's dislike. Not to mention, Melancholy's goal was profits. The man wouldn't dismiss 13 Thrones' partnership with Starlink just because of a little dislike. Hence, Shi Feng couldn't allow Lu Xingluo to have his way. Moreover, securing a shop in Dragonheart City was a great temptation. Although the value of Dragonheart City's shops was nowhere close to the value of the Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses, the shops were still one of the main avenues of earning ancient gold. However, Zero Wing would need a lot of time to collect enough ancient gold to purchase a shop in Dragonheart City. During this period, Zero Wing would lose out on many opportunities. If it could receive some startup funds from 13 Thrones, earning ancient gold would become much easier later on. Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, Happy Arts silently snickered. The feud between Starlink and Zero Wing was already common knowledge among the various superpowers. Meanwhile, Starlink had suffered not only failure in its multiple attempts to destroy Zero Wing, but even significant losses. Black Flame. Lu Xingluo burst out in rage at Shi Feng's words. Don't think that you're amazing just because you managed to protect your turtle shell. Attacking a fortress requires absolute strength. It is not something that can be accomplished with your little tricks. You think your guild is amazing, right? Why don't we have a true comparison of our guilds? I won't take advantage of your lack of numbers either. We'll each send 10,000 players to fight it out in the Divine Colosseum. If Zero Wing wins, I will no longer doubt Zero Wing's strength and will admit that Zero Wing is qualified to receive that 10,000 ancient gold. If Zero Wing loses, then obediently take your spectator fees. We'll have guild leader Melancholy preside over this match. How about it? Do you dare accept this challenge? Happy Art could not help but curse Lu Xingluo for his shamelessness. Zero Wing had just recently stepped onto the path of becoming a superpower. The quantity and quality of experts Zero Wing possessed were still far from comparable to what an actual superpower like Starlink had. Moreover, at this stage of the game, expert players had long since gotten used to the combat style of God's domain. Everyone's equipment was also continuously improving. Now, it was very difficult for anyone to have an edge in terms of equipment quality. It might be fine if the competition this time was only a 100 versus 100 match. In such a case, Zero Wing would still have a chance of victory. However, in a battle involving 20,000 players, Zero Wing wouldn't even have enough expert players to fill its slots. In contrast, Starlink had a bunch of old monsters and peak experts under its command. It seems he is still too young, Melancholy thought as he turned to look at Shi Feng. However, he did not address Lu Xingluo's words. This was because what Lu Xingluo said was indeed true. Being on the defensive side of a siege battle held a completely different meaning to being on the offensive side. It was much easier to defend a fortified location. Generally, the one on the offensive side had to pay a much higher price than the defensive side to achieve victory. Although Zero Wing could indeed repulse Starlink's forces, its actual strength was still far from comparable to Starlink's. In Melancholy's opinion, Shi Feng's provocation of Lu Xingluo now was a very unwise move. Otherwise, Lu Xingluo wouldn't have had the opportunity to take advantage of Zero Wing's weakness. As for the matter of partnering up with Zero Wing, it was obviously no longer possible this time. After all, if Melancholy allowed Zero Wing to fight Starlink, 13 Thrones' reputation would only suffer. Nevertheless, after all was said and done, Black Flame was his invited guest. He had no choice but to smooth things over and have Black Flame take a step back in this struggle. However, just as Melancholy was about to speak up, Shi Feng looked at Lu Xingluo and replied calmly, "Whether Zero Wing is qualified or not is not up to you to decide, Guild Leader Lu. Moreover, you're not fit to do so either. Since Guild Leader Lu wishes for a fight, let's just fight. Only, I wonder, what do you plan to do if you lose, Guild Leader Lu? Is he insane?" Surprise flashed across Melancholy's face when he heard Shi Feng's reply. At this point, Starlink's strength was already close to rivaling that of super guilds. Moreover, the guild's background was one that even 13 Thrones would not dare to take lightly. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was currently in the limelight of God's domain and had recruited many talented people from the Dark Knight Empire and various other kingdoms. A defeat at Starlink's hands would wash all of the reputation it had accumulated before down the drain. In the aftermath, the loss of this competition might even bring about Zero Wing's thorough demise. "I'm not fit." Lu Xinglu laughed at Shi Feng's reply. "If I lose, I'll give you 10,000 ancient gold 3 days. Don't say that I didn't give you time to gather your men. In 3 days, we'll fight it out in Dark Knight City." "Good. We'll fight in Dark Knight City in 3 days." Shi Feng nodded, following which Shi Feng said his goodbyes to Melancholy before leaving the room. He then returned to Zero Wing's main headquarters in White River City. Before Shi Feng had acquired a flying mount, he indeed had not possessed the confidence to fight Starlink in a frontal confrontation. However, the situation was different now that he had a flying mount. With the Thunder Eagle, he could now visit distant locations that he originally couldn't. 3 days was more than enough for Zero Wing's strength to undergo a qualitative transformation. Chapter 216, Emergence of Talents. Chapter 2216, Emergence of Talents. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. As soon as Shi Feng walked out of the guild residence's teleportation area, he noticed that the guild hall was crowded with players. The bars and restaurants set up there, in particular, were packed with chatting players, the majority of them talking about their recent harvests. When they saw Shi Feng walking out of the teleportation area, they fell silent. In the next moment, however, everyone went into an uproar. "Guild leader! It's the guild leader!" The guild leader actually came to White River City's residence. The guild members present were all excited to see Shi Feng, and everyone started greeting him. To Zero Wing's members, their guild leader was a true legend. Not only was he Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert, but he had also personally established Zero Wing and developed it into the kingdom's #1 guild. Now, Zero Wing was even being recognized as a pseudo-super first-rate guild, and it was only a matter of time before it became a real one. Nowadays, Zero Wing was the most famous guild in Star Moon Kingdom and the neighboring kingdoms and empires. If one mentioned Zero Wing's name in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, the Twin Towers Kingdom, and the Black Dragon Empire, the guilds and powers of these countries would react with awe and fear. Moreover, after Zero Wing secured its hold over Stone Forest City, countless experts had started fighting to join Zero Wing. At this point, Zero Wing's expert count had long since surpassed that of first-rate guilds by leaps and bounds. The average level of Zero Wing's expert players was also shooting up, thanks to the bottomless abyss. Due to these positive developments, the guild was also making rapid progress in team dungeons, and its inventory of weapons, equipment, and resources had expanded considerably now. Zero Wing was inferior only to the various superpowers. However, compared to the superpowers, the conditions to acquire the weapons and equipment inside Zero Wing's guild warehouse were much looser. Most importantly, the top-tier crystal light set, dark gold set equipment that could be used up to level 80 was exclusive to Zero Wing. "Guild leader, you're back." When Aqua Rose came across Shi Feng, she quickly reported, "During the time you were absent, the guild has been developing rapidly. We have recruited many Refinement Realm experts. After including the Lost Town's special training and the complete Refinement Realm legacy we obtained, we now have 86 Refinement Realm experts. The S-rank nutrient fluids you brought back also allowed quite a few of us to break through. Now we have 7 Flowing Water Realm experts in the guild." When Aqua Rose spoke, her voice bubbled with excitement. Refinement Realm experts were far stronger than ordinary experts, although God's domain provided the perfect environment and tools for players to train themselves. The number of experts capable of reaching the Refinement Realm standard was still extremely low. At this stage of the game, even first-rate guilds had only a handful of Refinement Realm experts, much less Flowing Water Realm experts. Logically, even if Zero Wing had the support of all these tools, it shouldn't have many people reaching the Refinement Realm and Flowing Water Realm. Hence, Aqua Rose found this outcome truly unbelievable. Now, after including the Domain Realm expert Yan Tianxing and Void Realm expert Yi Luofei, Zero Wing possessed a considerably dazzling array of experts. Although the overall strength of Zero Wing's top-tier combatants currently could not rival that of superpowers, the Guild had already gained a portion of the strength necessary to face superpowers in a frontal confrontation. We already have so many refinement realm experts. Shi Feng was also surprised by this outcome. He had been gone for only 2 weeks or so. Before he left, the Guild had only a little over 30 refinement realm experts. Now that number had actually more than doubled. Zero Wing's rate of improvement was simply terrifying. This is mostly thanks to our Guild being at its peak. Previously, many members had been stuck at the half-step refinement realm standard. Now that we have the bottomless abyss and a complete refinement realm legacy, many finally managed to cross the threshold. In addition, this growth spurt isn't over yet. I believe that in a few more days, the number of refinement realm experts our Guild has will increase to 100, Aqua Rose said confidently. At that time, our dungeon raiding and map exploration ability will not lose out to those superpowers anymore. As long as Zero Wing had 100 refinement realm experts, it could form 100-man teams to raid the truly top-tier dungeons and even explore the bottomless abyss's second floor. Raiding powerful field bosses wouldn't be a problem anymore, either. Now, Zero Wing could also take advantage of the resources the various superpowers had been monopolizing all this time. "No, we have enough already," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "Have everyone gather. I'm forming a 100-man exploration team." Zero Wing's development speed truly exceeded his expectations. Originally, he thought that he would have to wait another month or two before the Guild would have so many refinement realm experts. Now, he was even more confident of defeating Starlink in the upcoming competition. Exploration? Aqua Rose fell into a daze momentarily when she heard Shi Feng's words. However, she quickly snapped out of it and said excitedly, "Wonderful! I'll contact them immediately." Zero Wing's members had been eagerly awaiting the day when they could explore high-level maps. Previously, they could only watch as the various superpowers explored these maps and collected all sorts of top-tier equipment and treasures. Although Zero Wing had the crystal light set, after all was said and done, the set equipment was useful only to plate armor classes. The equipment standards of Zero Wing's cloth and leather armor classes were still far from comparable to that of the superpowers. Zero Wing also did not possess as many powerful tools as the superpowers. After merely 30 minutes, all the players Aqua Rose contacted had gathered in White River City's Guild Hall. Of the assembled players, the majority were at level 75, and even the weakest piece of equipment on them was level 75 fine gold rank. This would definitely be considered top-tier equipment in the outside world, and even the main force members of first-rate guilds would envy these players. After all, most guild experts had just reached level 75 recently. Obtaining level 75 top-tier equipment was still incredibly difficult. Guild Leader, which location are we going to explore? The bottomless abyss's second floor? Blackie asked when he saw the gathered players. He had been to the bottomless abyss's second floor before, and the drop rate of equipment and treasures there was on a whole new level compared to the first floor's drop rate. The quality of the loot was also much higher. Killing any random field boss would net level 75 dark gold equipment with absolute certainty. It was even rumored that some superpowers had obtained individual parts of level 75 dark gold set equipment from these field bosses. However, the monsters on the second floor were not only extremely powerful, but also endless. Unless players could simultaneously raid a field boss and deal with an endless stream of mobs, survival was almost impossible. Unfortunately, Zero Wing did not have the strength to survive on the second floor right now. At this point, only the various superpowers did. Hence, both Blackie and everyone else present had been looking forward to the day when they, too, could set foot onto the bottomless abyss's second floor. "No, we're not going to the bottomless abyss," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Smiling, he continued, "We're going to the level 100 neutral map, the Endless Desert." Level 100 was a major turning point in God's domain. The changes didn't apply to just players and monsters, but also maps. It was no exaggeration to say that the resources contained in pre-100 maps and post-100 maps were as different as heaven and earth. The amount of EXP monsters provided, in particular, was a whole magnitude more. Meanwhile, the Endless Desert was a vast desert located in the abandoned land in the main continent of God's domain. Not only was teleportation impossible in the abandoned land, but this map was also located extremely far from any kingdom or empire. Moreover, as a level 100 map, even level 100 Tier 2 experts would have only a 10% chance of survival when exploring the map, even if players went as a team of 100. The reason for this wasn't just the presence of extremely powerful monsters, it was also the poor environment there. Players below Tier 3 would have a tough time surviving there. If Tier 2 experts tried entering the endless desert, death was almost certain, as the monsters there were even more dangerous than the monsters in the bottomless abyss. Of course, this was only true for the endless desert's outer area. The inner area was much safer in comparison. In the past, after mainstream players' levels exceeded 100, many large guilds would frequently power level their low-level members in the endless desert's inner area. To enter the endless desert's inner area safely, one had to either be escorted by a powerful team or be familiar with the terrain there. However, even players familiar with the endless desert's terrain needed to meet stringent strength requirements. At this stage of the game, aside from Shi Feng, nobody else in Zero Wing qualified. Originally, Shi Feng had planned to bring the guild's experts there only after they reached level 95, to help them reach level 100 quickly. However, now that he had obtained the Thunder Eagle, ferrying players into the endless desert's inner area would be a piece of cake. Chapter 2217, Abandoned Land. Chapter 2217, Abandoned Land, we're going to a level 100 map. Zero Wing's gathered experts were dazed when they heard Shi Feng's plan. Current peak experts could only afford to explore level 80 to 85 maps, not because they were incapable of defeating level 90-plus monsters, but because it took so much time and effort to do so. Furthermore, level 90-plus maps were far more dangerous and required more travel time to reach. Higher-level monsters also had a wider perception range. Level 80 monsters would only notice level 75 players within 100 yards, but level 90 monsters would notice a level 75 player from 200 yards away. This made it much harder to avoid unwanted fights. This was why most experts decided against grinding in high-level maps right now. They wanted to, but the endeavor was too dangerous and not worth the effort. Most players didn't even harbor the thought of grinding in level 100 maps. Guild Leader were not even level 80 yet. Won't exploring a level 100 map be a little too risky? Yan Tianxing worriedly asked. The various superpowers have already made more progress in exploring the bottomless abyss than our teams. If we take off to explore a level 100 map, I'm afraid that they'll only widen the gap between us. Yan Tianxing knew that these players were experts among experts, and only the various superpowers would be capable of forming such a powerful 100-man team, but it was too risky to explore a level 100 map. In contrast, the bottomless abyss was perfect for players of their level. It was the best leveling spot for them right now. Everyone is a high enough level already. Shi Feng understood Yan Tianxing's concerns. Chuckling, he said, "Moreover, the area we're going to isn't inferior to the bottomless abyss in the least. Normally, the bottomless abyss was the best leveling spot available for players at this stage of the game, but when one considered level 100 maps, that wasn't the case. Moreover, there were more than 10 superpowers within the bottomless abyss right now, and competition within the dungeon was intense. In comparison, no one currently occupied the endless desert." The team of experts couldn't help their excitement when they heard Shi Feng's insistence. They all trusted his word, and since he was so confident, the map they were heading to definitely offered better resources than the heavily contested bottomless abyss. However, quite a few players were still concerned about the expedition. They were, after all, talking about a level 100 map. The monsters in the area would be the same level at the very least. Even if they wore equipment with the ignore levels mechanic, they could, at most, ignore 10 or so levels. They would still have to cope with more than 10 levels of suppression. But Shi Feng disregarded his team's concerns and led his players to White River City's teleportation hall. He instructed them to travel to the closest teleportation point to the abandoned land, with each person spending a little over 11 gold in teleportation fees. The 100-man team had spent more than 1,000 gold. Even large guilds would ache over the expense. Once they arrived in a remote town, Shi Feng sent everyone to Precipice Valley, a map that bordered the abandoned land with his 7 luminaries rings spatial gate. The team only reached their destination after 4 teleportations. Precipice Valley was a level 80 map, relatively high-leveled for current players. Only superpowers expert teams or first-rate guilds' main forces could survive here. However, since the valley was so far from civilization, players weren't willing to visit the map. As Zero Wing's members stood before the Precipice Valley's great precipice, their expressions darkened. Then all felt an intimidating aura from atop the 1,000-meter-tall cliff. A visible layer of deadly energy enveloped the crag. They felt a stinging pain, even from so far away, as if something were sapping their strength. After a moment, every Zero Wing member was overwhelmed with an intense hunger. They started to shiver as if they had been starved for too long. "Crap! What is this place?" Blackie couldn't help the thread of fear he felt as he stared up at the great precipice. "Guild leader, we're not really going in there, are we?" This was the first time he had felt death linger around him so intensely. If he felt like this as he just stood before the great precipice, he didn't even want to imagine how he'd feel once he moved beyond it. The environment alone was likely more than enough to kill him. This precipice is special. It has an extremely powerful suppression force. "I doubt ordinary Tier 2 experts would survive the climb," Gentle Snow commented, surprised as she rested her hand against the steep stone side. She hadn't thought that Shi Feng would bring them to such a place. She possessed a piece of fragmented legendary equipment and a peak legacy. Her basic attributes were among the best in God's domain right now, yet even she found the idea of climbing this rock face daunting. One could easily imagine the outcome other Tier 2 experts would face if they tried to climb the precipice. That's right. Tier 2 experts have no hope of climbing this cliffside. Anyone who tries will likely fall and die before they reach the halfway point. Shi Feng agreed, nodding. This was the boundary that separated the abandoned land from the outside world. Players couldn't simply enter the abandoned land's outer region on a whim. Chuckling, Shi Feng continued, "However, we don't need to climb up it. I can just take you over." After saying so, Shi Feng summoned the Thunder Eagle. When the Thunder Eagle, which was as large as a medium-sized passenger plane, appeared, Blackie and the others' eyes nearly fell from their sockets. "Goo Guild leader, isn't that a flying mount?" Blackie stuttered. The appearance of a flying mount on Frostel Island had caused a commotion throughout God's domain. Naturally, Zero Wing had paid very close attention to the matter. However, since it had only appeared once on the island, Zero Wing had no way of investigating the situation. The Thunder Eagle that hovered before them, however, looked exactly like the one on Frostel Island, although Blackie had been 99% sure that Shi Feng was responsible for causing the commotion. He hadn't wanted to jump to conclusions. After all, that was a flying mount they were talking about. Everyone in God's domain was going crazy over the discovery. Not only could players soar through the sky with a flying mount, but they could also visit far more maps across the God's domain continent. The rest of the team eagerly stared at their guild leader as well. They wanted to hear the truth from Shi Feng's lips. This Thunder Eagle is indeed a flying mount." Seeing the madness in his players' eyes, Shi Feng couldn't help but nod and laugh. Chapter 2218, Frightening XP. Chapter 2218, Frightening EXP. When Shi Feng confirmed his team's suspicion, they gasped as their faces lit up with joy. "Guild leader, you're so amazing. You actually own the flying mount that has caused such a commotion throughout God's domain. So this is a flying mount." "Guild leader, why didn't you tell us earlier?" Even as Aqua Rose and the others bombarded Shi Feng with questions, they were a little upset that he had hidden the Thunder Eagle from them, only telling them now. Yet, despite their irritation, they couldn't help but rejoice over the fact that their guild leader owned the majestic Thunder Eagle. It was the first known flying mount in God's domain. If news of this spread, even more experts would swarm to the guild's residences to join Zero Wing. Flying mounts were many times rarer than land mounts, and even the most powerful experts would have to get lucky to acquire one. The best way to secure a flying mount was to join a guild that already had one. Naturally, that meant that Zero Wing was Expert's best option as the first guild to obtain a flying mount. Their guild would have more of an advantage when acquiring such mounts. Of course, they had to keep this information contained for as long as possible. Once the various superpowers found out, they would target Zero Wing with even greater ferocity. I'm sure you've all realized the benefits of having a flying mount already. They are difficult to come by. But if any of you pass the Extraordinary Tower's second floor, I'll reward you with one of your own, Shi Feng said, smiling as he saw the desire flash in everyone's eyes. Quite a few of Zero Wing's Refinement Realm experts had already reached the Truth Realm. Unfortunately, they might be considered peak experts in a first-rate guild, but they would still be trivial in a superpower. However, it would be a different story if they reached the Ascension Realm. Once players reached the Ascension Realm, they could effortlessly execute a basic combat technique with every action. Executing advanced combat techniques would also become a lot easier. Moreover, even if one were only in the Refinement Realm, they'd have a high chance of mastering a bronze combat technique once they had entered the Ascension Realm. If a Flowing Water Realm expert entered the Ascension Realm, they'd be able to contend with peak experts with the same basic attributes as long as they had mastered a bronze combat technique. "Are you serious, guild leader?" Fire Dance breathlessly asked. Shi Feng's declaration even moved Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow. Based on what they had learned thus far about flying mounts, they knew how rare they were. The fact that Shi Feng had obtained one was a miracle. Obtaining a second one would likely be impossible. "Of course. When have I ever lied to you?" Shi Feng asked, chuckling at his players' incredulous looks. Flying mounts were incomparably valuable and even rarer than epic items, but he had already spent more than a decade in God's domain. Although he couldn't easily acquire extraordinary flying mounts, he could obtain a common flying mount. In fact, he had originally planned to obtain a common flying mount once he had reached level 100, but now that he had the Thunder Eagle, it would be a lot easier to obtain that common flying mount. Shi Feng's confident tone only motivated his team even more to clear the Extraordinary Tower's second floor. Fire Dance and Violet Cloud were especially inspired since they had already cleared the first floor and had made significant progress on the second floor. They were only a few short steps away from the Ascension Realm. After the conversation, Shi Feng flew the first group of players into the abandoned land. As they crossed the border, they felt a chill wrap around them. Everyone, aside from Shi Feng, who had an extraordinary physique, felt an intense hunger overtake them, including Gentle Snow. They could feel energy leave their bodies, and if they didn't replenish it, they would likely die after 5 or 6 hours. Fortunately, the Thunder Eagle was extremely fast. Although the mount shared the sky with flying monsters as an extraordinary flying mount, the Thunder Eagle's speed was leaps and bounds higher than the level 100+ flying monsters. It easily shook off any monsters it aggroed. After nearly 2 hours, the first group finally arrived at the Endless Desert's inner region. The sand in the inner region was silvery white, and once they entered the area, the first group's hunger eased. Now, advanced food and beverages was enough to restore their lost life energy. However, when Aqua Rose saw the monsters on the ground, her expression darkened. Skeleton Spirit, Undead Lord, level 101, HP 70 million, 70 million throws 70,000. Skeleton General, Undead Great Lord, level 102, HP 180 million, throws 18 million. So, these monsters are over level 100? Yan Tianxing frowned as he gazed at the monsters below. A Lord-ranked Skeleton Spirit already had more HP than a level 80 Great Lord, and its aura even felt deadly to a Domain Realm expert like him. Meanwhile, there were thousands of skeleton spirits roaming the desert below. If they hadn't been flying, they'd already be dead. The skeleton generals in runic, silver armor were even more powerful. Yan Tianxing's instincts screamed at him to run when he sensed their auras. "That's a good spot. We'll grind there," Shi Feng said as he pointed to a nearby sandstone pillar. The sandstone pillar was even larger than a 7-story house, with enough room at its peak to fit 100 players. Fortunately, there weren't a lot of monsters near the pillar, so they didn't have to worry about accidentally aggroing too many. Shi Feng soon landed the Thunder Eagle on the gravel pillar, but when his teammates saw the number of skeleton spirits around them, they were at a loss for words. To defeat a random skeleton spirit, they'd likely need to work as a full 20-man team going all out. These skeleton spirits moved in groups of 10 or more, however. How were they supposed to kill these monsters? While the group was at their wits' end, Shi Feng retrieved the Bible of Darkness and summoned a Tier 3 demon. Shi Feng wouldn't have dared to grind here before reaching level 85. After all, the Bible of Darkness could only summon a demon that was 15 levels higher than he was, and the difference between level 99 and 100 was massive. He would only be asking for a beating if he had tried to send a level 99, Tier 3 demon against a group of level 100-plus lords. However, now that he had already reached level 85, the Tier 3 demons he summoned would be level 100. Although a level 100, Tier 3 demon would have a tough time against a dozen or so level 101 lords. It could manage it with sufficient healing. With the Tier 3 demon serving as the MT, the rest of the team could attack with everything they had, and they wouldn't have to worry about splash damage as long as they remained on top of the sandstone pillar. Once they saw the Tier 3 demon, the team realized what Shi Feng intended even without further explanation. As soon as the demon lured in a group of skeleton spirits and solidified its hold on the monster's aggro, the team bombarded the skeletons. Violet Cloud and the other healers focused on maintaining the demon's HP in the meantime. Since the team members were underleveled, their attacks barely dealt 10,000 damage. Even when they focused on one skeleton spirit, they couldn't deal enough damage to overcome the monster's battle recovery. Fortunately, the Tier 3 demon was quite powerful, and it was only a matter of time before they killed these skeleton spirits. Seeing that his players could handle the situation, Shi Feng returned to Precipice Valley atop his Thunder Eagle. The level 100-plus monsters granted an abundance of EXP when they fell, even more than level 99 Great Lords. Including the bonus EXP everyone received from killing a monster of a higher level. Gentle Snow and the others had leveled up more than once by the time Shi Feng returned with the second group. Their leveling speed stupefied Shadow Sword and the others, who were part of the second batch of players Shi Feng ferried. Before entering the Endless Desert, Gentle Snow and her comrades had been level 77. The amount of EXP they needed to level up was horrific, yet after only a few hours they were very close to level 79. By the time Shi Feng had forayed the entire 100-man team, Gentle Snow and the rest of the first group had reached level 80. Moreover, the team's grinding speed increased as Shi Feng continued to summon more level 100, Tier 3 demons when the Bible of Darkness's Summon Demon skill finished its cooldown. The team's leveling speed didn't slow in the slightest, even after splitting the EXP between more players. Once Shi Feng had summoned 3 Tier 3 demons, he began to challenge the Great Lord-ranked skeleton generals. Even in level 100 maps, Great Lords were relatively rare. They could be considered mini-bosses in level 100 maps, and even Tier 3 experts would have to flee from a one-on-one battle with such a monster. However, by combining the strength of 3 Tier 3 demons, in addition to the effects of Demon Ruler, Shi Feng was able to stand against a level 100 Great Lord. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose and the others could only watch from the sidelines. With the exception of Cola, one of the skeleton general's AoE skills would instant kill any of these team members. Die! Shi Feng activated Divine Providence and landed the final blow on the skeleton general, obliterating the Great Lord's last strand of HP. As a result, many of these zero-wing experts leveled up, and Shi Feng rose to level 86. Meanwhile, the skeleton general dropped about a dozen or so items. Every item radiated a dazzling glow. It was obvious that these items were all extraordinary. Meanwhile, lying among these items was a broken blade, surrounded by a faint, bloody mist. The blade steadily devoured any life energy around it, looking the most conspicuous among the loot. A blood-smelting fragment. Shi Feng was surprised to see the broken blade. Chapter 2219, Level 100, Secret Forging Design. Chapter 219, Level 100, Secret Forging Design, Blood-Smelting Fragment. Everyone grew curious, shifting their focus to the broken blade on the ground when they noticed Shi Feng's surprise. At a glance, it was obvious that this broken blade was extraordinary, but their guild leader didn't usually seem shocked, even when an epic item dropped. "This is interesting. We'll prioritize the skeleton generals from now on," Shi Feng said as he collected the blood-smelting fragment. "Guild leader, is that thing valuable?" Aqua Rose could not help but ask. She had already inspected the blood-smelting fragment's attribute panel, discovering that it was only a common item. Blood-smelting fragment, common rank item, a shattered fragment of a weapon, containing a mysterious energy that absorbs the life energy around it. Although the introductory text mentioned some sort of mysterious energy, the blood-smelting fragment was just junk. It didn't have a use. At most, it could be a collection item. It's extremely valuable. Even the value of all the other items combined don't come close, Shi Feng said, smiling. You shouldn't look down on it just because it is a common item. Even master forgers would go crazy to get their hands on this. An item that master forgers would go crazy for? Aqua Rose grew even more confused. The blood-smelting fragment was only a common item. What relation did it have to master forgers? That's right. There is a chance to extract secret forging designs from this thing, Shi Feng explained. As long as we collect enough fragments, we could even extract advanced secret forging designs. What? Extracting secret forging designs? Aqua Rose exclaimed. Nowadays, subclasses were becoming more important in God's domain. Yet among the various subclasses, the forger subclass stood out. A forger with secret forging designs was treated far differently than those without, enjoying a much higher status. Secret forging designs couldn't be copied, and the items produced possessed extraordinary effects. Take Shi Feng's mana armor kit, for example. Among the many armor kit designs found in God's domain, none could compare to the mana armor kit. Shi Feng's secret forging design was also the reason that Zero Wing had acquired so many advantages over its competition. One could easily imagine how valuable the blood-smelting fragment was if it truly were possible to extract a secret forging design from it. It was no wonder why Shi Feng had been so surprised. Hearing the conversation between Shi Feng and Aqua Rose, realization dawned on the rest of the team. Their faces lit up with excitement and anticipation. Shi Feng simply chuckled when he saw his teammates' reactions. He didn't bother to explain further, instructing everyone to continue grinding skeleton spirits and generals. The secret forging designs that could be extracted from the blood-smelting fragment were not as simple as everyone assumed. The items one could produce with these designs would even be a great help to level 100-plus players. They were on an entirely different level than the secret forging designs players had found thus far. Furthermore, there was the chance of extracting an advanced secret forging design. In the past, any forger that had learned an advanced secret forging design had been treated as well as grandmaster forgers, even within the various superpowers. It didn't matter if said forger was only a master forger. This was because in God's domain, the stronger players became, the less helpful external items would be. However, that was not the case for items produced with an advanced secret forging design. These items would even be useful to Tier 5 players, which were considered upper echelon level experts in the various superpowers, not to mention Tier 3 players. The fact that the skeleton generals had a chance of dropping the blood-smelting fragment completely exceeded Shi Feng's expectations. Normally, only monsters near the abandoned land's core had a chance of dropping these fragments, but not even Tier 3 players could survive in the area. Now that he knew he could collect blood-smelting fragments from the skeleton generals, he had to go all out in hunting them down and collecting as many as he could. That way, he would have a much greater chance of extracting a secret forging design or an advanced secret forging design. The designs within the blood-smelting fragments had been created by the god of war, and every one of these designs would help a master forger create an unbelievable item. It was even rumored that the items could even allow Tier 4 players or below to challenge opponents that were one tier higher. Normally, players could only gain such power, though legendary items. But the items produced with the God of War's top 3 designs would be similarly effective. Even if these effects were limited to Tier 4 players or below, they were still astonishing. If a first-rate guild had one of these designs, it could instantly rise as a superpower and overlord in God's domain. Following Shi Feng's lead, the team went into a frenzy as they searched for and hunted skeleton generals. Fortunately, nobody else had come to explore the endless desert yet. So, despite being mini-bosses, skeleton generals were quite common. The skeleton spirits in the way were the only problem, but Zero Wing's members didn't mind slaying them. With Shi Feng's 3 Tier 3 demons, these skeleton spirits didn't present much of a challenge. They were little more than walking EXP. In addition, the team members activated their berserk skills from time to time, ramping up the team's overall DPS. Most importantly, as Shi Feng continued to level up, his demons grew stronger. Occasionally, Shi Feng would spend some magic crystals to activate Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance to speed up the grinding process as well. After just 2 short days, every member of the team had risen to level 87. They couldn't help their desire to stay here forever after witnessing their leveling speed. As for Shi Feng, he had reached level 90. If he made his level public, the various superpowers would likely faint with anger. Most of the various superpowers peak experts were still far from level 80, yet Shi Feng had reached level 90 so quickly. Even if he only wore level 90 mysterious iron equipment, his basic attributes would be leagues higher than those peak experts. Sure enough, everyone's leveling speed is slowing down. Shi Feng thought to himself as he killed another skeleton general and saw the change to his experience bar. He recognized that it was impossible to get his team members to level 90 before the competition. If he could get Aqua Rose and the others to level 90 and gear them out with epic equipment and level reduction gemstones, they could all use level 100 items. Starlink would then have to beg for mercy. Guild leader, another blood-smelting fragment has dropped, Fire Dance joyfully announced as she snatched up a broken blade from the pile of loot the skeleton general had dropped and handed it to Shi Feng. Another one? Shi Feng could not help his grin as he looked at the broken blade enveloped in a bloody mist. With this, we finally have 10 fragments. Over the past 2 days, they had hunted down skeleton spirits and generals non-stop. They hadn't even logged out to rest. As a result, not only had they gained a lot of levels, but they had also acquired a lot of blood-smelting fragments. The reason Shi Feng had pushed his team so hard was to increase their chances of extracting a secret forging design, which they could only do by obtaining more fragments. According to the various superpowers experimentation, one would have a 20% chance of extracting a secret forging design from 5 blood-smelting fragments. By attempting the extraction from 10 fragments, they'd increase their chances to 30%. With 10 fragments, they also had a small chance of obtaining an advanced secret forging design. Although it was possible to increase the extraction success rate by using more blood-smelting fragments, Shi Feng didn't have much hope of collecting 15 or 20 fragments. He had discovered that only the skeleton general's first spawn had a high chance of dropping blood-smelting fragments, and once they spawned a second time, they wouldn't drop a fragment at all. Unfortunately, there were only so many skeleton generals in the endless desert, and it was simply impossible to collect 15 or 20 fragments. He felt fortunate already to collect 10 fragments. Please let it be a success. Shi Feng prayed as he activated Divine Providence. Although he wasn't sure whether Divine Providence would be of any help, he couldn't care less. He needed all the help he could get. After activating Divine Providence, Shi Feng used Mental Extraction, a skill unique to Master Forgers, on the blood-smelting fragments. Chapter 2220, 28 Blood Refining Designs Elparep, Chapter 2220, 28 Blood Refining Designs Elparep. Under Shi Feng's control, the 10 blood-refining fragments floated into the air and stopped, suspended. The bloody mist grew denser, and a short moment later it flowed away from the fragments and toward Shi Feng. At the same time, the 10 fragments visibly disintegrated. After 5 seconds, all 10 blood-refining fragments had turned into dust, and the bloody mist that lingered around Shi Feng formed a 3-fold magic array. Wonderful! It succeeded. Shi Feng rejoiced as he watched the magic array manifest. Each subsequent layer of the 3-fold magic array was more complex than the last. The first layer was already 3 times more complex than an intermediate magic array, and each subsequent array contained more power. Despite the three magic arrays manifesting with completely different sets of runes, all three felt united and whole. Not long after the threefold magic array completed, a streak of bloody light shot from the array and into Shi Feng's brain. Suddenly, line after line of information swam in Shi Feng's brain. Casting Goldstone Design. One of the God of War's 28 blood-refining designs. The forged lava stone can be merged with a user's main weapon and liberate the weapon's potential. The greater one's mastery with a design, the stronger the casting Goldstone's effects will be. I struck gold. Shi Feng was elated as he took a rough glance at the information. Although he only received a basic blood-refining design, not an advanced one, it was the extremely rare casting design. In God's domain, forgers fell into three categories. The first type focused on weapons and equipment. The second type focused on support items, such as armor kits and whetstones. The third type focused on items that strengthened existing weapons and equipment, such as combat devices. Among the three, the third category's designs were the rarest. Moreover, most strengthening items were temporary, so they tended to be the least valuable of forgers' products. However, the third category forgers were the most popular among the various superpowers. Strengthening items were easier to produce, at higher production rates, and shorter production times than items from the other categories. This made mass producing these items possible. During Shi Feng's previous life, any forger that successfully learned a secret forging design from this category would be treated like a god by the various major powers. Although the blood-refining designs only belonged to the second or third category, there had been less than a handful of players who had learned these third-category designs during Shi Feng's previous life. Shi Feng had never thought that he would acquire a third-category blood-refining design in this life. After a brief, excited moment, Shi Feng earnestly inspected the casting Goldstone's details. The moment he did, however, he was astonished. It's no wonder why the various superpowers and forgers went mad over the three great advanced blood-refining designs back then. If the casting Goldstone is already this powerful, those advanced designs items can allow players to transcend tiers. Shi Feng was inwardly shocked as he read about the casting Goldstone's effects. Although the casting Goldstone could only strengthen players' main weapon, it was not limited to metallic weapons. It could also be used on wood or crystal weapons like staves and bows. Moreover, the strengthening effects were permanent. This category's forged items shouldn't be capable of such a thing, but the God of War had made the impossible possible. The casting Goldstone could accomplish the feat because it didn't strengthen the weapon itself. Instead, it reinforced the connection between the weapon and its wielder, giving the player a portion of the weapon's strength. The amount of the weapon's strength the user could access depended on the quality of the casting Goldstone. The threefold magic array that had appeared before Shi Feng was none other than the casting Goldstone's core. To increase the forged casting Goldstone's quality, one would have to increase their mastery of the threefold magic array. As long as one fully mastered the magic array, the casting Goldstone could double up to a Tier 3 player's combat power. It would even be significantly helpful to Tier 4 players. The casting Goldstone's only flaw was the required materials. Every material needed to produce the casting Goldstone was incredibly rare and valuable, especially the magic molten gold. A single ingot currently cost 20 gold on the market. In total, each production attempt would cost 40 gold or so. With that kind of money, one could purchase a piece of level 70 fine gold equipment. It seems I'll have to research this blood-refining design carefully. Shi Feng could not help his grin as he looked at the casting Goldstone design. He had still felt that the upcoming competition against Starlink would be quite difficult if he relied on Aqua Rose and the others. Starlink was no pushover after all. With the casting Goldstone, however, he was no longer concerned. Ordinary powers might struggle to collect magic molten gold, but for Zero Wing it was a simple task. One word was all it would take for Zero Wing to acquire a stock of magic molten gold from the secret and candlelight chambers of commerce. Needless to say, he could acquire the rest of the required materials through the same routes. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng had everyone return to White River City and get some rest. They hadn't rested for the past 2 days, and Aqua Rose and the others still had plenty of responsibilities in Zero Wing to attend to. The team was a little disappointed that Shi Feng dismissed their grinding session, but it was true that they needed to return to their tasks, following which everyone took out a guild transfer scroll and teleported to their respective bases of operations. Although most teleportation means wares prohibited in the abandoned land, return scrolls and guild transfer scrolls were fortunately an exception. After Aqua Rose and the others left, Shi Feng took out a return scroll and teleported to White River City. He intended to research the casting goldstones production method in the candlelight trading firm. When Shi Feng returned, the city was as crowded as always, only far more guilds occupied the city now than before. As Shi Feng walked through the city's business district, he saw players from several dozen guilds. Many were even from large guilds that were based in other kingdoms and empires. These guilds had gathered in White River City to visit the city's auction house. Since White River City's auction house was linked with the one in Stone Forest City, players could find rare items and equipment that only dropped in the bottomless abyss. The bottomless abyss was the current front line in God's domain. Ordinary expert players coveted the items found in the regional dungeon. Naturally, the various large guilds' members couldn't miss this opportunity. Traveling to the bottomless abyss was a particularly challenging endeavor for players from outside of the Dark Knight Empire, and entering the regional dungeon wasn't easy either. At this point, a team shouldn't even dream of entering the dungeon without 5 ordinary experts. Because of this, White River City had become a hub for the players in the kingdoms and empires neighboring Star Moon Kingdom. This situation instantly transformed White River City into a super large-scale NPC city, with a player population of nearly 20 million. Players from the various large guilds ran to White River City's auction house to purchase items. In addition, Zero Wing hosted and monitored daily bartering sessions for rare items in White River City's auction house, which further enticed the various guilds and expert players. The easiest currency players could earn in God's domain was coins. Powerful players no longer needed coins so desperately. Instead, they needed rare materials and top-tier equipment. However, most people selling these items were generally unwilling to accept coins as payment, seeking items of equal value. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's bartering sessions had made White River City a hub for rare materials and top-tier equipment. White River City even began to show signs of becoming the main trade hub for Star Moon Kingdom and its several neighboring kingdoms. Just as Shi Feng had almost reached the candlelight trading firm, the crisp sound of the system reached his ears. System, White River City Auction House has met the conditions to unlock its advanced features. Do you wish to enable the advanced features? Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com. Chapter 2221, Auction House's Advanced Features. Chapter 2221, Auction House's Advanced Features. The conditions have already been met. Shi Feng stared at the system notification, shocked. NPC auction houses were unlike player-built auction houses. Like shops, they could be upgraded, as long as they met their requirements, however, and auction houses' requirements were stricter than a shop's. Not only did the auction house in question need a certain amount of daily traffic, but it also required a certain trade volume. Moreover, the auction house would have to maintain these conditions for some time to qualify for a promotion. NPC auction houses had only qualified for their promotions after players had reached past level 100 during Shi Feng's previous life. Players could only enter auction houses' noble section after reaching that level, and becoming a noble NPC auction houses' noble sections were particularly attractive to players, and they only started to show their value after players reached level 100. After that, player-built auction houses didn't stand a chance against NPC auction houses. The noble section was the trading platform for NPC nobles. To put it simply, it was where NPC nobles sold their items, not players. NPC nobles owned extraordinary items which were far more valuable than NPC wandering merchants' goods. Sometimes these NPC nobles even sold epic items. The quantity and quality of the items in the noble section depended on how prosperous the NPC city was. The more prosperous a city was, the higher the quantity and quality would be. This was also why the various major powers had done everything they could to develop the NPC cities they had been based in during Shi Feng's previous life, especially the various superpowers. If the NPC cities under their rule were prosperous, they could earn more profit from the city's auction houses. These noble sections had also become a source for top-tier equipment and super-rare items for ordinary players. Once the noble sections activated, God's Domain's players would truly become active. They would no longer limit themselves to a specific location. Every NPC auction house would have different items to offer. Although one auction house might not have the items players wanted, another might hence. Players in the past had tried to visit as many NPC auction houses as possible, but to enter the noble sections, they had to earn a noble title in the city. This forced players to become more active in other cities, grinding for reputation points. The increased player activity in the past had also brought turmoil to God's domain. To secure more profit, the competition between the various major powers had intensified, and they had desperately developed the NPC cities under their rule. There were two methods to develop an NPC city. The first method increased the city's player population and commercial prosperity. The second required the power's players to complete city development quests, which players would only gain access to after reaching level 100. Level 100 was a massive turning point. During the lower levels, the main god system provided special treatment for players, but after level 100, players were on their own. This was especially true for the various major powers. After players reached level 100 and activated the city development quests, the various major powers had gone into a frenzy to complete these quests, to develop their NPC cities and increase their player population as much as possible. However, every one of these city development quests required players to secure various resources from level 100T+ maps. Furthermore, players would clash with the Dark Forces, various kingdoms, and empires as they acquired some of these resources. This was when players started to influence the various kingdoms and empires in the truest sense. Because of this, it hadn't been unusual to see kingdoms and empires fall into ruin. The various major powers had loved to see this happen. When a kingdom or empire fell, the various major powers would gain the land and the ability to establish their own kingdoms and empires. This was also why Shi Feng was trying to prepare for the day players reached level 100. Once the many restrictions on players and monsters were gone, the various major powers would realize that the peace they had once known no longer existed. The various major powers and superpowers were dreaming if they thought they could continue as they had been once players reached level 100. NPC cities would fall, and all of a guild's investments would go to waste. There were only two methods to prevent such a situation. The first method was to upgrade their NPC cities. Second involved improving their own strength. Sure enough, there are many benefits to linking the auction house to a guild auction house so early. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng chuckled and chose to enable the White River City auction house's advanced features. He had worried that he wouldn't have enough time to prepare. Starlink had already established a foothold on Dragonheart Island and had mingled in the Gravity Mountain range for some time now. From a certain perspective, Dragonheart Island and the Gravity Mountain range had even better resources to offer than the Bottomless Abyss, especially Dragonheart Island. The island was tailored for players over level 100. However, that was no longer an issue since he had promoted White River City's auction house sooner than expected. Another system notification immediately rang in Shi Feng's ears at the same time. The system interface for White River City's auction house appeared before him. System. The White River City auction house's advanced features have been enabled, activating the auction house's first level 1 advanced features. There were two level 1 advanced features he could activate right now. The first was a level reduction feature. This feature would reduce the level requirement to enter the noble section from 100 to 90. Activating this feature would cost 600,000 gold and 100,000 magic crystals. The second was the auction proxy feature. This feature gave a large-scale, player-owned, 3-star shop, the NPC consignment function. Activating this feature would cost 1 million gold and 150,000 magic crystals. Why are the prices so much higher than in the past? Shi Feng was speechless when he saw the costs. During his previous life, the level reduction feature had only cost 300,000 gold and 100,000 magic crystals to activate. As for the auction proxy feature, it had only cost 500,000 gold and 100,000 magic crystals to activate. As for the auction proxy feature, it had only cost 500,000 gold and 150,000 magic crystals. Now, the gold cost had doubled. Even superpowers would be startled to see these prices. Although Zero Wing had considerably improved its profit margins, accumulating 1 million gold would still take some time. There were many aspects of its guild cities that required funding, and Zero Wing's member count was rapidly increasing. At this point, Zero Wing only had around 200,000 gold in savings. Fortunately, the magic crystal cost would not be a problem, since the guild had close to 300,000 magic crystals saved up. But after a moment to consider the situation, Shi Feng didn't find these increased prices unacceptable. Mainstream players had yet to reach level 75, and the fact that White River City's auction house had gained access to its advanced features so soon was a huge advantage. The level reduction feature, for example, would attract far more players. Once players reached level 90, White River City's auction house would also become more popular than those in other cities. Furthermore, the auction proxy feature was no different than transforming a shop into a miniature auction house, one that could also sell NPCs' items. Even NPC commoners' items would interest players, and if the shop was popular enough, it could tempt NPC nobles to sell their items. Not only would this feature give the shop access to plenty of rare resources, but the shop would also have an absolute advantage over its competition. It seems I'll have to stop spending money for a while. Shi Feng decided to have Aqua Rose reduce the guild's expenditures slightly. With this, Zero Wing would be able to activate both features after 10 or so days. With the auction house's matters settled, Shi Feng entered the candlelight trading firm and began his research into the casting goldstone design. As one of the God of War's secret forging designs, the casting goldstone's production process was quite different from that of ordinary weapons and equipment. It was a combination of magic arrays and forging. Although master forgers generally researched magic arrays as well, they didn't typically specialize in the field since they only needed arrays as support for their creations. However, the complexity of the threefold magic array that served as the casting goldstone's core was simply absurd. The first layer was already 3 times as complex as an intermediate magic array. Even though Shi Feng was an advanced magician, mastering this threefold magic array would be a challenge. Once he reached the quiet meditation room, Shi Feng carefully studied the threefold magic array. Time quickly passed. The more Shi Feng studied the magic array, the more shocked he became. He had never dreamed that magic arrays could be used in such a way. The casting goldstone's 3 magic arrays were unlike the average magic array. The God of War had faintly touched on the realms of truth's principles to link and use these arrays, practically using them to their fullest potential. In the end, Shi Feng had spent over an hour to master the first layer. However, when he turned his attention to the second magic array, he realized that it would be significantly more challenging to master. The second layer was at least 3 times more complex than the average advanced magic array. In fact, it was nearly as complex as a master magic array. If he allowed another advanced magician to tackle this task, they'd likely fail to make any progress. Fortunately for Shi Feng, his brain function had increased after he had drunk the life potion, so he could process information far faster than before. In addition, Shi Feng had already reached the Ascension realm. With these factors, he was just barely able to learn the second layer of the magic array. Success. Shi Feng was ecstatic when he finally formed the threefold magic array's second layer, following which Shi Feng began to forge the first casting goldstone. He wasn't currently concerned with studying the magic array's third layer until he became a master magician. Until then, completing the task would be impossible. So, he gave up on the third layer, content with relying on a 2-fold magic array to produce the casting goldstones. Although the production process was troublesome, Shi Feng had dealt with the most challenging aspect and could complete the rest with relative ease. In less than 5 minutes, he looked down at the shining goldstone in his hand. As the casting goldstone took form, it absorbed mana from its surroundings and decreased the room's mana density. I wonder what the effects look like. Once it was complete, Shi Feng unsheathed Killing Ray and merged it with the casting goldstone. Chapter 2222, Qualitative Transformation. Chapter 2222, Qualitative Transformation. The first casting goldstone Shi Feng had produced was so hard that not even a dark gold weapon could damage it. Yet the instant it had touched Killing Ray, it liquefied and flowed into the sacred sword. Golden divine runes then emerged down Killing Ray's blade. In the blink of an eye, the divine runes covered the entire sword. Some even manifested on the hand Shi Feng used to wield the weapon. It was as if these runes connected Shi Feng's hand with the sacred sword. After the last rune formed, Shi Feng felt a stream of dense energy flow into his body, and his mind cleared. Amazing, it can even improve my mental state. Shi Feng could not help his excitement as he gazed down at Killing Ray. Improving one's mental state was incredibly difficult. Generally, players could maintain a clear mind when in a high mana density environment, but now, holding Killing Ray was even more effective. As Shi Feng held his sword, his mind felt sharp and alert, as if he had just swallowed a stimulant. With this, his performance would be extraordinary. However, Shi Feng's mental state wasn't the only thing that had improved. Killing Ray itself had changed slightly. Now, divine runes circulated the sacred sword as it steadily absorbed the life energy around it. The divine runes only vanished after this continued for 3 to 4 seconds. Once they had disappeared, a faint layer of bloody mist took their place. But Killing Ray's new attributes were even more astounding than the external changes. The weapon had gained another passive skill after merging with the casting stone. Blood Refining Power increases all of users' basic attributes by 15% and main basic attribute by an additional 5%. Increases users' physique by 25% as well. All attacks claim some of the target's life energy to restore the user's concentration. The casting goldstone is already so powerful with a twofold magic array. Shi Feng was stunned after reading Blood Refining Power's introduction. Killing Ray was nearly as powerful as fragmented legendary items in terms of basic attribute bonuses now. It was only somewhat inferior in its attack power and skills. The bonus to his physique was truly horrific. A 25% increase could almost rival the boost players received when they rose from Tier 0 to Tier 1. With the casting goldstone's massive improvements, ordinary experts would have a high chance of defeating Refinement Realm experts if both had the same levels and equipment standards. An improvement to physique alone would improve players' perception, kinetic vision, and reaction speed. Even if players didn't have the fine physical control to exhibit their combat power to the fullest, they could dodge attacks from Refinement Realm experts with these advantages. Furthermore, the Blood Refining Power significantly increased the bonuses to players' basic attributes. Of course, the Blood Refining Power was so effective here because of Killing Ray's extraordinary quality. The casting goldstone's power didn't just originate from the magic arrays used to create it. A small portion of that power came from the weapon it merged with. Resheathing Killing Ray, Shi Feng returned his focus to producing another casting goldstone, merging it with a level 75 dark gold ranked battle axe when it was finished. As Shi Feng had guessed, the Blood Refining Power's effects weren't as intense with this battle axe as they were with Killing Ray. Even so, it still increased all basic attributes by 13% and the user's main basic attribute by an additional 4%. It also increased physique by 22% and absorbed a portion of the enemy's life energy to restore the user's concentration. It's no wonder why the various superpowers had been so desperate to obtain the advanced blood refining designs. If even a basic blood refining design can produce such an item, the items crafted with the advanced designs can likely empower a first-rate guild to stand against a super guild's assault for some time. Not even he could help his desire for the advanced blood refining designs. If the casting goldstone were already so powerful, Tier 2 experts could likely take on Tier 3 experts with the items crafted from the advanced blood refining designs. Tier 3 experts would even be able to face Tier 4 experts. A Tier 2 Domain Realm expert could only face ordinary Tier 3 experts of the same level without such a boon. If a Tier 2 Refinement Realm or Flowing Water Realm expert challenged an ordinary Tier 3 expert, they might not even escape with their life. However, Shi Feng did not give the matter too much thought. Aside from how difficult obtaining the advanced blood refining designs was, he hadn't even mastered the casting goldstone's production process yet. He was only able to draw 2 of 3 of the core magic arrays right now. Even if he had an advanced blood refining design, he wouldn't likely be able to craft the item. Following which, Shi Feng focused on forging more casting goldstones. Although the casting goldstones he could currently forge weren't perfect, they would still significantly increase players' combat power. These casting goldstones would boost the guild's overall combat power much faster than nurturing refinement realm experts, and they didn't cost nearly as much. Each casting goldstone only cost around 40 gold to produce. That might be an abhorrent expense to most ordinary experts, but it was spare change to Shi Feng. Gathering the necessary materials was the only thing that troubled him. Even after utilizing all of Zero Wing's connections, he had only collected several hundred sets of materials. To the massive Zero Wing, several hundred casting goldstones was simply not enough. At the very least, he would need 10,000 casting goldstones to arm Zero Wing's members enough to confront superpowers in the fields. Even so, these several hundred sets of materials were not completely useless. At the very least, he had enough to boost the combat power of Zero Wing's main force. As one casting goldstone after another took form, Shi Feng's production speed increased. Since he hadn't yet been familiar with drawing the magic arrays and worried that he'd failed the production process, he had been very careful when he had started. However, after merging Killing Ray and the first casting goldstone, the boost to his mental state made it easier to draw the magic arrays. After more than 20 hours of continuous work, Shi Feng had gone through 326 sets of materials. Although he had occasionally failed the process, and excluding the first 2 goldstones, he had forged 300 casting goldstones. As Shi Feng was about to begin the next forging process, he received a call request. It was Unyielding Heart, and Shi Feng immediately accepted the call. "Brother Heart, how are you free to give me a call?" Shi Feng asked while forging a casting goldstone. "I've heard that you've been grinding restlessly in the bottomless abyss's first floor." Once Unyielding Soul had garrisoned in Stone Forest City, the guild had turned its focus to the bottomless abyss. Both of its vice guild leaders had devoted themselves to exploring the regional dungeon, barely leaving the first floor since they had entered. "Brother Black Flame, how do you have time for jokes?" Anxiously, Unyielding Heart asked. "Is it true that you've agreed to fight Starlink in Dark Knight City?" "Oh? So you've heard about it?" Shi Feng said, nodding. "Every player in the Dark Knight Empire knows by now," Unyielding Heart stated, flabbergasted by Shi Feng's lackluster reaction. "Starlink recently, and quite loudly, announced the situation to the public. Every player in the Empire is talking about this. How could you agree to such a match? Since Zero Wing had secured its hold on Stone Forest City, its fame in the Dark Knight Empire had become unmatched. As a result, the guild had finally established a foothold in the Empire, and Starlink couldn't do anything about it. Yet Starlink had found an opportunity. A 10,000 versus 10,000 fight might seem like a fair match. But in reality, Zero Wing had an overwhelming disadvantage. Starlink had been in the Dark Knight Empire for a long time already, and had recruited many talented experts within the Empire. It had more than enough high-quality experts to fill the 10,000 slots. On the other hand, Zero Wing had just established itself in the Empire and recruited a small number of powerful experts. How was it supposed to compete with Starlink? If Zero Wing lost this fight, its hard-earned reputation in the Empire would crumble. Everyone would think of the guild as a one-trick pony. Zero Wing had only established a foothold in the Dark Knight Empire because the various major powers and powerful experts saw the guild's potential to resist Starlink. Thus, many of these powers and experts had formed secret alliances with Zero Wing to band together against the larger superpower. Although Starlink had many experts under its command, its territory was too vast. It had barely been able to manage its territory, and now that the various major powers were working against the guild, Starlink was struggling even more to do so. As a result, it had no choice but to dispatch more manpower to these areas, preventing the guild from concentrating its forces. However, once the various major powers saw that Zero Wing couldn't withstand Starlink's assault, they'd abandon the guild and ally with Starlink. Some might even move against Zero Wing to curry favor with Starlink. If that happened, Zero Wing would be doomed. Shi Feng could only offer a bitter smile as a reply to Unyielding Heart's concern and confusion. The situation regarding the fortress in the Gravity Mountain Range was confidential, so he couldn't say anything about it. Unyielding Heart could not help but sigh. He then said, "I have a group of hidden experts under my command. Although there are only a little over 1,000 of them, they should be helpful to Zero Wing. I also have some weapons and equipment that we obtained from the bottomless abyss. If your main force members use them, their combat power should increase quite a bit." "Thank you. But let's not do that. If my guild suddenly gains an extra 1,000 or so experts, Starlink will grow suspicious. It will look into the matter, and news will spread that Zero Wing requested external aid. In addition, it will expose Unyielding Soul's strength," Shi Feng said, shaking his head, chuckling. He continued, "Starlink might have an advantage in this match, but Zero Wing's no pushover." "All right, then. If you need any help, feel free to ask," Unyielding Heart said, sighing. A Veros 0,000 fight might not have been an issue. With a few peak experts and apex experts, one could easily turn the tide of battle. However, a 10,000 versus 10,000 match was a different story. It was very difficult for a handful of players to change such a large-scale battle's outcome. Furthermore, Starlink was a powerhouse. Not even some of the weaker super guilds would be guaranteed to win a 10,000 versus 10,000 battle against Starlink. After Shi Feng exchanged a few more words with Unyielding Heart, he disconnected the call. He then contacted Aqua Rose and had her send the main force members and some core members to the Candlelight trading firm. Once they arrived, Shi Feng distributed the 300 casting goldstones he had made. When she used her own casting goldstone, Aqua Rose was stunned by how powerful its effects were. She had never expected to find such an amazing item in God's domain. The casting goldstone would even be useful to flowing water realm experts like herself, not to mention refinement realm experts. Later, Shi Feng instructed Aqua Rose to gather the top 10,000 experts in the guild and recall them to White River City's guild residence. Zero Wing's White River City residence was quite lively for a while as experts from across the guild's territories gathered. It was truly an impressive sight. The lowest leveled of these experts had already reached level 77, while most of them were already level 78. These experts were a cut above mainstream experts, who had only reached level 75. "Everyone's here, guild leader. We can depart at any time," Aqua Rose reported, smiling at Shi Feng, who stood before the gathered experts. "Good. Let's set off." Glancing over the crowd before him, Shi Feng nodded approvingly and led his players out of the residence. The group then boldly marched toward White River City's teleportation hall. Chapter 2223. Six Wing Appears. Chapter 2223. Six Wing Appears, Dark Knight Empire, Dark Knight City. Currently, players crowded the central plaza outside the Divine Colosseum. If one observed these players carefully, they would notice that even the lowest leveled player had reached level 75, and all of these players were either from main force members from well-known adventurer teams or large guilds experts. Amazing. There are actually so many experts here. Is the Divine Colosseum holding some kind of event? A level 72 ranger who had just arrived in Dark Knight City exclaimed, "Don't you know, in a moment, 10,000 experts from Zero Wing are going to face off against 10,000 from Starlink. One is the Dark Knight Empire's overlord, while the other is Stone Forest City's overlord. This is a rare treat in the Dark Knight Empire. None of these experts would miss the chance to watch such a spectacular show." A level 74 berserker that happened to overhear the level 72 ranger's comment explained, "What? Something that exciting is going on? Let's go. We can replace our equipment later," one of the level 72 ranger's teammates urged. It was not every day that one could watch two superpowers duke it out. Even when they did, the public only got to see the tip of the iceberg. But this was an opportunity to watch two of God's domain's overlords go head-to-head. The upcoming match would be even more exhilarating than watching a war movie. The ranger agreed with his teammate's idea. Aside from the invigorating show, they could learn quite a bit from watching peak experts clash. It wasn't very often that peak experts fought each other. They normally just fought larger groups of ordinary experts. "You guys want to watch?" The level 74 berserker chuckled at the ranger and his team. "See those experts in the plaza?" "What about them?" the ranger asked. "They want to watch the fight too, but they can't even get into the Divine Colosseum, so they're watching from out here," the level 74 berserker explained. "Starlink has reserved the entire Divine Colosseum. Anyone who wants to watch the fight directly will have to prove their ability to clear the trial tower's 6th floor or pay 100 gold. The ranger and his teammates gasped. "That's fraudulent. Don't they want players to watch the battle?" The ranger objected. Players who could reach the middle stage of the trial tower's 5th floor were already considered experts, and those that could reach the 6th floor were some of the best of the best. Not even ordinary guilds had many of these experts. Although the level 72 ranger was a capable expert, he had only reached the late stage of the trial tower's 5th floor. He was still a step away from the 6th floor. The ranger couldn't even dream of completing the 6th floor and reaching the 7th. The 100 gold entry fee was just as fraudulent. Ordinary experts barely had more than 20 gold on them. Most of their money went into repair and teleportation fees. They also had to replace old equipment on occasion. For experts like this ranger, it would be a luxury to have an extra 100 gold lying around. The ranger finally realized why so many players were standing in the plaza rather than in the Divine Colosseum itself. However, a moment after the ranger fell silent, a 30-man team approached the Divine Colosseum's entrance. None of this team's members wore a guild emblem, proving that they were independent players. When the crowd noticed them, they opened a path for these players. The 30-man team passed through the crowd, disappearing through the Divine Colosseum's entrance. "Who are they?" the ranger asked with wide eyes. Every player in the plaza was an expert, and some were even stronger than the ranger, but they had all stepped aside for those 30 independent players. It was unbelievable. However, that wasn't the most shocking part. The ranger was even more shocked that none of those 30 players had paid a single coin to enter the Divine Colosseum. In other words, every member of that team had already reached the trial tower's 7th floor. They're members of the Windwolf Adventurer Team, a top adventurer team in the Dark Knight Empire. The man leading the team is Windwolf's commander, Northwind. I hadn't expected him to make a personal appearance, though he's normally very secretive, rarely appearing in public. It's a pity I don't have 100 gold. I'd definitely pay the entry fee to watch this fight, the level 74 berserker said as he longingly gazed at the Divine Colosseum. Although 100 gold was a huge sum, it was nothing compared to the knowledge and experience he could gain from watching a large-scale battle between two of God's domain's overlords. Players would be able to experience the battle physically from inside the Divine Colosseum, which would be entirely different than just watching a video recording. Shortly after the Windwolf Adventurer Team disappeared into the Divine Colosseum, a large army of players arrived. Everyone in the plaza felt overwhelmingly stifled the moment this army reached the plaza. Starlink. Starlink's members are here. Amazing, they're so strong I can actually feel how much stronger they are than me. Despite being experts, many of the players in the plaza gasped when they saw Starlink's army. Their reactions were so intense because of how incredibly powerful every member of Starlink's army was. Even the lowest leveled player had reached level 77 and was fully geared in level 75 secret silver equipment. They were on an entirely different level than the experts in the plaza. So, this is a superpower's strength? Are you kidding me? Our guild doesn't even have more than 100 people at level 77 right now? Those players' leveling speed is insane. Why are you looking at their levels? Their equipment is so much more impressive. Not even our guild leader has a full set of level 75 secret silver equipment yet. Look, over a dozen of them are wearing the level 75 fine gold ranked evil spirit set. You can only get that set equipment from the bottomless abyss. None of the various major powers had even collected one complete evil spirit set yet. The level 75 set equipment was god-tier equipment to most experts. They could only dream of wearing such items. Yet Starlink had collected more than a dozen sets. The difference between Starlink and the various major powers' strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. When the various major powers' upper echelons who waited in the Divine Colosseum noticed Starlink's army, They were in awe of the guild's foundation, as expected of Starlink. It's no wonder why even the various super guilds are wary of it. I hadn't expected the guild to successfully annex the Battlescar workshop as well, a woman in the Divine Colosseum commented as Starlink's army entered the building. She wore a suit of pitch-black armor with long red hair spilling down her back and an intimidating aura. The woman turned to Unyielding Heart, who sat in a comber, and commented, "Heart, it seems that your ally is in for a rough time." Battlescar had been a dark workshop that operated on the Western continent. Although the workshop was small, with fewer than 300 members, no superguild dared to underestimate it. This was due to the many astonishing feats the workshop had achieved. Battlescar had specifically targeted the various superpowers' main force members. On the Western continent, it had focused on ambushing superpowers' main forces, and the various superpowers had suffered tremendously for it. Although many of the superpowers had tried to avenge their members, none had succeeded. On the contrary, they had only suffered further. Battles involving tens of thousands of players were little more than playing house to the Battlescar workshop. Unyielding Heart's expression was grim. He hadn't expected Starlink to hide so much of its strength. Not only had it recruited the Mad Beast Legion from the Western continent, but it had also roped in the Battlescar workshop. "Blood, haven't you been focusing on the Fire Dragon Empire? Why are you here?" Unyielding Heart asked the red-haired beauty walking toward him frostily. This woman was as strong and famous as the Mad Beast Legion's commander, Startled Wind. He had no choice but to treat her with caution. "I'm here to see if the Dark Knight Empire has any good seedlings, of course. However, I really hadn't expected to find the almighty Unyielding Soul in such a state, forced to ally with an up-and-coming guild," the woman, Delicate Blood, said, chuckling. "Why don't you leave, Unyielding Soul Heart? Once Zero Wing has been defeated, the situation in the Empire will be beyond salvation, and after Starlink finishes with Zero Wing, it'll turn its attention to Unyielding Soul. You know your guild is no match for Starlink. You might as well join me as my vice commander. You'll have a far better future with me than in Unyielding Soul. I will never leave Unyielding Soul. Moreover, Zero Wing's defeat isn't a guarantee." Unyielding Heart snarled softly. "Perhaps in any case. Give me a call if you have nowhere to go," Delicate Blood said, chuckling. She did not try to argue with Unyielding Heart. She knew he was only trying to delude himself. While the various powers discussed Starlink, another army emerged through the Divine Colosseum's entrance. The lowest-leveled player among this army was level 77, and many of them had reached level 78. In fact, this force had even more level 78 players than Starlink's, and every one of these players wore a silver, six-winged emblem on their chests. Zero Wing, Chapter 22 Shroth, Zero Wing's Foundations, Chapter 2224, Zero Wing's Foundations. Everyone in the Divine Colosseum was stunned when Zero Wing arrived. How are their levels so high? So many of them have already reached level 78. Starlink doesn't even have 1,000 level 78 players, yet Zero Wing has more than 3,000. Is this because of the benefits in Stone Forest City? The various powers' upper echelons were especially shocked when they saw the levels of Zero Wing's members. The fact that Zero Wing had level 78 players wasn't particularly surprising. Many of God's Domain's peak experts had long since reached that level and were only a step away from level 79. What truly shocked them was the number of level 78 players Zero Wing possessed. The guild had far more than the various superpowers, which suggested that their leveling speed was even greater than the various superpowers' members. Previously, the average level of Zero Wing's experts hadn't been a match for the various superpowers, but after establishing a city in the bottomless abyss not so long ago, these experts' average level was so much higher than the superpowers' experts. The level difference wasn't even half a level, but as time passed, that gap could grow to a full level or more. While a single level might not seem like much, the benefits of such a lead were massive. This was especially true when it came to the minor thresholds every 5 levels. A 1-level lead could give Zero Wing a 3 to 5 head start in dungeons over the various superpowers. Sure enough, Stone Forest City provides some major benefits. It's no wonder why Zero Wing dares to clash with Starlink, Delicate Blood commented. Even she was a little jealous when she saw the levels of Zero Wing's members. Levels were the foundation of players' strength in God's domain. A higher level meant players could hunt stronger monsters and gain better resources, and as players leveled up, they could use higher level equipment. Moreover, as players leveled up, they could also use higher leveled equipment. I told you Zero Wing's loss isn't assured, Unyielding Heart delightfully responded when he saw the envious look on Delicate Blood's face. Ordinary players might not notice anything odd about Zero Wing's levels, but guild upper echelons knew exactly what they meant. There were no leveling shortcuts in God's domain. The fact that Zero Wing's members had leveled up so quickly meant they had gained more EXP than others. The only way to do that was to kill more monsters, higher-leveled monsters, or complete more quests. Regardless of which method Zero Wing employed, it was certain that they had gained more resources than their competition. Now that Zero Wing's experts were a higher level on average than Starlink's, Zero Wing had amassed just as many, if not more, resources than the larger guild. That fact was also clear in the equipment Zero Wing's members wore. Even the weakest piece of equipment they wore was level 75 Secret Silver rank. Unyielding Heart could tell that, although Starlink had explored more of the bottomless abyss's first floor than Zero Wing had secured more resources from the regional dungeon. He knew that Zero Wing didn't lack top-tier equipment. Starlink might have a large number of evil spirit sets, but Zero Wing could mass-produce the Crystal Light set, which was one rank higher. Most importantly, the Crystal Light set could level up with its user. Although the Crystal Light set would not undergo a qualitative transformation at level 78, it was still superior to level 75 Dark Gold set equipment in terms of basic attributes. Needless to say, it was leaps and bounds ahead of the level 75 Fine Gold ranked Evil Spirit set. Don't celebrate so soon, Heart. Levels are important, but a small level gap won't make a difference. The expert's quality will decide the victor of this match, Delicate Blood retorted, rolling her eyes at Unyielding Heart. Zero Wing might have a slight edge when it came to levels, but the quality of its experts still couldn't compare to Starlink's. Any Refinement Realm expert could tell the difference between Zero Wing's standards and Starlink's. Of the 10,000 experts Starlink had dispatched, more than 700 were Refinement Realm experts. A current first-rate guild would be impressive if it had 10 Refinement Realm experts. An ordinary superpower, at most, would only have around 400 such experts. Yet Starlink had sent more than 700 Refinement Realm experts to this match. Starlink's foundations were much sturdier than an ordinary superpower's. This was why the various superpowers' upper echelons had been so surprised to see Starlink's experts. With so many Refinement Realm experts, Starlink's army could easily trample over a 10,000-man expert army. Although these upper echelons were surprised to see that Zero Wing had nearly 100 Refinement Realm experts, it was nothing compared to Starlink. Once experts had reached the Refinement Realm, they could exhibit far greater combat power when they cooperated. A 3-on-1 fight between Refinement Realm experts would end in seconds, and Starlink had nearly 8 times more Refinement Realm experts than Zero Wing. 7 or 8 Refinement Realm experts could even take down Flowing Water Realm experts. Unyielding Heart fell silent after Delicate Blood's last comment. Starlink's foundations were even stronger than he had expected. Even Unyielding Soul wouldn't be a match for the larger guild, much less Zero Wing. Meanwhile, a white-clad youth watched Zero Wing's members, surprised from within one of the Divine Colosseum's VIP rooms. It was none other than 13 Thrones guild leader Melancholy. Zero Wing is certainly impressive. It has grown so powerful in such a short time. With a little more time and resources, it could certainly become a superpower in God's domain. It's a pity that it has to face Starlink. Zero Wing might have a chance of winning if it had to face any other superpower. Melancholy's investigation into the guild had been brief, and rumors circulated stating that Zero Wing only had a handful of experts, while the rest of the guild's members were quite weak. However, seeing Zero Wing's force for this match, it seemed those rumors had been mistaken. Zero Wing had the ability to form a 100-man raid team of refinement realm experts. It was an amazing foundation. Not a single first-rate guild was a match for Zero Wing. Not even ordinary superpowers could shake Zero Wing's foundations without taking damage. Moreover, Melancholy was shocked to see that Zero Wing had a domain realm expert other than Shi Feng. If he included Zero Wing's main force commander, Fire Dance, and vice guild leader, Gentle Snow, the guild should have 4 apex combatants in total. That was nearly as many as an ordinary superpower. If Zero Wing were truly this powerful, he'd definitely get his money's worth in the upcoming fortress siege. Although Zero Wing was still much weaker than Starlink, many of the superpowers in the Divine Colosseum re-evaluated their opinions of the guild. I have to say, Black Flame, you've really surprised me. To think you could actually gather so many experts without anyone finding out. It's no wonder why you spouted such nonsense, Lu Xinglu said, smiling at Shi Feng, who led Zero Wing's army. Unfortunately, your force isn't strong enough. I'll give you one last chance. Admit defeat now and permit Starlink's members to enter Stone Forest City. Do that and I'll forget everything that has happened between us. The watching crowd was dumbfounded to hear Lu Xinglu's offer. This was Starlink's opportunity to destroy Zero Wing in the Dark Knight Empire, yet Lu Xinglu offered to let Zero Wing off the hook. I've really underestimated Lu Xinglu. It seems he's not as simple as I assumed. Melancholy carefully watched Lu Xinglu with narrowed eyes. The outcome of this match was already obvious. Regardless of whether or not these two guilds fought, the Dark Knight Empire's major powers recognized how powerful Starlink truly was. Not only could Lu Xinglu continue to hide Starlink's strength by offering such a deal, but he'd also gain entry into Stone Forest City, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zero Wing could also benefit from the deal. If Starlink's members entered Stone Forest City en masse, Zero Wing's income would rise significantly. And if Starlink stopped harassing Zero Wing, the smaller guild could increase its development speed. Moreover, by admitting defeat rather than fight a losing battle, Zero Wing could hide a portion of its strength from the public. Unyielding Heart breathed a sigh of relief. This wasn't a perfect outcome, but it wasn't the worst scenario either. The rest of the various powers' upper echelons sighed with disappointment. None of them had expected Lu Xinglu to make such an offer. Now they wouldn't get the show they were hoping for. The attending superpowers were particularly disappointed as they had hoped to discover Starlink's exact strength. The guild had simply been growing too fast. Unfortunately, that was no longer possible. Even a fool could recognize the best decision here, not to mention a guild leader like Shi Feng. However, as everyone expected this farce to end, a low voice echoed throughout the hall. Admit defeat? I'm afraid you don't qualify to demand such a thing. Chapter 225, Shattering Thousands of Attacks with One Move. Chapter 225, Shattering Thousands of Attacks with One Move. Everyone in the Divine Colosseum turned to Shi Feng in utter shock. Is Black Flame tired of living? Starlink's strength was obvious. With over 700 Refinement Realm experts under Starlink's command, even ordinary superpowers would have to bow their heads before the guild, not to mention Zero Wing. Furthermore, Starlink had both the Mad Beast Legion and the Battlescar Workshop, both of which were comprised of lunatics. However, rather than temporarily concede and allow his guilds to develop unimpeded, Shi Feng chose to fight Starlink. For a moment they wondered if Starlink's display had scared Shi Feng silly, and he had blurted out his refusal without thinking. "Ha ha ha ha! Heart, it seems that your ally is quite stubborn," Delicate Blood said with a glance at Unyielding Heart. "Is this really necessary?" Ignoring Delicate Blood's jab, Unyielding Heart could not help but shake his head as he watched Shi Feng. In response, Starlink's members radiated powerful killing intent as they coldly glared at Shi Feng. The combined killing intent was so powerful that even domain realm experts would likely shudder. "Black Flame, our guild leader has kindly offered you this opportunity. Don't be a fool. If our guild leader gets angry, not even Unyielding Soul will survive his wrath, let alone Zero Wing," Bright Dawn, one of Starlink's vice guild leaders, declared. Everyone in the hall heard Bright Dawn's claim, but despite the arrogance in his tone, none of them tried to rebuke the statement. Not even Unyielding Heart commented on it. What Bright Dawn had said was true. A lot of things had become clear the moment Starlink had dispatched over 700 refinement realm experts. The various superpowers always hid a portion of their strength, only revealing a small fraction to the public. However, the small fraction Starlink had revealed was far more than Unyielding Soul's total power. If Lu Xinglu were resolved to accept some losses, Starlink could thoroughly destroy Unyielding Soul. While everyone discussed Bright Dawn's comment, Shi Feng ignored the man and shifted his gaze to Lu Xinglu. "You can certainly try." Shi Feng's declaration further shocked the crowd. "Black Flame is insane. Does he doubt that Starlink will go all out to annihilate Zero Wing? He really is courageous, but he's also doomed his guild. Black Flame's actually trying to drag his entire guild down with him. I feel sorry for Zero Wing's members." Bright Dawn's declaration proved that today's match wouldn't be a simple fight. If Zero Wing refused to admit defeat, Starlink would stop at nothing to eliminate the guild. It would no longer give Zero Wing room to breathe. Moreover, this declaration had been made before the Dark Knight Empire's various major powers, proving that it was no idle threat. And yet, Shi Feng still dared to oppose Starlink. He was simply insane. When Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, and Zero Wing's other experts saw the pitiful looks the crowd gave them from behind Shi Feng, they could only respond with bitter smiles. In a second-floor VIP room, Happy Art watched the conversation between Shi Feng and Starlink's upper echelons anxiously from her position behind Melancholy. "Is there no way to stop this, guild leader? Zero Wing will be a massive help in the upcoming fortress siege with its current strength. If Starlink defeats Zero Wing, however, it will affect the siege's outcome," Happy Art said. "I can't interfere. Starlink is one of our partners as well, and it will also be a great help in the siege." "Black Flame is still a little naive," Melancholy said. He shook his head disappointedly as he watched Shi Feng. "I had hoped that we could deepen our relationship with Zero Wing, since Black Flame is so capable, but it seems that I was mistaken. Guild leaders should always prioritize their guild's development over all else." When Melancholy had first met Shi Feng, he had been surprised by the man's individual strength. The other guild leader had made a good impression, but the fact that Shi Feng was willing to take his guild down with him for the sake of his personal reputation was simply foolish. Melancholy's opinion of Shi Feng's current performance could be summed up in one word: disappointing. While everyone discussed Shi Feng, Lu Xinglu, who had been silent, finally spoke up. "Good, very good. I hope that you will be this stubborn after the match," Lu Xinglu exclaimed with a grim expression. Even a fool could hear the fury in his tone. No one would have been surprised to hear Lu Xinglu order his players to attack Zero Wings, ensuring that none of them left alive if not for the Divine Colosseum's strict policy against PvP. Instead, Lu Xinglu led his men to their designated waiting area. Although he hadn't said anything more, the crowd understood that a storm would sweep through the Dark Knight Empire after this match. "Lu Xinglu is really furious now. Your guild best be careful after this. Starlink might decide to remove Unyielding Soul from the Empire before annihilating Zero Wing to ensure absolute stability within the Dark Knight Empire." Delicate blood warned Unyielding Heart as she watched Lu Xinglu leave the main hall. "It seems a battle is unavoidable." Unyielding Heart nodded gravely in response. He knew that Starlink had grown stronger. In fact, the guild's foundations were so solid that it had already begun its conquest of the Western continent. Very few superpowers were capable of such a feat at this stage of the game. There was a vast distance between God's domain's two continents. One could only travel between them by relying on special methods. Naturally, the ability to travel between continents would greatly benefit a guild. Each continent had different terrain, and as a result, they had different specialties. If a guild could take advantage of both continents, their development would be nearly assured. As the crowd watched Zero Wing's members leave the hall as well, they turned their attention to the arena. The various superpowers' upper echelons were particularly eager for the match to start. Starlink had been developing in secret for a while, rarely clashing with other superpowers. Even when it did, it would limit the scale of the conflict. Hence, no one had any idea of the guild's depths. Now that Starlink intended to go all out against Zero Wing, this was the perfect opportunity to gain more intel on the larger guild. Although Zero Wing wasn't as strong as the various superpowers with only 100 refinement realm experts, it should have enough strength to expose Starlink's experts. An expert's power wasn't limited to their combat standards. Weapons, equipment, combat techniques, skills, spells, and special items all played a role. There were many aspects of an expert's strength one couldn't see until that expert fought. Fortunately, the Divine Colosseum's 10,000-man battlefield was the perfect place to witness a guild's comprehensive strength. The 10,000-man battlefield was an outdoor map, half as large as an ordinary map in the outside world. Naturally, one had to eliminate every opponent to claim victory. After a moment, both Zero Wing and Starlink's armies appeared in the outdoor clearing. A dense forest lay behind the armies, offering cover. Zero Wing's only hope is to retreat into the forest and use guerrilla tactics against Starlink. That's right. A head-on clash would be suicide for Zero Wing, but even guerrilla tactics will be a problem for them. Starlink's 700-plus refinement realm experts will be a frightening force in the forest. Many of the spectators were upper echelons from major powers. They had all experienced field battles, so they knew how terrifying refinement realm experts could be in a dense forest. However, Zero Wing's members didn't feel into the woods as expected. Instead, they charged at Starlink's army the moment the match began. Zero Wing's going for a straight-up brawl? The development took everyone by surprise. A team would have to rely on comprehensive strength to win a frontal clash on an open clearing, and Starlink's was far greater than Zero Wing's. Bastards. Lu Xingluo cursed as he watched Shi Feng lead the charge with a 300-man team close behind him. He then commanded, "Concentrate your attacks. Get rid of them first." Following their leader's order, Starlink's ranged members took action. Thousands of spells and arrows flew toward Shi Feng's group. Even peak experts' scalps would tingle against such a fierce assault. Normally, both sides' MTs would for a defensive wall, slowly advancing toward their opponents during such a large-scale battle, but Shi Feng and the others disregarded normal protocol as they ran towards Starlink's army like lunatics. Every Starlink member present was an expert among experts with far more accurate attacks than ordinary experts. Most importantly, they properly coordinated their attacks. Moreover, Starlink's refinement realm experts launched their attacks a moment after the first barrage, taking advantage of any blind spots players would expose after blocking the first attacks. Such an overwhelming assault could even take down peak MT experts in an instant. But just as the spells and arrows fell on Zero Wing's members like ravenous wolves, Shi Feng unsheathed Killing Ray and swung the blade forward, lightning edge. Countless arcs of lightning shot forth, forming a blue river that slammed into the descending spells and arrows. The instant these ranged attacks encountered this river of lightning, they vanished. After both sides' attacks dissipated, a small crater, stretching across 50 yards, separated the armies. Chapter 2226, Annihilating Tier 3. Everyone gasped as the river of lightning disappeared. How is that even possible? The spectators were astonished to see a single move counter thousands of spells and arrows. Some of the many incoming attacks Zero Wing's members had faced were even as powerful as Tier 3. That first wave could have wiped out a 100-man expert team focused fully on defense. Yet Shi Feng had countered every incoming attack by himself. Amazing. He actually managed to execute such a move. Unyielding Heart, who was watched from the spectator stands, was amazed by the way Shi Feng had used his skill. Although Unyielding Heart normally used defensive skills to defend himself, too. He hadn't thought it was possible to use an offensive skill to counter several thousand attacks. He realized that his thinking was still stuck in the earliest days of God's domain. He had thought that one could only cope with such a massive assault by dodging or blocking individual attacks. While the crowd reeled over Shi Feng's performance, Lu Xinglu, who led Starlink's army, sneered and said, "You might be clever for using an AoE skill to block those attacks, but how many times can you repeat that feat?" AoE skills and spells were extremely rare in God's domain, and the majority of them were exclusive to magical classes. How many AoE skills could Shi Feng possibly possess? On the other hand, Starlink's army was more than capable of replicating that first wave without end. Lulu's questions snapped Starlink's members out of their daze, and they launched the second wave. Just as the second assault was about to slam into Zero Wing's vanguard, Aqua Rose waved her Sea Dragon staff. Under her command, violent water-type mana gathered in front of Shi Feng, Water Raid. The water-type mana formed an 8-meter-tall tidal wave in the blink of an eye, halting the incoming attacks as it surged towards Starlink's army. But before the tidal wave crashed into Starlink's members, the magical class forces at the rear of the army completed their incantations. As a result, defensive barriers rose before the army, blocking Aqua Rose's Water Raid. The various powers' upper echelons were shocked to see these defensive barriers manifest. What? Starlink already has so many defensive combination spells? Based on the power of those barriers, they must have cast Tier 2 advanced defensive spells. But how did Starlink get so many of them? Amazing! Zero Wing doesn't stand a chance against Starlink. Players were prohibited from using tools or berserk skills in the Divine Colosseum. At most, they could use their weapons and equipment skills. In other words, the defensive barriers Starlink's members had used didn't involve magic array scrolls. As players leveled up in God's domain, they'd encounter more spells and skills that required more than one player to cast. These were known as combination skills and spells, and they were far more powerful than the ordinary skills or spells. However, they were also extremely rare, and Tier 2 advanced defensive combination spells were particularly so. And yet Starlink had clearly obtained over a dozen of these defensive spells, enough to call forth barriers to envelop its entire army. With Tier 2 advanced rank barriers, Starlink's advantage over its opponent was massive. Even a Grand Lord of the same level would struggle to destroy the barriers, not to mention Tier 2 players. So this is Starlink's foundation. Unyielding Heart felt disheartened as he gazed at the many defensive combination spells. Defensive combination spells could also be used in team dungeons, and with such powerful barriers, Starlink's teams would have a much easier time defeating dungeon bosses. Moreover, unlike magic array scrolls, players could use their combination spells as often as necessary. When the various superpowers' upper echelons saw this, their fear of Starlink grew a little. Although they knew that Starlink had hidden a huge fraction of its strength, they hadn't expected it to hide this much. It was no wonder why Bright Dawn had boasted that Starlink could easily take out Unyielding Soul. It seemed that he had told the truth, and Starlink certainly was strong enough to do so. However, Lu Xinglu watched his opponents with a gloomy expression. "Everyone, switch targets, attack Zero Wing's main army. Startled Wind. I want the Mad Beast Legion to form battle arrays and eliminate Zero Wing's vanguard. Let's show everyone what the consequences are for defying Starlink." Lu Xinglu snarled as he glared at Aqua Rose and the other players behind Shi Feng. He had wanted to secure such an overwhelming victory that no power in the Dark Knight Empire would ever consider rebelling against Starlink in the future. Yet, even after 2 waves of attacks, Starlink had failed to harm a single player from Zero Wing. It was just humiliating. "We're going to use the battle array this soon?" Startled Wind asked, surprised. The battle array they spoke of wasn't a weapon or equipment piece's additional skill, but a combination battle array they had obtained from a Tier 2 skill book. Up to 100 players could work together to manifest the array, and once it activated, all players involved would receive a huge boost to their physiques and basic attributes. These players would share their senses as well. With these boons, the 100 Tier 2 players involved could even contend with one Tier 3 player. Startled Wind had hoped to take his time with Shi Feng, but it seemed that he wouldn't get the opportunity. Starlink had obtained 3 battle array Tier 2 skill books thus far, which gave it the equivalent of 3 Tier 3 experts. Moreover, a peak expert led the activation for each battle array. For these teams, killing Tier 2 players would be child's play. Receiving their orders, 300 players from the Mad Beast Legion moved into position to activate their battle arrays. As they did, crimson runes began to appear on their bodies. linking them together. The 300 players' combined aura even felt like impending doom to the spectators. Before anyone could react, the three 100-man teams broke away from Starlink's army and charged for Zero Wing's vanguard. Sword Demon, how many hits do you think Black Flame can take before he falls? A man with tousled hair asked from the rear of Starlink's army. This man's attitude would surprise any superpower expert. He actually had the gall to speak to Sword Demon with such disrespect. Sword Demon was a monster that had made significant progress in the domain realm. Even a super guild's guild leader would treat him with respect. Yet this unkempt man dared to question him directly. What was even more surprising, however, was the fact that Sword Demon didn't seem angry with him. Rather, he simply glanced at the man. Sword Demon wouldn't hesitate to put any other expert in his place for such an insult, but he didn't dare do so with this unkempt man. The man beside him was Evil Blade, the Battle Scar Workshop's commander. Evil Blade was a true lunatic and inhumanly strong. The Mad Beast Legion's strongest team leaders are leading those 3 teams. They are all peak experts who are more than capable of using the battle array's power to its fullest extent. Black Flame should only last 7 or 8 moves against any one of them. He'll have to flee if he wants to survive longer than that, Sword Demon replied after giving the matter some thought. Shi Feng had defeated Sword Demon once already, so he wanted the other swordsman to last as long as possible against the Mad Beast Legion. Unfortunately, he had witnessed the battle array's power personally and knew it wasn't something current players could contend with. How boring. And I thought I had found a good opponent. It seems the rumored Sword King isn't as impressive as rumors say, Evil Blade said, the excitement in his eyes dying away. Sword Demon could not help his frown. He wanted to rebuke the man's words, but decided to remain silent. Instead, he returned his gaze to Shi Feng, hoping the man wouldn't fall too quickly. At this time, the Mad Beast Legion had also arrived before Zero Wing's vanguard. The 300 players then spread out and accelerated towards Zero Wing's members. In response, another massive lightning bolt escaped Shi Feng's killing ray, Lightning Slash. From the sidelines, it looked like a black screen appeared, disrupting the battlefield as it extended and sliced through the Mad Beast Legion. In the blink of an eye, several dozen Mad Beast Legion members collapsed before transforming into particles of light. Black Panther, the guardian knight in the core of the central battle array, flew away from the group, scorched black. Before he even hit the ground, Black Panther's body had dispersed into particles of light. Chapter 2227, Overwhelming the Battle Arrays. Chapter 2227, Overwhelming the Battle Arrays. Not even domain realm experts would take a 100-man battle array lightly, but as the blue lightning bolt passed through the central array, even the charging Mad Beast Legion members were stunned when they noticed Black Panther's disappearing corpse. How is that possible? Even Sword Demon and the others watching from a distance were flabbergasted. Although Black Panther was a member of the Mad Beast Legion, they knew how strong the Guardian Knight was. Not only did Black Panther wear a full set of level 75 top-tier equipment, but he also carried an epic shield and a piece of epic equipment. Normally, he had no trouble tanking a Grand Lord of the same level by himself. With the boons from the battle array, Black Panther could even rival a Tier 3 player's physique and basic attributes. Not even domain realm experts could contend with Black Panther when he had the battle array's boons. A domain realm expert might be able to predict the Guardian Knight's movements, but Black Panther could still overwhelm them with his extraordinary reaction speed and attack speed. In the end, the domain realm experts that had sparred with Black Panther had only received a beating for their efforts. If the domain realm experts weren't careful, they could die in an instant. Yet now, Shi Feng had instant-killed Black Panther. However, Shi Feng's damage wasn't what astonished Sword Demon and the others the most. If the skill Shi Feng had used was a powerful taboo skill, Black Panther's death wouldn't be that strange. What really surprised Sword Demon was how fast Shi Feng had taken action. Shi Feng could execute his attacks so quickly that not even Black Panther, who had the physique of a Tier 3 player, had reacted in time. How did he attack so quickly? Sword Demon watched Shi Feng in confusion. Shi Feng was just a Tier 2 player. Even if his basic attributes were incredibly high, He shouldn't be able to launch an attack that not even Black Panther could block. Of course, Sword Demon and his companions didn't know that Shi Feng had already reached level 90. Not only was he more than 10 levels higher than Starlink's members, but most of his weapons and equipment were epic or fragmented legendary rank as well, and they could all level with their owner. Furthermore, Shi Feng possessed a bloodline and the strengthened killing ray. His basic attributes were even higher than those of a level 80 Tier 3 player, and his physique wasn't in any way inferior to a Tier 3 player's. All he was missing was the ability to use Tier 3 skills. Black Panther might be able to face a Tier 3 player, but that was limited to a player of the same level. Moreover, Black Panther had only reached the Void Realm and had no progress in the Realms of Truth. On the other hand, Shi Feng had reached the Domain Realm and Ascension Realm. Most importantly, Lightning Slash was an insanely fast attack and could easily reach across several dozen yards. It wasn't that unusual that Black Panther had failed to cope with the attack. Although Shi Feng's counterattack had been shocking, Startled Wind, who commanded the Mad Beast Legion from the rear line, continued to bark orders. "Everyone, surround him! He can't use that kind of skill multiple times," Startled Wind shouted. He had wanted to rely on the battle array to overwhelm Zero Wing's forces, but the strength Shi Feng had displayed thus far made it clear that a single peak expert like Black Panther wouldn't be enough to take him down. In that case, they needed to gang up on him. After all was said and done, there was a limit to an individual's strength. Fortunately, the Mad Beast Legion members shared their senses when under the battle array's effects. Ordinary experts were no match for their coordination in this state. The scattered Mad Beast Legion members immediately reconcentrated their strength. They gave up on any hope of individual battles, moving as one. Dozens of ranged players fired over 100 spells and arrows at Shi Feng. With well-practiced timing, they sealed off any path of escape for the swordsman. These attacks were nothing like the first two waves Starlink's army had previously launched. Facing the coordinated assault, even Shi Feng had to execute Sword's Orbit to defend himself. He had no room to dodge the incoming projectiles. This was where battle arrays shined the brightest. Normally, not even 100 Tier 2 experts would be a match for a single Tier 3 expert. But if these Tier 2 experts perfectly coordinated their attacks and focused their strength on a single location, they could even render Tier 3 experts powerless. As the rain of ranged attacks pinned down Shi Feng, Ink Rain, and Brilliant Python, who led the other two battle array teams, joined the assault. Brilliant Python was a berserker, so he took the lead in the two-man charge. When he swung his greatsword, even space itself began to crack. Moreover, every one of his attacks moved like a vicious snake that struck at Shi Feng's weak spots. Brilliant Python neglected his defense, focusing on his assault and fully intent on trading Shi Feng blow for blow. As for Ink Rain, the female assassin executed the combat technique 9 phantom steps, manifesting 9 copies of herself. She surrounded Shi Feng and patiently waited for an opportunity to land the final blow. This forced Shi Feng to focus on his defense, and as a result he continued to shove Brilliant Python back 2 or 3 steps, not giving the berserker the chance to land a direct hit. Although Shi Feng wanted nothing more than to follow up with a fatal strike, Ink Rain and the Mad Beast Legion's ranged forces interrupted him before he had the chance. Whenever Shi Feng tried to target the ranged players, Brilliant Python and Ink Rain did everything they could to stop him, giving the ranged players the time they needed to pull back. Although the two team leaders were no match for Shi Feng's basic attributes, he couldn't kill either of them without using a powerful skill. Both had the support of more than a dozen healers. For a time, the two sides were locked in a stalemate. Although Shi Feng successfully suppressed the Mad Beast Legion by himself, he wasn't dealing any permanent damage. Regardless, the watching crowd was shocked by Shi Feng's prowess, especially Starlink's members. They hadn't dreamed that Shi Feng would be so powerful. Despite facing an all-out assault from 2 battle array teams, he stood his ground. Even the weakest player on these battle array teams was a refinement realm expert. Yet despite the boons from the battle arrays, Shi Feng single-handedly contended with 200 of these experts. He was simply inhuman. Amazing. To think one player can wield such immense combat power. It's no wonder why you were spouting such nonsense earlier, but no matter how powerful you are, Black Flame, you're still only one man," Lu Xinglu said as he watched Shi Feng. The situation even surprised him. The combat power Shi Feng displayed was truly frightening. Startled Wind and Evil Blade nodded in agreement. In such a high-speed battle where one did not even have the time to breathe, their stamina consumption would be extremely high. If Shi Feng continued fighting at this pace, he would soon deplete his stamina even if he still had HP remaining. After a few more minutes, Shi Feng abruptly retreated, shaking off Ink Rain, Brilliant Python, and the rest of the Mad Beast Legion. Sure enough, dealing with Tier 2 battle arrays is tough without a sure kill skill. Shi Feng thought as he eyed Brilliant Python and Ink Rain. Battle arrays were one of the main weapons players relied on to defeat high-tiered players. Even Shi Feng had used battle arrays to do so during his previous life, but he had never expected to be on the receiving end one day. He wouldn't have had so much trouble against a single 100-man battle array, but he currently had to deal with two. In addition, both Ink Rain and Brilliant Python, the core of the two battle arrays, had impressively high combat standards. If he couldn't kill these two, even he'd be helpless. "What? Are you giving up already, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Ink Rain teased. "Mm-hmm. This game is too exhausting to continue. I don't want to play anymore," Shi Feng replied. "I'm afraid that is not up to you," Ink Rain said, smiling. She then led her team and charged at Shi Feng once more. As the woman and her companions approached, Shi Feng turned to Aqua Rose and his elite team, saying, "You guys can jump in now." Chapter 2228, One After Another. Chapter 2228, One After Another. When they heard Shi Feng's invitation, Aqua Rose and her comrades, who had remained on standby, revealed excited grins as they turned to the Mad Beast Legion before charging to meet their opponents. When Lu Xinglu noticed that Aqua Rose and the others were joining the fray, he glanced at Shi Feng with a sneer. "Black Flame, I suppose you want to rely on your people to cause chaos while you pick off the Mad Beast Legion members one by one?" Smiling, Lu Xinglu continued. "Unfortunately, you're only digging your own graves. Although the battle array allowed players to fight higher-tiered opponents, it was truly a weapon to use against large groups." Shi Feng's decision to take on the Mad Beast Legion by himself had been the wisest decision. If Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's vanguard joined the battle, they'd only be a liability, not an asset. Once the two armies truly clashed, chaos would rule this battlefield, and amidst such chaos, players couldn't rely on AoE skills or spells. A single misfire could kill one's allies. Without AoE skills or spells, even peak experts would find the Mad Beast Legions challenging in a one-on-one, not to mention Aqua Rose and the others who were only flowing water and refinement realm experts. However, Brilliant Python realized that the atmosphere around Zero Wing's members felt odd. "What's up with these people?" As Brilliant Python watched Zero Wing's players charge forth, he was confused. Aqua Rose and the others didn't look at him and his teammates like they were powerful foes. Rather, their expressions seemed like they had just found the perfect practice targets. "Ignore them. They are fools if they think they can defeat us in our own battle array," Ink Rain shouted to her team. She then turned her sights to Fire Dance, radiating intense killing intent. Her previous clash with Fire Dance was still fresh in her mind. Her strength was only second to the Mad Beast Legion's commander and vice-commander, yet someone with weaker combat standards had defeated her. It would be hard not to remember such a humiliating defeat. Although she didn't know how Fire Dance had increased her life rating so drastically last time, she had the battle array. She was going to use this chance to toy with the other assassin. Ink Rain's figure blurred as she dashed forward, only taking a moment to reach her opponent. She thrust her blade at Fire Dance, who ran at the forefront of Zero Wing's team. As Ink Rain's dagger shot forth, she split into 9 identical copies. When Happy Art saw this from one of the VIP rooms, she couldn't help but gasp. "That's 9 phantoms, 1 kill." Happy Art was astonished to see Ink Rain's 9 phantoms. 9 phantoms, 1 kill was a bronze combat technique, and one of the most powerful the 13 Thrones had obtained from bronze legacy tablets. With a fraction of the combat technique, a Void Realm expert would be unrivaled among their peers. Had Happy Art fully mastered 9 phantoms, 1 kill. She could have even fought Sandbone, one of the Flower of Seven Sins senior cadre members, without losing ground. Unfortunately, despite the extensive time Happy Art had dedicated to learning the combat technique, she had failed to make any progress. It was simply too complex for her to comprehend and execute. Not even a domain realm expert was guaranteed to learn the technique. Why wouldn't Happy Art be surprised to see that Ink Rain execute 9 phantoms, 1 kill, despite the difficulties of learning the technique? However, Happy Art didn't know that the battle array's boons were the only reason that Ink Rain could execute 9 phantoms, 1 kill. Without those effects, she wouldn't be able to use the combat technique either. Ink is taking this too seriously. She's actually relying on such a forbidden move. Cloudy Mountain, the Mad Beast Legion's vice-commander, muttered with a frown. 9 phantoms, 1 kill was Ink Rain's greatest trump card. They had wanted her to reserve this move for a domain realm expert, but now that she had used it, word would spread. Forget it. Just let her be. She might be able to take that final step after exacting her revenge, startled Wynne said, chuckling. Ink Rain was a prodigy he had set his sights on, and he had been surprised to learn that Fire Dance had actually defeated the young woman. Unfortunately, that defeat had maddened Ink Rain with thoughts of revenge. It had severely impacted her development. If Ink Rain could avenge her prior defeat and clear it from her mind, she would have a high chance of reaching the domain realm. Just when everyone assumed that Ink Rain's attack had been successful, a metallic clang echoed across the battlefield, stupefying the spectators. What's going on? They had only seen Fire Dance lightly swing her short sword before Ink Rain's phantoms had disappeared. Ink Rain stumbled a step back, her dagger vibrating violently as if she had struck an adamantine wall. Who is she? Happy Art muttered as she stared at Fire Dance in surprise. Ink Rain's assault could likely even kill domain realm experts. Yet Fire Dance had so casually nullified the attack. Moreover, Fire Dance's strength was clearly superior to Ink Rain's. Yet, Happy Art's surprise was nothing compared to the shock Starlink's members felt. Ink Rain was the core of one of the battle arrays, and the boost to her physique and basic attributes was even greater than what her comrades had received. With this boost, she shouldn't have any issues contending with Tier 3 players of the same level. Yet her strength was no match for Fire Dance's. Before Ink Rain could recover from her momentary shock, Fire Dance swung 1,000 transformations once more. As the short sword sliced through the air, countless blades bit into Ink Rain, giving the woman no room to dodge. Peng. This time, Ink Rain felt as if a hammer had struck her hand, leaving it completely numb. She was forced to stumble 2 steps backward as well. Seeing the weakness in Ink Rain's defense, Fire Dance didn't hold back as she continued to attack the enemy assassin. She continued to push Ink Rain back, forcing the woman to defend herself. The Mad Beast Legion members who were preparing to face off against Zero Wing's members were stunned. They had never expected to find yet another powerful player among Zero Wing's members. Before anyone could recover from their shock, however, the battle between Zero Wing's vanguard and the Mad Beast Legion stunned the spectators once more. The clash hadn't ended, as everyone had expected. They had expected the Mad Beast Legion's charge to shatter Zero Wing's formation. After all, every Mad Beast Legion member was a Refinement Realm expert, and they were all empowered by their battle arrays. They should be able to annihilate Zero Wing's vanguard in a few moves. However, Zero Wing's vanguard pushed back the powerful Mad Beast Legion, and even Brilliant Python, one of the battle array's cores, suffered a worse fate than Ink Rain at Gentle Snow's hands. As if swatting a helpless fly, every one of Gentle Snow's casual swings with her greatsword sent Brilliant Python flying 5 or 6 yards away. What is going on? Lu Xingluo's smile froze as he watched his Mad Beast Legion suffer, baffled. He watched Fire Dance and Gentle Snow. Even the various spectating powers gaped in shock. They simply couldn't process what was happening before their very eyes. Chapter 2229, Group Fight. The spectating crowd felt stifled by Zero Wing's unstoppable performance. Zero Wing is actually this strong? The players watching this battle from within the Divine Colosseum weren't ordinary experts. Some were even superpowers upper echelons. They had all seen the strength of the Mad Beast Legion's battle arrays. The boons the arrays provided were undeniably massive, yet, despite such power, the Mad Beast Legion was no match for Zero Wing's 300-player vanguard. It was unbelievable. Fire Dance's and Gentle Snow's performances were especially stunning. Based on the combat power Ink Rain and Brilliant Python had displayed, the crowd knew they were peak experts. Even in a super guild, they'd be top-ranked players. With the boots from the battle array, even Domain Realm experts would have to avoid a fight with those two. But neither Ink Rain nor Brilliant Python was a match for Fire Dance and Gentle Snow. The spectators simply couldn't understand how Zero Wing had gained two such powerful experts. Even Delicate Blood, who sat in the stands, was surprised as she watched the women. How are their attributes so high? Delicate Blood had a better understanding of what was happening on the battlefield than many of the experts around her. Although the two women's moves seemed special, as if they used a combat technique with every swing of their weapons, Delicate Blood could tell that they had only reached the Flowing Water realm. While incorporating combat techniques into every attack would increase their combat power, basic combat techniques could only offer a small boost. Furthermore, basic combat techniques didn't pose much of a threat to experts like Ink Rain and Brilliant Python. The real reason that Ink Rain and Brilliant Python were so miserable right now was because of how much higher Fire Dance's and Gentle Snow's basic attributes were. However, the two team leaders served as the cores for their respective battle arrays, and the attribute boots they had received was no trivial matter. Moreover, they should be wearing multiple pieces of epic equipment as peak experts, yet for some reason they were no match for Fire Dance and Gentle Snow. In contrast, Unyielding Heart brimmed with joy. His eyes were practically glowing as he watched Fire Dance and Gentle Snow. He didn't know how the two women had amassed such high basic attributes either, but with their strength, there was no doubt that Zero Wing's vanguard could suppress the Mad Beast Legion. In fact, it was only a matter of time before the vanguard annihilated the 300 Mad Beast Legion members. The 300 Mad Beast Legion members were Refinement Realm experts, and if Zero Wing's peak combatants could suppress these players, it would prove that Zero Wing had its own peak legion that could rival the various superpowers, combined with Unyielding Soul's peak combatants. Not even Starlink would find the two guilds an easy opponent to deal with. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the fights continued for a short time as the Mad Beast Legion rapidly lost members. Guild leader, I'm afraid that the Mad Beast Legion won't last much longer at this rate, Startled Wind reported as he watched one Legion member die after another. He didn't want to admit it, but Zero Wing was stronger than he had expected. The team Fire Dance and Gentle Snow led was more than capable of rivaling a superpower's main force. There was also Shi Feng to take into account, and he was capable of suppressing two battle array teams by himself.
"All right, join the battle, but make sure that you end it quickly," Lu Xinglo said as he shot Shi Feng a fierce look.
Lu Xinglo wanted to hide as much of Starling's strength as possible, but Shi Feng had given him no choice but to reveal his cards. Startled Wind nodded sharply and left to gather Sword Demon, Evil Blade, and the guild's other Domain Realm experts. The watching superpowers gasped as these experts broke away from Starlink's main force. Even Unyielding Heart felt a chill crawl down his spine. They watched as Startled Wind, the Mad Beast Legion's commander, Cloudy Mountain, its vice-commander, the four Shadow Demons, 3 kills, and the Battlescar Workshop's commander, Evil Blade, charged forth. That was a total of 8 Domain Realm experts, and among them, Startled Wind and Evil Blade were powerful enough to have shaken the Western continent in God's domain. Moreover, all 8 experts radiated strange auras. A crimson mark also graced their foreheads, and their eyes were completely black. Not one of them looked like an ordinary human. Demon God transformation. So, that's what Starlink has been hiding. Delicate Blood was stunned as she watched Starlink's 8 Domain Realm experts. Most superpowers were likely still unfamiliar with the term Demon God transformation. Only an extremely small number of players knew about what it was right now. The Demon God transformation was one of the few ways players could increase their life ratings, but trying to perform the act was extremely difficult. Not only did it require a ton of super rare materials, but the players undergoing the transformation also had to find the legacy entrance and clear the demon god's trial. The materials alone were an intense challenge to procure. Any superpower would struggle to secure a single set, yet Starlink had collected at least 8. Startled Wind and his companions had reached Fire Dance and Gentle Snow before Delicate Blood could even react. Although Startled Wind and the others' basic attributes and physiques weren't quite as powerful as Ink Rain and Brilliant Pythons, their combat standards were leagues above. Among the 8, Startled Wind and Evil Blade's basic attributes and physiques could rival Ink, Rain, and Brilliant Pythons, and as a result, they led the charge, relying on their superior combat standards. Startled Wind and Evil Blade deflected all of Fire Dance and Gentle Snow's attacks. They responded with their own advanced combat techniques, targeting the women's weak points. At the same time, Cloudy Mountain, Sword Demon, and the Domain Realm experts coordinated their attacks with Startled Wind and Evil Blades. After just a few exchanges, Fire Dance and Gentle Snow had taken several hits. They had no choice but to use their skills and focus on defense. It seems that this fight ends here. Although Zero Wing's experts have higher basic attributes, it still lacks capable manpower. Delicate Blood could not help but sigh as she watched Starlink's experts push back Fire Dance and Gentle Snow. At the end of the day, Zero Wing's foundations weren't solid enough. Fire Dance and Gentle Snow might be very strong, but God's Domain was not a single-player game. Starlink's foundations were far too sturdy. It had 8 Domain Realm experts that had undergone the Demon God transformation, and with that kind of strength, Starlink could decimate any ordinary superpower. Only super guilds would have a chance at putting Starlink in its place. But before Startled Wind and his team could land the final blow, 10 sword lights rained down on them from above. Not only were these sword lights incredibly powerful, but they were also quite fast and accurate. Startled Wind and his companions had no choice but to defend themselves. Peng, peng, peng. The crowd heard a series of metallic clangs as Startled Wind and the others were forced 2 or 3 steps back. All 8 Domain Realm experts instantly turned toward the sword light's origin, and they clearly weren't happy with what they found. Their attacker was none other than Shi Feng. Shi Feng's attacks were even heavier than Gentle Snow's. If any of them had to face the 10 sword lights alone, they'd likely take immense damage. 8 Domain Realm experts dare to gang up on 2 players who haven't even reached the Void Realm yet. You must be insane. See.
They hadn't fought him yet, so they didn't know exactly how high Shi Feng's strength was, but after blocking the previous attack, they knew it must be horrifically high. None of them would be a match for him in a one-on-one. Indeed, this is a war. Since that is how you feel, everyone attack, Shi Feng ordered. Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Shadow Sword, Yan Tianxing, Alluring Summer, Yi Luofei, Flying Shadow, Zhao Yueru, and a dozen or so other core upper echelons from Zero Wing, who had refrained from combat, surrounded Shi Feng, Chapter 2230, Violent Suppression. When Aqua Rose and the others stepped forward, they unleashed the auras they had kept contained. Although each of their auras was not as powerful as Fire Dance and Gentle Snows, the combined pressure easily surpassed their two comrades. Startled Wind and his team were stunned. Aqua Rose and the others hadn't seriously joined the battle yet, so Fire Dance and Gentle Snow's brilliance had easily overshadowed their performances. As a result, Startled Wind and his companions hadn't been able to get a clear estimation of their strength. However, as Aqua Rose's group revealed their true selves, Startled Wind and Starlink's other domain realm experts recognized how powerful these players were. Are you kidding me? How can a guild like Zero Wing have so many experts with such incredible attributes? Aqua Rose and her comrades no longer felt like current players. The weakest among them likely had basic attributes that could even rival Ink Rain and Brilliant Python. Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Cola, and Zhao Yueru were only slightly weaker than Fire Dance and Gentle Snow. When the Mad Beast Legion members felt this combined aura, they couldn't help their instinct to retreat. None of them dared to approach Aqua Rose's group. Only the Legion's peak experts withstood the powerful aura, although they were still afraid. The Mad Beast Legion felt as if they stood before over 20 great lords. How could they possibly face such a powerful force? Have they already reached Tier 3? Brilliant Python muttered in shock. Brilliant Python was his battle array's core, and the boost was even great enough that he could contend with a Tier 3 player of the same level. Yet Aqua Rose and the others' auras were no weaker than his own. He couldn't think of any possibility other than the fact that they must have reached Tier 3. No, that's not possible. Players can't take the Tier 3 promotion quest until they've reached level 100, no matter how incredible their leveling speed is. It's not possible to reach level 100 at this stage of the game. Even if they have reached that level, they'd still have to complete their promotion quests. They can't even challenge the quest until they've met the minimum equipment standards, not to mention complete it, Ink Rain said, shaking her head. Ink Rain refused to believe that Aqua Rose and the others had reached Tier 3 already. Just from their life ratings, she could tell they hadn't. There was, after all, a significant difference between a Tier 2 player's life rating and that of a Tier 3 player. Ink Rain didn't feel the pressure that would result from such a difference in life ratings. However, even if Aqua Rose and the others weren't Tier 3, they weren't any weaker than an actual Tier 3 player of the same level. Calm down, everyone. These people might have very high attributes, but their combat standards are subpar. Our refinement realm experts easily outnumber theirs by several times. Avoid direct fights, split up, and keep them distracted. Follow-up units, attack with combination spells, Evil Blade. You'll work with me to distract Black Flame. I want everyone else to work with the combination spells to keep Zero Wing's vanguard busy. Once we've annihilated the rest of Zero Wing's army, we'll take out time whittling these players down. After taking a moment to calm down, Startled Wind commanded the Mad Beast Legion's refinement realm experts. It was impressive that Zero Wing had 20-plus players with the combat power to rival Tier 3 players, but the difference between experts wasn't limited to basic attributes. Combat standards also played a massive role. After all was said and done, Zero Wing did not even have 100 refinement realm experts. Even if Zero Wing's refinement realm experts had higher basic attributes, they couldn't one-shot other players. They could simply split up and tackle these refinement realm experts using boss raiding methods. With Startled Wind's orders, realization dawned on Starlink's members. Aqua Rose and the others were quite powerful, but the fact remained that Starlink had more refinement realm experts. Starlink's forces then took action. The refinement realm experts that had stood with the main army began to cast their Tier 2 combination spells. targeting Zero Wing's Vanguard. These Tier 2 combination spells were even stronger than single-target Tier 3 spells, and could even cause a significant amount of damage against Grand Lords. Moreover, these Refinement Realm experts' aim was incredibly accurate. In the meantime, the 4 Shadow Demons, Cloudy Mountain, and 3 Kills made their way toward Aqua Rosa's group. Their basic attributes might not be as high, but they had higher combat standards. With a single glance, they found plenty of weak points in the Vanguard's defenses. If they coordinated their attacks with the combination spells, killing Aqua Rose and the others would not be difficult. But the instant Starlink's members reached their targets, they discovered that they had been mistaken, outrageously mistaken. Naturally, Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, and Zhao Yueru didn't hold back. Facing several dozen incoming combination spells, Aqua Rose lightly waved her Sea Dragon staff and cast Aqua Precinct. 12 water serpents immediate appeared around Aqua Rose, radiating an aura no weaker than that of a level 75 Grand Lord. Under Aqua Rose's control, the serpents blocked most of Starlink's combination spells. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud activated her Death's-size Shadow Rage, summoning a total of 300 Shadow Blades. Every Shadow Blade effortlessly struck down a combination spell, and in the end, Aqua Rose shattered the remaining incoming attacks in an instant. In the end, it took only an instant for Aqua Rose to shatter the remaining combination spells. Zhao Yueru took a more direct approach than her companions. Her Frost Flame's Wrath was already capable of upgrading her spells by 1 tier, so they were currently Tier 3 spells. With her extraordinary basic attributes and physique, she'd have no issues defeating an actual Tier 3 Great Mage, much less a bunch of Tier 2 magical class players. After casting the Tier 2 spell flame sanctions, over 30 crimson magic arrays appeared around Zhao Yueru. Each released a fiery spear, which was powerful enough on its own to warp the space around it. These spears were easily more powerful than Starlink's Tier 2 combination spells, and Zhao Yueru used them to bombard the Mad Beast Legion members. The Mad Beast Legion members responded in time and blocked the incoming spears, but they still stumbled back 7 or 8 steps, their arms trembling from the impact and their HPs plummeting. Zhao Yueru's attacks made her just as powerful as a humanoid defense turret. As long as magical class players had enough time to cast their spells, they'd wreak even more havoc on an open battlefield than their melee counterparts. A magical class player with a special legacy and a fragmented legendary weapon would be no more than a natural disaster. Although the 4 Shadow Demons and their companions wanted to stop the 3 women, Kola, Shadow Sword, Alluring Summer, Yi Luofei, Flying Shadow, and Yan Tianxing halted their advance. Despite having higher combat standards, the 4 Shadow Demons party struggled against Kola's due to the huge level gaps. Yan Tianxing, in particular, could suppress Sword Demon on his own. Meanwhile, Yi Luofei kept 3 Kills, who was only second to Sword Demon's strength, busy. Fire Dance and Gentle Snow continued to push back Ink Rain and Brilliant Python, who fared far worse than Sword Demon and 3 Kills. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the more startled Wind and Evil Blade fought Shi Feng, the more afraid they became of the swordsman's prowess. Not only could Shi Feng incorporate a combat technique in every move, but he also used his horrifying speed and strength to increase the lethality of his attacks. The 2 Domain Realm experts couldn't get close to him, forced to dodge or use skills to defend themselves. Even so, their HPs continued to decrease. If not for the rear line healer's support, they would have likely died already. However, even though Zero Wing had the advantage, Starlink simply had too many Refinement Realm experts. Although Zero Wing's Refinement Realm experts could face 5 opponents by themselves, it wasn't enough to compensate for Starlink's numerical advantage. Unfortunately, most of Zero Wing's Refinement Realm experts weren't quite that strong. After several minutes, Zero Wing's Vanguard had lost over 100 players, including over a dozen Refinement Realm experts. In contrast, Starlink had only lost around 300 players. As both guilds' main armies clashed, Zero Wing's losses were more severe. It wasn't just because of the quality difference between their experts, but the defensive barriers that protected Starlink's members. Black Flame, Zero Wing's story ends here. If it were merely a 1,000-man battle, you might have had a chance of victory. Unfortunately, this is a 10,000 versus 10,000 battle. You alone aren't enough to influence the outcome. Startled Wind snarled, breathing a sigh of relief once he saw that this battle's outcome was assured. Zero Wing had already suffered more than 2,000 casualties on the main battlefield, while Starlink had only sustained around 500. As long as they could hold out until Zero Wing's main army fell, the rest of Starlink's players could wear Shi Feng and his companions down, even if Starlink's domain realm experts were annihilated. In such a high-speed battle, experts of their caliber were no trivial matter. Fighting at their peak consumed a lot of stamina and concentration, and executing one advanced combat technique after another would increase their consumption. Startled Wind only had around half of his stamina remaining, and with Shi Feng facing 2 domain realm experts at the same time, he shouldn't fare any better. Startled Wind wasn't the only one to consider the issue. Everyone was aware of it. Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other magical class experts had already blown through more than half of their mana. Even if Zero Wing's Vanguard team eliminated Starlink's 70+ refinement realm experts before its main army fell, the surviving Vanguard members wouldn't be useful combat power. How exactly did Zero Wing plan to defeat Starlink's forces? You're not wrong. I can't turn the tide of this battle by myself, but what happens if I'm not alone? Shi Feng asked, flashing a grin at Startled Wind and Evil Blade. Shi Feng's question made them realize something, and they stared at him with grim expressions. The moment Shi Feng finished his question, he activated Twilight Shadow and Twilight of the Gods. The swordsman then split into 8 identical clones, each looking straight at Startled Wind and Evil Blade. Crap. Many of the watching players gasped when they saw Shi Feng split into 8 copies of himself. Some even cursed aloud in surprise. Startled Wind and his comrades, who shared a battlefield with Shi Feng, felt as if someone had dumped a bucket of cold water over their heads. Chapter 2231, Instant Killing Apex Experts. Shi Feng was already unstoppable on his own. He could single-handedly destroy a 1,000-man legion of expert players, and now that he had split into 8 clones of himself, even a fool could predict what was about to happen. Startled Wind and Evil Blade stared with grim faces. They wanted to curse this swordsman for cheating. Although doppelganger skills were very rare in God's domain, they were apex experts and had seen quite a few before, but they had never seen a doppelganger skill as despicable as the one Shi Feng had just used. Run! Before anyone could recover from their shock, Startled Wind shouted for a retreat. He turned and fled without any hesitation. Startled Wind could sense doppelganger skills effects, and although Shi Feng's doppelgangers had lower attributes than the main body, he could tell that their basic attributes were still higher than his and Evil Blade's. As for combat standards, Shi Feng might not be able to control all 8 doppelgangers as efficiently as his own body, but each doppelganger could likely rival Ink Rain and Brilliant Python. If that were the case, they had no chance of victory, even if he worked with Evil Blade. Moreover, since the doppelgangers shared a single consciousness, their coordination would be seamless. Following Startled Wind's order, Evil Blade ran in the opposite direction. Even he recognized that only one outcome awaited them if they tried to fight Shi Feng head-on death. The only way out of this predicament was to buy time and run. No doppelganger skill lasted forever, and as long as they could survive the skill's duration, all would be well again. Doppelganger skills were quite powerful, but they had an obvious flaw. They were a huge burden on players' concentration. Every summoned doppelganger increased the user's concentration consumption by 100%. If Shi Feng were facing boss monsters or ordinary experts, he might be fine, but he was fighting apex experts. His concentration consumption would be just as high as his stamina concentration. Once his concentration fell to a critical low, it would affect his mental state, which would in turn severely impact his performance in battle. In other words, if they could survive until Shi Feng's doppelganger skill ended, they could defeat the swordsman. Startled Wind and Evil Blade weren't the only ones to flee for their lives. The experts that clashed with Zero Wing's Vanguard retreated as well, especially Starlink's Domain and Void Realm experts. They practically ignored their opponents and fled. They knew how great the difference was between their strength and Shi Feng's. Once Shi Feng killed Startled Wind and Evil Blade, they'd be next on his menu, even on the off chance that Shi Feng couldn't slay his current two opponents. He'd make the best use of his doppelganger skill by attacking weaker enemies like them. For a time, chaos reigned over Starling's refinement realm and higher experts as everyone ran for their lives. The audience in the stands was stupefied. The weakest player among Starling's main force was a refinement realm expert, and the force was more than capable of annihilating a 10,000-man army of ordinary experts. However, these experts fled just because Shi Feng had used a skill. They looked like mice that had just run into a cat. It's too late. With a glance at Startled Wind and Evil Blade, Shi Feng directed his doppelgangers to surround the two experts. If he wanted Zero Wing to win this competition, he couldn't let these two live, no matter what. Shi Feng had avoided using Twilight Blade's skills precisely because he worried that Startled Wind and Evil Blade would flee. Naturally, the rest of Starling's main force would run the moment their commanders did so, and that wasn't the desired outcome. Starling's refinement realm experts far outnumbered Zero Wing's. If these refinement realm experts split up and targeted Zero Wing's main army, they'd pose a much greater threat than if they operated as a single unit. Not even Shi Feng would be able to kill every one of these refinement realm experts before exhausting his stamina. Hence, Shi Feng's plan since the beginning was to gather Starling's members as close to each other as possible. He could then pick off these experts and reduce the threat to Zero Wing's main army. By this point, only half of Starling's refinement realm experts were still alive. Shi Feng had hoped to continue this stalemate for a while longer, slowly reducing their numbers. But as Zero Wing's main army was close to falling, he decided to change his plans. Although Zero Wing's main army still had over 7,000 experts, a battle between such large armies would snowball. The casualty rate at the start of the battle might not be that high, but as time passed, players would begin to die faster. Shi Feng could no longer wait. The moment Shi Feng's doppelgangers surrounded Startled Wind and Evil Blade, all 8 attacked together. Shi Feng held a massive advantage over the duo when it came to basic attributes. Hence, even though each doppelganger only possessed 85% of Shi Feng's basic attributes, they were still far superior to Startled Wind and Evil Blade when it came to speed. Moreover, ever since Shi Feng started using the life potion, his brain capacity had been continuously improving. After including the casting goldstone's effects, Shi Feng was now capable of getting 2 of his doppelgangers to exhibit combat standards close to the domain realm. Not only did these 2 apex experts have to face a domain realm expert with higher basic attributes, but they also had to face 7 other experts that could rival Ink Rain. In the first exchange, Startled Wind and Evil Blade each suffered at least 3 direct hits, instantly losing more than 50% of their HPs. Damn it! The outcome both shocked and enraged Startled Wind. He stopped holding back and desperately executed every advanced body technique and life-saving skill he had. Evil Blade bellowed with fury as he summoned his own doppelganger to assist him in this fight, but his doppelganger was significantly inferior to Shi Feng's, only possessing 70% of his total attributes. At most, Evil Blade's doppelganger could act as a meat shield, taking hits. It wouldn't be able to exhibit any significant combat power against Shi Feng. Meanwhile, Starling's rear line healers frantically cast healing spells on the 2 apex experts. Some even used their trump cards to keep Startled Wind and Evil Blade alive. This allowed the 2 apex experts to fight and run without worrying about dying, but even after crossing over 50 yards, Startled Wind and Evil Blade couldn't shake off Shi Feng. Not even refinement realm experts could keep up with the fight, and the 3 apex experts consumed stamina and concentration at an alarming rate. Die. Shi Feng held nothing back either, as all 8 of his doppelganger executed Sword's transmigration simultaneously. The technique pushed aside every attempt Startled Wind and Evil Blade made to defend themselves, creating the opening necessary for the remaining attacks to strike. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, in the blink of an eye. Startled Wind and Evil Blade had each gained an additional dozen or so wounds. Before the rear line healers could do anything about it, Both Apex experts' HPs hit 0, and their bodies fell to the ground, lifeless. Every player watching the fight gasped when Startled Wind and Evil Blade died. Even Melancholy, who watched from a second-floor VIP room, was shocked. Both Startled Wind and Evil Blade stood at the apex of God's domain. Just trying to kill one of them would give the various superpowers massive headaches, yet Shi Feng had killed both in the same moment. While it was easy to repel experts of such caliber in God's domain, killing them was dozens of times more difficult. If an apex expert focused on escaping, even a slightly stronger expert would find it challenging to stop them. Furthermore, both Startled Wind and Evil Blade had the support of multiple healers, yet neither had survived Shi Feng's onslaught. Chapter 2332, Abyss Unsheathed. Chapter 2332, Abyss Unsheathed. They died? Delicate Blood turned her gaze to Shi Feng, shocked after watching Startled Wind and Evil Blade vanish from the battlefield. Startled Wind and Evil Blade's strength was top-notch, even among God's domain's apex experts. On their own, they could even survive a fight against 3 or 4 domain realm experts, yet Shi Feng had slain both of them by himself. However, Shi Feng had actually succeeded in killing both of them all by himself. Shi Feng's strength was simply horrifying. However, before the audience could recover from the shock of Startled Wind and Evil Blade's deaths, Shi Feng charged towards Sword Demon and Starlink's other domain realm experts. Although Shi Feng's fight with Startled Wind and Evil Blade had seemed slow, it had only lasted a handful of seconds. To Sword Demon and the others who struggled against Aqua Rose and her companion's harassment, these several seconds weren't enough for them to cross 100 yards. Shi Feng, on the other hand, only needed an instant. Naturally, Shi Feng didn't let the enemy refinement realm experts he came across in that instant off the hook. Like a group of grim reapers, Shi Feng's doppelgangers brandished their swords, reaping a life with each swing of their swords. Is he even human? The various major powers experts watched with wide eyes as Shi Feng left the refinement realm experts' corpses in his wake. Unlike the various superpowers' upper echelons, they knew that Startled Wind and Evil Blade were quite powerful, but they didn't know exactly how strong the 2 domain realm experts were. However, most of them quite familiar with the kind of strength refinement realm experts wielded, having personally fought such experts. Many of these watching experts worked towards reaching the refinement realm themselves. And yet, the refinement realm experts they looked up to couldn't even last more than one move against Shi Feng. They only saw Shi Feng walk past these experts, and a moment later the players he passed transformed into particles of light and disappeared. When Sword Demon and his comrades saw this, their hearts skipped a beat. They hadn't considered that their refinement realm experts would fail to stall Shi Feng for even a moment. In the end, they could only watch as the distance between Shi Feng and themselves shrank. "Black flame, you bastard!" Lu Shenglu bellowed as he watched Shi Feng's rampage through the rear of Starlink's main army. "Everyone, switch targets. Attack him with everything you've got." Those domain realm experts were the core of Starlink's army in this competition. If Shi Feng annihilated them, Starlink would struggle to win the battle. Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Zero Wing's other core upper echelons were simply too strong. The ranged players of Starlink's main army immediately turned their attention to Shi Feng, bombarding him with frenzied attacks. They loosed several thousand spells and arrows in the blink of an eye, all aimed at Shi Feng. Even domain realm experts' scalp would tingle if they had to face so many attacks. However, before these attacks could get close to him, Shi Feng replaced Killing Ray with the Abyssal Blade. He then activated 9 dragons, summoning 16 phantoms of the magic weapon around him. Sword's Orbit. The Abyssal Blade phantoms began to rotate around Shi Feng with astonishing speed, their gleaming blades creating a galaxy of stars. The scene was mesmerizing. A moment later, the thousands of spells and arrows collided with the rotating stars, instantly shattering. Not a single attack made it through that bladed galaxy. Despite taking the time to execute Sword's Orbit, Shi Feng's pace didn't slow as he continued to approach Sword Demon and the other domain realm experts. Crap. What kind of skill is he using? Is that an invulnerability skill? No, it's not an invulnerability skill. If it were, the mana around him would have fluctuated. Since that didn't happen, Black Flame must be using a combat technique. How can a combat technique be that powerful? That's several thousand attacks we're talking about. Players can become so incredibly powerful with combat techniques. The many spectating experts were stunned as they watched the scene play out. They had all watched experts charge into large forces to slay an army's commander before. In fact, it was a common occurrence in God's domain. There were so many skills, spells, and tools available in God's domain, and with a powerful enough tool, players could wipe out armies of tens of thousands of players by themselves. However, they had never seen a player effortlessly walk through thousands of attacks by relying on a combat technique. Some of those attacks had been as powerful as Tier 3 attacks, and every one of them had originated from an expert. They had all been incredibly accurate. Even peak experts would be reduced to a pincushion. However, none of these attacks could reach Shi Feng. The galaxy of stars he had summoned struck every one of them down, although the Abyssal Blade couldn't keep up with Shi Feng's leveling. The magic weapon's incredible skills were still useful. 9 Dragons / in particular, was a major help in group fights. The summoned phantoms were even more useful than the Abyssal Blade itself, since attacks wouldn't affect them. When Shi Feng used these phantom swords in conjunction with Sword's Orbit, the technique could be Shi Feng's strongest defensive maneuver. Don't think that I'm so easy to kill? Sword Demon knew that escape wasn't possible as he watched Shi Feng's rapid approach. He immediately used his strongest move against the swordsman. The twin swords in Sword Demon's grip began to release a dense, dark energy, and the atmosphere around him began to feel much heavier. It felt as if the space around him couldn't bear the existence of this dark energy. Following which, Sword Demon used Cross Slash, sending a pitch-black cross of dark energy flying toward Shi Feng. This attack was Sword Demon's last hope for survival. As long as the galaxy of stars around Shi Feng remained, Starlink's ranged players would be useless. But if Sword Demon could shatter that galaxy, Starlink could continue its assault against Zero Wing's guild leader. Shi Feng would be forced to deal with the attacks, allowing Sword Demon to escape. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the battlefield the instant the Dark Cross collided with the galaxy of stars, creating a powerful storm that swept through the area. Black tears appeared as space began to unravel. However, when the dust cleared, what Sword Demon saw left him stupefied. His attack, which had the strength to rival mythic monsters' attacks, had done nothing to the defensive galaxy around Shi Feng. He had done nothing more than push the swirling lights closer to the swordsman for a brief moment before they returned to their original positions. What power! If I hadn't reached the Ascension Realm during my fight with Startled Wind and Evil Blade, my sword's orbit would have broken. Shi Feng flashed Sword Demon an amazed look. Players couldn't use Berserk skills on this battlefield, so it was practically impossible for a Tier 2 player to display Tier 4 power. Not even Shi Feng could do so. As a result, he had no choice but to combine his Abyssal Blade Phantom's strength to deflect Sword Demon's attack. After that last attack, Sword Demon's aura had weakened substantially. Using this opportunity, Shi Feng ganged up on Sword Demon with his doppelgangers. This Domain Realm expert was much easier to defeat than Startled Wind and Evil Blade. The instant Sword Demon ran out of life-saving skills, Shi Feng killed him and moved on to his next target. The scene rendered the spectating crowd speechless. Despite several thousand attacks bombarding him, Shi Feng had slain Sword Demon. His strength was absurd. When Lu Xinglu watched another Domain Realm expert fall, he paled. Shortly after Sword Demon died, Wind Demon and Cloudy Mountain, the closest Domain Realm experts, fell under Shi Feng's blades. Surprisingly, Gentle Snow and Yan Tianxing had successfully killed 3 kills, while Fire Dance and Yi Luofei ended Ink Rain. Because of this development, Starlink's morale plummeted. In less than 2 minutes after Shi Feng had activated Twilight of the Gods, all of Starlink's Domain Realm experts had died. Furthermore, Starlink had less than 200 Refinement Realm experts remaining. Everyone could see that Zero Wing's main army had suffered over 6,000 casualties, yet it had secured a chance of emerging victorious. If Zero Wing's remaining members hid in the nearby forest, they could recover their stamina and concentration, turning the rest of this competition into a battle of attrition. What should we do next, guild leader? "Should we use that move?" a woman in a strange black robe asked from beside Lu Xinglu. "That is my final trump card. I will not use it here," Lu Xinglu said, shaking his head. Viciously glaring at Shi Feng, Lu Xinglu continued, "We're retreating." Lu Xinglu then left the battlefield, as did the rest of Starlink's experts, one after another. In less than a minute, the battle ended, and a message appeared above the battlefield. Victor, Zero Wing. Chapter 2233, New Powerhouse. Chapter 2233, New Powerhouse. As the system announced the competition's victory, silence descended on the entire venue. Only after some time did the audience snap out of their daze. What? Zero Wing won, just like that. The spectators couldn't believe their eyes as they stared at the words hovering above the battlefield. Although Zero Wing had killed all of Starlink's top combatants, Zero Wing's army had suffered after such a long fight. Zero Wing's top combatants should have exhausted much of their stamina and concentration. If they had continued this battle, they would have likely collapsed from exhaustion. Moreover, Zero Wing's 300-man vanguard only had a little over 100 survivors remaining. Among them, less than 70 were refinement realm experts. In contrast, although Starlink had lost all of its domain realm experts, it still had over 200 refinement realm experts. Overall, Zero Wing had still been at a disadvantage. Most importantly, Starlink's main army had crushed Zero Wing's main army to a point where it couldn't even be considered an army anymore. The situation wouldn't be easy for Zero Wing to salvage, and yet Starlink had taken the initiative to admit defeat. Starlink surrendered? Delicate Blood watched Lu Xinglu, who had already returned to the Divine Colosseum's main hall in astonishment. She had never expected this outcome. Starlink was the Dark Knight Empire's overlord and a guild that developed on both the eastern and western continents simultaneously. The guild had countless experts under its command, yet Starlink had surrendered so strangely. Ha 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 ha. I told you that the outcome wasn't set in stone. Zero Wing has won, Unyielding Heart exclaimed, grinning at Delicate Blood. Don't celebrate so soon. Starlink might have lost, but there is a high chance that it only surrendered to keep its true strength hidden, Delicate Blood said, clicking her tongue. If Starlink accepted defeat in such an important competition to hide its strength, it must have something massive in store. That doesn't change the fact that Zero Wing won, Unyielding Heart said, chuckling. Every player in the Empire was watching this match. Now that Zero Wing has won, the powers that previously doubted the guild's strength will begin to side with Zero Wing. Unyielding Heart didn't know what Starlink was planning, but the fact that Zero Wing had won this 10,000 versus 10,000 match was undisputable. Today, the Dark Knight Empire entered a new era. Starlink would no longer have full control over the Empire. Instead, two powerhouses would contest for control. The various major powers that had hesitated to pick a side would swarm towards Zero Wing. The Dark Knight Empire was very large, and although it appeared to be under Starlink, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor's control, the three superpowers only commanded the Empire's core areas. There were plenty of small, obscure cities that were free of these three superpowers, controlled by upstart powers. Corporations around the world were actively trying to invest in God's domain, and while some invested in existing guilds, others had chosen to form their own. As a result, upstart powers were secretly rising all over God's domain. Naturally, the Dark Knight Empire was no exception. Meanwhile, these upstart powers had been annexing small guilds and adventurer teams across the Empire, and by this point, they were no weaker than first-rate guilds. Some were even stronger. Since these upstart powers had their own agendas, they weren't willing to submit to Starlink. That being said, they didn't dare oppose the superpower either. As a result, they had remained in an awkward position. However, now that Zero Wing had defeated Starlink and proven itself to be just as powerful in the Dark Knight Empire, these upstart powers would eagerly ally themselves with Zero Wing to work against Starlink. Delicate Blood had no response to offer Unyielding Heart. Instead, she shifted her gaze to Shi Feng, who had just left the battlefield. It seems I'll have to report this to the old commander, Delicate Blood thought as she watched Zero Wing's guild leader. Unyielding heart hadn't been wrong. Victory was just that. From today on, the Dark Knight Empire had a new powerhouse, Zero Wing. Meanwhile, in one of the Divine Colosseum's second-floor VIP rooms, Happy Art could not believe her eyes as she stared at the outcome of this competition. Guild leader Zero Wing won. Happy Art muttered, dazed. She had insisted that Zero Wing was an excellent guild, but she hadn't actually expected it to defeat Starlink in this competition. The difference between the two guilds was just so massive. "I can see that," Melancholy said, smiling at Happy Art's dazed expression. "Zero Wing has certainly surprised me with such strength. We'll have a much better chance of securing the fortress. I really must thank you for your recommendation and reports. I will leave our cooperation with Zero Wing to you. Also, I want you to tell Black Flame something for me. Others will always envy those who stand out. Even super guilds will be envious of Zero Wing's incredible development speed." Melancholy didn't particularly care about Zero Wing's other experts, but the strength its vanguard had displayed in this battle had surprised him. Now he more or less understood why Shi Feng had been so confident. Zero Wing's growth rate was too frightening. It had grown from an obscure guild in a kingdom into Starlink's rival in such a short time. Moreover, it had successfully nurtured so many powerful experts. There was definitely a secret behind Zero Wing's success, one that even tempted Melancholy. "I understand," Happy Art said, nodding. While everyone discussed the competition's outcome, Shi Feng, who had just left the battlefield, was puzzled. He had been prepared to order a retreat into the forest, employing guerrilla tactics against Starlink's remaining forces. Not only would his strategy compensate for Zero Wing's numerical disadvantage, but it would also give his players time to recover their stamina and concentration. With their level and attribute advantage, they could whittle Starlink's survivors down. He had never expected Lu Xinglu to give up so quickly. Shi Feng found the situation strange since it didn't fit with Lu Xinglu's usually rash behavior. Just forget about it. In any case, we've won. Shi Feng shook his head as he dismissed the issue. What mattered the most was the reputation boost Zero Wing would gain with its victory. Although Zero Wing had established a foothold in the Dark Knight Empire, it hadn't made any developmental progress yet, even with the benefits Stone Forest City provided. Starlink was simply far too strong. However, Starlink's prestige in the Empire would suffer, while Zero Wing's would soar. After this, Zero Wing could finally absorb the Empire's talented players. If a guild wanted to become a true superpower, it needed enough talented players and experts. Although Zero Wing had already surpassed first-rate guilds in this aspect, it wasn't a match for superpowers. This competition had made that much obvious. The difference between each side's refinement realm experts had been massive. There was no need to mention other aspects. To gain more refinement realm experts, Zero Wing needed to recruit a large number of talented players and experts, but relying on Star Moon Kingdom's player population wasn't enough. Most importantly, Zero Wing had exposed too much of its strength during this competition. Superpowers would start to become interested in the guild. Shi Feng needed to increase Zero Wing's overall strength as quickly as possible. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng's gaze drifted toward the 10,000 ancient gold he had won from Lu Xinglu. 10,000 ancient gold coins. Even for Starlink, this amount was extremely difficult to acquire. If Shi Feng hadn't signed a contract with Lu Xinglu before the competition, Lu Xinglu would likely have gone back on his word, even if his reputation would take a hit for it. Ancient gold coins were immensely difficult to acquire. Most independent experts on Dragonheart Island only earned ancient copper, with an extreme few earning ancient silver coins. Only superpowers were strong enough to earn ancient gold coins. "It's about time I paid Dragonheart Island a visit," Shi Feng thought, smiling. He had assumed that he'd only earned so many ancient gold coins after fulfilling his agreement with 13 thrones, but now that he had them in hand, he could secure a foothold on Dragonheart Island. Later, Shi Feng left the Dark Knight Empire's affairs to Aqua Rose while he made his way to Dragonheart Island. Chapter 234, Purchasing a Shop. Chapter 234, Purchasing a Shop, Dark Knight Empire. Starlink's residence in Dark Knight City. As soon as Lu Xinglu entered his quiet office, he noticed someone sitting in the room. As Bright Dawn noticed the visitor as well, he positioned himself in front of his guild leader. Star Link's residence was heavily guarded, and the guild had a rule that no one was allowed in the guild leader's office on their own without the guild leader's permission. Not even Bright Daw, Starlink's vice-guild leader, was an exception, and yet someone sat, apparently waiting in the guild leader's office. Even more frightening, this player wasn't wearing Starlink's guild emblem, and if Bright Dawn hadn't spotted this player, he wouldn't have noticed their visitor at all. It was as if this person did not actually exist inside this room. Although Bright Dawn wasn't a domain realm expert, he was a void realm expert, a peak expert. He had sharpened his 5 senses to their very limits. He'd notice a tiny fly, let alone a living person. However, when it came to the young man in silver leather armor, he couldn't sense the youth even as he looked straight at him. As Bright Dawn stared, he felt cold sweat drip down his back, yet he couldn't sense where the danger came from. While Bright Dawn struggled with what he should do, Lu Xinglu spoke. "Dawn, leave us." Understood. The command informed Bright Dawn that his guild leader was acquainted with this stranger. Before he left, however, he spared one last glance for the thin young man on the sofa. Once Bright Dawn left the guild leader's office, Lu Xinglu took a seat opposite of the youth. "Why are you here, Blue Mask?" Lu Xinglu asked frostily. "I'm here to ascertain your progress with the task that great personage has assigned you, of course," the youth Blue Mask replied, unperturbed by Lu Xingluo's cold treatment. "Rest assured, everything is progressing smoothly. I will personally report on this matter. You don't need to concern yourself," Lu Xingluo said. "Good." Blue Mask nodded. Smiling, he continued. "However, I've heard that Zero Wing has defeated your guild. This is quite interesting." "I am merely letting Zero Wing live a little while longer," Lu Xinglu said, his expression darkening. "Once I've finished my tasks, I'll teach Zero Wing the meaning of despair." He had no choice but to surrender to keep his trump card hidden. There was no way he'd let Shi Feng and Zero Wing off the hook. When the time was right, even Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor would meet their doom, not to mention Zero Wing. Don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to mock you. I'm merely talking about Zero Wing. Despite its lack of background, it has developed with such ferocious speed and nurtured so many powerful experts. "Zero Wing has even defeated your subordinates," the youth said, shrugging. Every existing superpower had only developed into such due to an abundance of capital and resources. This was especially true when it came to nurturing experts. Money wasn't enough to accomplish this feat. However, despite lacking investors, Zero Wing had displayed an astonishing growth rate. No one believed that Zero Wing wasn't hiding some kind of secret. "What? Are you actually interested?" Blue Mask's comment surprised Lu Xingluo. The young man had never paid attention to anything outside of his own concerns, and had zero interest beyond his own. "I'm on the one who's interested. That great personage is," Blue Mask said, smiling faintly. "That great personage will likely seek out Zero Wing for a chat." "That great personage is interested in Zero Wing." Lu Xinglu was stunned. Lu Xinglu was the Starline Corporation's heir and enjoyed high status and an immense amount of influence in the real world. But compared to that person, he was little more than an ant. Lu Xinglu had never thought that an insignificant pest like Zero Wing would catch that person's interest. "That's right. I'd suggest that you avoid messing with Zero Wing. At least, not until you've completed your tasks," Blue Mask said. "I understand," Lu Xinglu nodded. Since that great personage had decided to make a move on Zero Wing, there was nothing Lu Xinglu could do about it. If negotiations were successful, he'd be fine, but if they failed, Zero Wing would be doomed, even if he didn't make a move. While the Dark Knight Empire was in an uproar about the match between Starlink and Zero Wing, Shi Feng secretly arrived on Dragonheart Island in the Sea of Death. Dragonheart City was currently crowded with people, and as Shi Feng wandered down the city streets, he could tell that the city was even more prosperous than Empire's imperial capitals. As the only large-scale independent NPC city in the Sea of Death, many powers had gathered here. Even the rarely seen neutral powers and naval powers frequently visited, especially the neutral powers. Neutral powers were strong enough that not even superpowers dared to provoke them at sea. These neutral powers consisted of non-human players. Unlike on land, non-human players weren't restricted at sea. With the superior racial traits, it was easy to imagine how powerful these non-human powers would be on the open ocean. Non-human players were superior to human players in both leveling speed and combat power achievements. The only downside these players had to deal with was the promotion quests, which were far more challenging than those human players had to face. As for naval powers, they spoke with their ships. Naval powers fought in such a way that made individual players' strength nearly ineffective. This was why it was so difficult to secure a foothold on Dragonheart Island, and why so many powers tried to do so regardless. Shi Feng hadn't had an opportunity to establish a foothold on Dragonheart Island in his previous life. At most, he had been able to lead teams to the island to challenge the World Tower. His guild hadn't even had a temporary residence on the island. However, Shi Feng had reached Dragonheart Island much sooner in this life. Moreover, he had the ability to establish a foothold here. He couldn't help but sigh ruefully at the situation. I missed the best chance to prepare for the Tier 3 promotion in my last life. I won't let it happen this time, Shi Feng swore to himself as he gazed at Dragonheart City's City Hall, his heart pounding with excitement. Completing the Tier 3 promotion quest was an intense challenge. Not only did players need a certain degree of strength, but they also needed the help of specific external items. Fortunately, Dragonheart City had a large variety of items to offer. As long as he could purchase a shop here, he could buy many of the items NPC had for sale. It was one of the most reliable methods of acquiring items in Dragonheart City. Of course, the quality of the items available would largely depend on the shop's location and rank. Many powers had failed to establish a shop in Dragonheart City in the past, and as a result, they had lagged behind when it came to Tier 3 players. Shi Feng would not miss this opportunity in this life. Shi Feng quickly entered the city hall, and following an NPC administrator, he arrived in an elegant reception room. The NPC administrator then retrieved a list of available shops in Dragonheart City, allowing Shi Feng some time to browse through his options. Purchasing a shop with a high star rank was the most important thing to Shi Feng right now, but considering the amount of ancient gold he had on hand, his choices were limited. If he wished to purchase a 2-star shop, his only options were grocery stores. He simply couldn't afford a 2-star alchemy workshop or smithy. Sure enough, I'm limited to a grocery store in the city's inner area. After browsing through the list for some time, Shi Feng felt like a pauper. Almost all of the 2-star shops available cost more than 10,000 ancient gold. Some of the more expensive shops even cost upward of 30,000 ancient gold. However, as Shi Feng considered purchasing the 2-star grocery store, he noticed a 1-star shop at the very bottom of the list. Unlike the other shops, this 1-star shop's name was written in gray. When he read the shop's name, Shi Feng was stunned. The Wanderer's Shop? Chapter 235, Shop's Secret. Chapter 235, Shop's Secret. When Shi Feng saw the words Wanderer's Shop, excitement and shock filled his heart. He had never dreamed that he'd get lucky enough to come across such a golden opportunity. "Can I purchase this Wanderer's Shop?" Shi Feng asked the female elven NPC beside him. Most players wouldn't recognize the Wanderer's Shop. Even the current superpowers were likely unaware of what it was. However, every power would recognize the Wanderer's Shop by its other name, the Black Market. The Black Market existed on the dark side of God's domain, but its influence could be found in many of the game's neutral areas, and the Black Market always had a variety of items for sale. No NPC auction house could even hope to rival the Black Market's items. Powerful potions and combat techniques were often available, and if one were truly lucky, they might even find a flying mount or fragmented legendary item. One could say that the Black Market was a heaven for the rich. Naturally, purchasing the Wanderer's Shop wasn't easy. It would appear randomly in the various neutral NPC cities. Moreover, it would only remain in a city for a certain amount of time before disappearing. Purchasing it would require incredible luck. And now, The Wanderer's shop was in Dragonheart City and only cost 9,000 ancient gold, which just so happened to be within Shi Feng's budget. Of course you may. However, you are not allowed to convert this shop for other uses after purchasing it. You will also be required to pay a 3,000 ancient gold management fee once every 10 days. If you fail to make the payment, we will repossess the shop, the elven NPC explained. How vicious. It's no wonder why none of the powers here have bought the Wanderer's shop. Shi Feng was astonished when he heard the pricing for the shop. A one-star shop in Dragonheart City's outer area only cost 1,000 ancient gold per month to maintain. Even the one-star shops in the city's inner area only cost 1,500 to 1,800 gold per month to maintain. On the other hand, despite occupying the city's outer area, the Wanderer's shop's maintenance cost 3,000 ancient gold every 10 days. In other words, maintaining this shop each month would cost 9,000 ancient gold. 9,000 ancient gold coins. Even the first-rate powers that had operated in Dragonheart City for some time now only earned around 9,000 ancient gold per month. Only superpowers could afford such a high management fee. Of course, no superpower would be willing to spend that kind of money on a one-star shop. Even the one-star Wanderer's shop wouldn't have anything particularly valuable to sell. It mostly sold ordinary clothing and groceries. At best, one could purchase ordinary herbs and ores from the shop. There was simply no profit in owning the one-star Wanderer's shop. In fact, it would be even less profitable than owning an ordinary grocery store. Players could sell their crafted products to an ordinary grocery store, but they couldn't do so in the Wanderer's shop. Investing in this shop would be no different than investing in a bottomless pit. Only a lunatic would pay a monthly management fee of 9,000 ancient gold for such a worthless shop. "Are you sure you wish to purchase the Wanderer's shop, Lord Bronze Legatee?" the NPC administrator asked for confirmation. "That's right. I wish to buy it." Shi Feng nodded. The Wanderer's shop was a dying business, but that was only true until it was promoted to 2-star status. Once the Wanderer's shop reached 2-star status, it would start to reveal its true purpose. At 2 stars, the Wanderer's shop would gain 2 divine abilities. First, it could purchase rare items that weren't usually on the market, such as magic array designs, which kingdoms and empire considered national secrets, and Tier 3 and higher skill books. Tier 3 classes were an intermediate force anywhere across God's domain's main continent. Tier 3 NPCs could even serve as some NPC cities' magistrates. The various kingdoms and empires typically regulated items for Tier 3 and above classes. This was also why players had to visit neutral maps for their Tier 3 promotion quests, rather than in a kingdom or empire. The second ability was the Black Market Teleportation Gate. This ability allowed players to teleport to the Black Market's marketplace. However, the entry slots were severely restricted. Not only was there a limited number of entry slots, but each slot could also only be used a certain number of times. These entry slots were the Wanderer's shop's true merchandise. Naturally, anyone who owned the Wanderer's shop would be first in line to purchase these slots. Many powers in the past had been unaware of the 2-star Wanderer's shop's abilities and had missed out on such a rare opportunity. Very few had been lucky enough to purchase a Wanderer's shop for themselves. Only a fixed number of Wanderer's shops would appear in each neutral NPC city. At most, only 15 Wanderer's shops would appear in a large-scale NPC city like Dragonheart City. Once that maximum number had been reached, Dragonheart City would not gain another Wanderer's shop unless an existing shop were repossessed. Once Shi Feng confirmed his desire to purchase this Wanderer's shop, the NPC administrator saw to the purchasing procedures. In less than 5 minutes, 9,000 ancient gold vanished from Shi Feng's bag. In exchange, he obtained the deed to the Wanderer's shop and all information relating to the shop. After Shi Feng inspected the shop's details, he began to get a headache. It's no wonder why those powers had taken so long to promote their Wanderer's shops to 2-star status. This promotion condition is really something Shi Feng frowned at the Wanderer's shop's promotion condition. To promote an ordinary NPC shop, one only needed a certain level of popularity and transaction volume. The Wanderer's shop, however, was a different story. Perhaps it was because the shop didn't have much merchandise to sell, but it actually required a bronze shop promotion order to reach 2-stat status. Without that, it would forever be a 1-star shop. The bronze shop promotion order meant for NPC shops was far more difficult to obtain than promotion orders for player shops, lol. Generally, these promotion orders only dropped in level 100+ large-scale team dungeons, and every one of them was worth tens of thousands of gold. After all, there were a lot of benefits to promoting an NPC shop. Unfortunately, the thought of raiding level 100 team dungeons with current players was a joke. If a team of level 90 experts tried raiding a level 100 dungeon, they'd even struggle to defeat the dungeon's mobs. Level 100+ dungeons catered to Tier 3 players and above. Tier players could do nothing more than spectate or die. This was also why Tier 3 existences were considered an intermediate force in God's domain. It seems I'll have to kill a world boss, Shi Feng thought to himself. As far as he could remember, the only other way to obtain a bronze promotion order was to kill world bosses. Although world bosses were challenging to raid, he had to upgrade the Wanderer's shop to 2-star status as quickly as possible. He simply didn't have another way of acquiring a large amount of ancient gold, and Zero Wing didn't have any members in Dragonheart City yet. Considering his options, Shi Feng retrieved a return scroll and teleported to White River City. World bosses were extremely rare and incomparably strong. Even Zero Wing would be limited to raiding level 70 world bosses, and that included a little risk. The higher level the world boss was, the more difficult it would be to defeat. World boss's growth rate was far beyond players. Unfortunately, if he wanted a high chance of securing a bronze shop promotion order, he would have to raid the Frost Monarch, a level 90 world boss. He had heard that this boss would drop a bronze shop promotion order in the past. However, Shi Feng decided to increase Kite and Anna's strength before attempting such a challenging raid. He had absorbed plenty of souls from the skeletal generals in the endless desert. Although the skeletal generals were only great lords, they were level 100+ monsters and considered mini-bosses. It hadn't been too difficult to collect soul essence while killing them. In total, Shi Feng had collected 8 drops of soul essence. Initially, he had planned to save them for Fire Dance and the others. If he used soul strengthening on his strongest players, they might be able to break through to the Ascension or Void Realm. But considering his current predicament, Shi Feng decided to use the ability on his personal guards first. Once Shi Feng arrived in the Candlelight Trading Firm, he summoned his 2 personal guards. Kite had already reached level 95, while Anna had reached level 96. Their leveling speeds were simply frightening. In comparison, most mainstream Secret Silver personal guards had only reached level 90. Personal guards didn't earn bonus EXP when killing higher-leveled monsters. They could only level up by completing quests. After summoning his 2 personal guards, Shi Feng used the Ancient Gods literature fragment to scan Anna. Isn't the required number of soul essence a little too high? Shi Feng inwardly cursed when he saw that he'd need 15 drops of soul essence to use soul strengthening on Anna. Soul essence was not easy to obtain, and he could only use soul absorption once every 6 hours. The only reason that he had collected so many drops thus far was that he had been fighting level 100 Great Lords. He doubted that even Great Lords below level 100 would grant him any soul essence. Shi Feng then proceeded to scan Kite. When Shi Feng saw that he only needed 5 drops of soul essence to use soul strengthening on Kite, he released a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Kite was only a dark gold personal guard, while Anna was an epic personal guard. Since that's the case, let's strengthen you first. Shi Feng began to chant an incantation using the power within the Ancient Gods literature fragment. Chapter 2036, Soul Strengthening's Effect. As soon as Shi Feng finished chanting the incantation on the Ancient Gods literate fragment, silver armor began to encase Kite's body. A 5-fold magic array appeared beneath Kite, who carried 2 black iron swords across his back. As the magic array completed, Shi Feng felt as if space around him had frozen, and everything around him had turned gray. The dense, violent mana around Kite also began to increase at an unprecedented rate. 3 times, 6 times, 10 times, so much mana gathered around the personal guard that the ambient mana around the magic array had been sucked dry, and drops of liquid mana formed around Kite, with the magic array to guide it. The liquid mana encased the 5 drops of soul essence the ancient god's literature fragment had released. These 5 drops slowly moved toward Kite's forehead, merging with his soul. As more of the soul essence merged with Kite's soul, he began to scream in agony. The very sound of his scream stung. As the last of the soul essence merged with Kite's soul, his aura exploded from his body. Shi Feng could sense the changes that were happening to Kite's body. This new aura was nothing like the aura Kite had released before merging with the soul essence. It was obvious that the personal guard had grown significantly stronger. Is soul strengthening truly this powerful? Shi Feng stared at Kite in astonishment. Shi Feng had assumed that soul strengthening would only increase Kite's growth potential, not affect his current combat power overmuch. Yet Kite's current attribute panel proved that Shi Feng had been greatly mistaken. However, Kite's current attribute panel proved that Shi Feng was greatly mistaken. Aside from his growth potential, Kite's body had improved. After the soul strengthening, Kite's growth potential had risen from 94 to 96. All of his basic attributes had increased by roughly 5% as well. A 5% increase might not be much to ordinary players. To it was a huge boost to NPCs. Furthermore, the 5% was a direct boost to his basic attributes. It didn't factor in the bonuses from his weapons and equipment. Personal guards typically used stronger weapons and equipment than players. Not only was Kite wearing a full set of epic equipment, but the black iron swords across his back were epic set weapons as well. Hence, Kite's weapons and equipment massively increased his total basic attributes. According to Shi Feng's estimates, Kite's overall strength had increased by at least 20% after the soul strengthening. Moreover, that didn't take into account his new growth potential. A 2-point increase was immensely meaningful for a dark gold guard. There would be visible differences as Kite leveled up. With a growth potential of 96, Kite could rank among the top dark gold guards. Very few dark gold guards throughout God's domain would be a match for Kite. Now, if I use soul strengthening a few more times on him, could he become an epic guard? Shi Feng's eyes glowed with excitement as he considered the possibility. If each soul strengthening increased Kite's growth potential by 2 points, then Kite would only need to undergo soul strengthening 2 more times to reach 100 growth potential and upgrade to an epic guard. With this thought in mind, Shi Feng used the ancient god's literature fragment to scan Kite again, trying to determine the cost of using soul strengthening a second time. Once the scan was complete, Shi Feng gasped when he saw the required number of soul essence. How vicious. Shi Feng silently cursed. Kite's second soul strengthening cost 50 drops of soul essence. This was 10 times more than the first soul strengthening. Collecting 50 drops of soul essence was possible with enough time, but if the second soul strengthening cost 50 drops, wouldn't the third cost a minimum of 500 drops? Sure enough, upgrading personal guards with a literature fragment isn't going to be easy, Shi Feng muttered to himself, smiling bitterly. He had hoped to form an army of powerful personal guards, though the ancient god's literature fragment, but it seemed the chances of such a thing happening weren't optimistic. Based on the scale of soul strengthening's cost, he could, at most, upgrade each personal guard twice. For personal guards like Anna, he'd only be able to afford to upgrade their souls once. The cost for a second soul strengthening would be astronomical. However, after giving the matter some more thought, Shi Feng realized that the scaling might be lower for lower-ranked personal guards. If that were the case, he could then afford to upgrade them a few more times than he could with Kite and Anna. If he could upgrade Mysterious Iron, Secret Silver, and Fine Gold guards that were close to the next growth potential rank, he could use them to boost Zero Wing's overall strength. The only problem was that such personal guards were not easy to come by. Even so, they would be easier to find than higher-quality personal guards. Once Shi Feng had finished upgrading Kite, he left to gather ice-resistance items. The Frost Monarch was not an easy opponent. If they entered the World Boss's domain without enough ice resistance, even Tier 3 experts would freeze to death. Fortunately, Zero Wing had been developing its potion and equipment production excellently, the Master Ice Resistance potions, which the various major powers still considered rare, were relatively easy for Zero Wing to obtain. In fact, several hundred bottles already sat in the Candlelight Trading Firm's warehouse. Zero Wing also had the advanced ice resistance armor kits, which Melancholic Smile had been researching and crafting. Not only would these armor kits increase players' ice resistance by 10 points when equipped, but they'd also increase players' base ice resistance by 3%. Furthermore, each player could equip a total of 5 kits. In other words, players could increase their ice resistance by 50 points and base ice resistance by 15% if they equipped the total number of advanced ice resistance armor kits. It was an absurd amount compared to the ice resistance equipment that was currently available. If the required materials weren't so rare, Zero Wing would have made a fortune by selling off these kits. Players had already begun to explore level 80 maps, a few of which included snowy environments. If players could equip 5 advanced ice resistance armor kits, they'd have no trouble traversing these maps. They wouldn't need to sacrifice their basic attributes by unequipping their normal armor either. While Shi Feng crafted these armor kits, he received a call from Melancholic Smile, guild leader. The Asura Adventurer Team's members have arrived at White River City's teleportation hall. Should I call them here? Melancholic Smile asked. They're here? Good. Have them wait at the teleportation hall for a little while longer. I'll head over once I'm done handling my affairs here, Shi Feng said, nodding. World bosses were not easy to raid. Normally, one would take on a world boss with a 200-man raid team, while some allowed up to 1,000 players. Of course, players were allowed to bring larger raid teams, but the world boss's basic attributes would significantly increase as a result. Meanwhile, a team could raid the Frost Monarch with 200 players before the world boss's basic attributes rose. Raiding a level 90 world boss was a monumental matter. Since Shi Feng didn't want any of his plans to leak, he had to select trustworthy players for this raid. The only players he could truly trust right now were Zero Wing's and Asura's main forces. Players had to meet strict requirements and were thoroughly vetted before they could join either main force. Zero Wing's main force members were selected from thousands of guild experts, while Asura's were selected through a fierce competition held among the Adventurers Alliance. Both main forces members were experts among experts. Hence, Shi Feng had asked Melancholic Smile to request Asura's participation for the Frost Monarch raid. Melancholic Smile relayed Shi Feng's message to the Asura Adventurer Team's members in White River City's teleportation hall. A group of level 78-plus players had gathered in the third-floor bar in White River City's teleportation hall. When passers-by saw this group, they were astonished by how high the players' levels were. Moreover, every member of the group wore dazzling equipment, with the weakest piece at level 75 Secret Silver rank. The dozen or so players that clearly led the group even wore epic equipment. The man carrying a bluish-purple spear was particularly eye-catching. Not only had he reached level 79, but the weakest piece of equipment he wore was also level 75 Dark Gold rank. Aside from the spear, whose rank couldn't be determined, the man had a total of 4 pieces of epic equipment on him. Even a superpower's peak experts would be jealous of this man. This group's aura deterred any players from entering the bar. Not even expert players dared to do anything more than watch from a distance. Vice Commander, do you think the commander will be surprised when he sees our current stats? Yan Ya, who currently sat by a window, asked, smiling at the man carrying the spear. Since the Asura Adventurer Team had begun to grind on God's Domain's main continent, their development had skyrocketed. Thanks to the constant supply of combat techniques and potions from Zero Wing, the Asura Adventurer Team had been able to take on dangerous expeditions as well. Both the Adventure Team's combat and equipment standards had improved by leaps and bounds. Nowadays, Asura ranked as one of the top 10 adventurer teams in the Fire Dragon Empire, one of the 4 great empires on the God's Domain continent. Maybe, Lifeless Thorn muttered. Lifeless Thorn had thirsted for a rematch with Shi Feng for a long time now. Shi Feng was, after all, the first person to defeat him in the Ice Crystal world. And after arriving on the God's Domain continent, Lifeless Thorn had continued to challenge experts from the various major powers, rapidly growing stronger. Now he wanted nothing more than to challenge Shi Feng. Maybe he'll definitely be surprised, Cleansing Whistle confidently declared. We've even raided a level 80,100-man Hell Mode team dungeon. Our weapons and equipment are just as powerful as the main force members from the Fire Dragon Empire's superpowers. Solitary 9 and the others nodded their agreement. At this point, only superpowers could successfully raid level 80, 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons. Not even first-rate guilds had survived the dungeons. After waiting for about 2 hours, Asura's members spotted a group of players wearing 6 winged emblems as they entered the bar. Chapter 237, Difference in Growth. Asura's members fell silent as they watched Shi Feng and the others enter the bar. When they saw Aqua Rose and her companions in particular, they were overwhelmed with shock. How does Zero Wing have so many Refinement Realm experts? Cleansing Whistle muttered, dazed. Although Zero Wing's members hid their levels with black cloaks, Cleansed Whistle could tell by their movements that these players had already reached the Refinement Realm. As Zero Wing's members walked, they used subtle movements, minimizing their stamina consumption. It was almost a form of training for them. Ordinary experts might not see the difference, but as someone who had reached the Refinement Realm as well, Cleansed Whistle noticed immediately. In fact, she had even incorporated that subtlety in her daily life as a form of continuous training to minimize her stamina consumption while in the fields. Once she had become familiar with this form of subtle movement, she had begun to subconsciously use the technique while fighting powerful bosses or other experts in high-speed battles, significantly reducing her stamina consumption. This was the greatest difference between Refinement Realm experts and ordinary experts. However, reaching the Refinement Realm wasn't easy. Cleansed Whistle had run around and fought countless experts to train. She had also run across multiple fortuitous encounters in the game. This combination was the only reason she had successfully reached the Refinement Realm, and yet every Zero Wing member before her was a Refinement Realm expert. The situation was both unbelievable and frustrating. Is this really the Zero Wing we know? The situation even shocked Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9. They were very familiar with the power Refinement Realm experts wielded. First-rate guilds, which ordinary players thought of as unreachable, would be fortunate to have 10 or so Refinement Realm experts at this stage of the game. Even after carefully recruiting the best of the best among the Ice Crystal World's Adventurers Alliance, and putting them through countless life-or-death battles, the Asura Adventurer team only had a little over 20 Refinement Realm experts. On the other hand, despite remaining in Starmoon Kingdom and rarely venturing out on dangerous expeditions, Zero Wing had 100 Refinement Realm experts. For a moment, Lifeless Thorn and the others wondered if they had teleported to the wrong city and were looking at some superpower's main force, not Zero Wing. However, when they saw Shi Feng's familiar figure, as well as Shadow Sword and the others whom they had previously met, they had no doubt that these were Zero Wing members. Just what have the commander and his guildmates been doing? Yanya wondered as she gazed at Shi Feng. When she had lived in the Ice Crystal World, the Matchless family, a guild that hadn't even been first-rate, had been colossal to her, not to mention a guild like Zero Wing. But after adventuring around the various kingdoms and empires on God's Domain's continent, she had learned one thing. Although Zero Wing might be very powerful, it was only as strong as a first-rate guild. Across the expansive God's Domain, first-rate guilds could, at most, lord over a small kingdom. Compared to the various superpowers, a first-rate guild was nothing. However, Zero Wing had a team that wasn't any weaker than a superpower's main force. While Solitary 9 and the other Asura members focused on Zero Wing's Refinement Realm experts, Lifeless Thorn's gaze shifted to Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and the few others that stood beside Shi Feng. His expression shifted as complex emotions overcame him. Even if he weren't a match for Shi Feng, Lifeless Thorn had assumed that no other player in Zero Wing could defeat him after he had reached the Flowing Water Realm. Yet as he stared at Fire Dance and the others, they felt immensely dangerous. He could tell that they had also reached the flowing water realm, and their combat standards were no weaker than his. There was also Yan Tianxing and Yi Luofei. Lifeless Thorn could sense that those two had even greater combat power than his own. They were even stronger than the superpower's peak experts he had met thus far. After a moment of silence, Shi Feng swept his gaze across Asura's members and nodded approvingly. He had to admit that Asura's development speed was impressive, and it was now full of talented players. Asura had been faring far better than he had expected. Although it didn't have the support of a complete refinement realm legacy, Asura had nurtured so many refinement realm experts. It was an amazing feat. Lifeless Tom, in particular, had already reached the peak of the flowing water realm and was only one step away from the void realm. Any superpower would try to recruit him at all costs. If he had already reached the flowing water realm without the support of a legacy, he might rise to become a domain realm expert with such help in the future, something that even the various superpowers dearly lacked. "Since everyone's here, let's head out," Shi Feng said. "Where are we going, Commander?" "We've just arrived in White River City and haven't prepared anything," Solitary 9 asked. As players who constantly fought on God's domain's front lines, they had made it a habit to prepare before heading off to complete a task, regardless of whether they intended to raid a dungeon or explore a new map. Most of these players had different environments, and players could easily die if they weren't prepared. "We're going to the Purple Frost Field, and I've already seen to the necessary preparations. Here, distribute these to everyone," Shi Feng said as he revealed a bunch of Master Ice Resistance potions and Advanced Ice Resistance armor kits. Purple Frost Field. Solitary 9 hadn't expected that answer. He had never heard of that place. However, he did not pay it much mind. God's domain was quite large after all, and there were many level 80 maps he hadn't heard of before. He obediently accepted the potions and armor kits Shi Feng handed him. When Solitary 9 inspected the items, however, his eyes went wide with shock. Master Ice Resistance potions were practically impossible to find on the market at this stage of the game. Even if they showed up, they usually sold for at least 60 gold, yet Shi Feng had handed him 200 bottles. Solitary 9 hadn't even seen the Advanced Ice Resistance armor kits before, and when he saw their attributes, he knew that these items were extraordinarily valuable. One could easily fetch several hundred gold if they sold the armor kits as a 5-piece set. When Asura's members received their share, they were similarly astonished. Even superpowers would likely struggle to obtain so many of these precious items, yet Shi Feng handed them out without any hesitation. Once everyone was ready, Shi Feng instructed Asura's members to use their black cloaks and head to the teleportation area. The team then teleported to one of Star Moon Kingdom's border towns before using Shi Feng's spatial gate and their mounts to traverse the remaining distance. After 3 teleportations and riding their mounts for several hours, the team reached a snow-covered field. This was none other than the Purple Frost Field, a level 90 to level 100 neutral map. As the biting cold winds assaulted them, the team noticed level 90 monsters roaming the winter field. Every monster had a humanoid shape made entirely of crystal. Even the weakest of these monsters was a lord, and they all traveled in groups of 20 to 30, each led by several great lords: Frost Giant, Elemental Creature, Lord level 90 HP, 55 million, 55 million. Frost Wanderer, Elemental Creature, Great Lord, level 91, HP 120 million, 20 million. Asura's members gasped when they saw these monsters. These monsters were more than 10 levels higher than they were, and with how harsh this map's environment was, their combat power would be limited. Trying to defeat a single group of these monsters would be suicidal. "Commander, are we really going to explore this place?" Solitary 9 could not help but ask. He was Asura's lead MT, but even he doubted that he could hold his own against one Frost Wanderer, not to mention a group of Frost Wanderers and giants. "We're not here to explore. We're here to kill a boss," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. He then turned to Kola and said, "Kola, open a path for us. We don't have a lot of time to waste. The longer we take, the more stamina we'll lose to cold." "All right, leave it to us." Kola grinned when he heard Shi Feng's orders. He immediately led Turtle Dove and Yi Wumina to lure every Frost Wanderer and Frost Giant in the area. Chapter 238, Bloodline Lord. Chapter 238, Bloodline Lord. As they watched Kola, Turtle Dove, and Ye Wumian charge toward three separate groups of frost monsters, Solitary 9 and the other Asura members' expressions changed. Are they insane? Cleansing Whistle blurted out. How could Kola and his fellow MTs lure monsters like this? Even one group of frost monsters was more than enough to annihilate their team. Luring three groups at once was simply suicidal. Asura's members began to panic, preparing to activate their berserk skills to escape this madness at a moment's notice. They had already spent a long time exploring neutral maps, so they knew that the monsters in these maps would be better coordinated as they reached higher levels. The monsters' individual combat standards would also rise with their levels. If these monsters hadn't had little to no sills, relying on brute strength in battle, not even a six-man party of level 80 ordinary players would be able to defeat a single level 80 Lord. Not only did the level 90 Lord-ranked Frost Giants have greater combat standards than level 80 Lords, but they also had higher basic attributes. Not even a level 80 Great Lord was a guaranteed match for a level 90 Frost Giant. They were an absolute nightmare for current players. Furthermore, each group had level 91 Great Lord-ranked Frost Wanderers. Each of these monsters likely had high enough strength to send an MT like Solitary 9 flying. If two Frost Wanderers ganged up on him, not even the healers could save him. Kola, Turtle Dove, and Yi Wumian didn't need long to reach their respective targets. The frost monsters noticed the three MTs immediately and responded with deafening roars. The 20-plus Frost Giants immediately moved to surround the MTs, while the spear-wielding Frost Wanderers led the charge against them. Unlike lower-level monsters, these frost monsters didn't try to attack like an angry mob. Instead, they cooperated like a pack of wolves. Each member of the groups had their own tasks, and they all worked together to cut off any path of retreat for the MTs. Asura's members gasped as they watched crap. Are those things still monsters? How is their intellect so high? Solitary 9 wondered aloud. The level 80 Lords they had fought earlier only had slightly higher combat standards than level 70 Lords, but these level 90 frost monsters moved like well-trained soldiers. They actually knew how to use strategy to corner their opponents. Before Asura's members could snap out of their daze, the Frost Wanderers had arrived before Zero Wing's MT trio and brandished their spears. The Frost Wanderers were 6-meter-tall giants, and their frost spears were even longer than they were tall. As the three Frost Wanderers brandished their spears, it looked like they were swinging large tree trunks. Their swings sent snow flying into the air as if these Frost Wanderers were trying to use their environment to attack the MT trio. Solitary 9, who had been confident about tanking at least one Frost Wanderer by himself, revealed a grim expression when he saw this powerful display. Boom! Boom 3. Loud explosions echoed throughout the snowy field, yet to everyone's surprise, Kola, Turtle Dove, and Yi Wumian remained in their original position after receiving the Frost Wanderers' attacks. Although the snowy ground had cracked a little under their feet, each of the MTs had only lost around 5,000 HP. They blocked that? Solitary 9 stared at Kola and his companions in shock. Even from so far away, Solitary 9 had felt that collision's shockwave, and he had been able to tell how frightening the Frost Wanderer's strength was based on the intensity of that shockwave. Just one of those attacks would have sent him flying. Yet not only had Zero Wing's MT trio held their ground, but they had only lost 5,000 HP as well. Kola, in particular, had taken then minus 3,000 damage. His strength and defense were heaven-defying. The rest of Asura's members were just as stupefied. Kola and the others had stopped 3 level 90 Great Lords, just like that. Their strength and defense was unheard of, even in the Fire Dragon Empire. Before Asura's members recovered from their daze, Kola and his comrades charged at the frost giants that surrounded them. The 3 MTs effortlessly broke through the encirclement and lured the 3 groups of frost monsters toward Shi Feng. That actually worked? Cleansing Whistle gaped. She'd have no way to escape such an encirclement without activating a berserk skill. Yet Kola and the other two MTs had made it look so easy, simply barreling their way through. Their strengths were ridiculously high. Not even Lifeless Thorn, who had the highest strength of any Asura member, would be a match for any one of those MTs. Aqua, get ready to attack. Shi Feng commanded as he watched the three groups of frost monsters approach. Nodding, Aqua Rose gave the magical class players behind her their priority targets. As soon as the three monster groups came within 50 yards of Shi Feng, spells flew at them in rapid succession. Damages exceeding meta 50,000 immediately appeared above the frost monsters' heads, and the impact from these spells forced the monsters to halt their charge. Aqua Rose, Zhao Yueru, and Violet Cloud's attacks even managed to stop the Frost Wanderers in their tracks. Zhao Yueru, in particular, had forced a Frost Wanderer to stumble back several steps. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's empty trio stopped the few frost monsters that managed to evade the incoming spells. Once the monsters had been properly herded, Zero Wing's melee players joined the assault. The battle progressed in an orderly fashion as the three groups rapidly lost HP, stunning Asura's members once more. For a moment, Asura's players even wondered if these frost monsters were truly high-level monsters. How have these people grown so fast? Not only have they reached the refinement realm, but their basic attributes are also insanely high. Based on their auras, I think my basic attributes are only slightly higher after I've activated a berserk skill, Yanya exclaimed as she watched Zero Wing's team give these frost giants and wanderers a one-sided beating. She couldn't even believe her eyes. Since they had arrived on God's Domain's continent, the Asura adventurer team had constantly fought the Fire Dragon Empire's many experts, eventually becoming one of the Empire's top 10 adventurer teams. Every member of the adventurer team was proud of their development speed, but compared to Zero Wing's members, their development speed was laughable. Yan Ya had looked forward to showing Shi Feng the fruits of their labor in the Fire Dragon Empire. But it seemed that they wouldn't get that opportunity. In this map, they'd be nothing more than spectators. Hey, I want you guys to attack too. If we work together, we'll take these monsters down faster. Shi Feng addressed Asura's members, who weren't sure what they should do. Current players couldn't afford to provoke level 90 monsters, especially those in the Purple Frost Field. This map was special. Not only did it prohibit all forms of teleportation, but these monsters were also quite adept at group combat. Moreover, the power of frost these monsters wielded made them difficult to fight in melee combat. If players tried to face these monsters in close quarters, the power of frost would corrode their bodies and increase their stamina and concentration consumption. While these level 90 monsters were a major challenge for other players, they were easy opponents for Zero Wing's main force members. The players on Zero Wing's main force had already reached level 86 and 87, and every one of them had merged their main weapons with a casting goldstone. If one compared their basic attributes, these players were already as strong as level 90 players. Naturally, taking out level 90 monsters would be relatively easy. Aside from filling the raid team's slots, Shi Feng had called the Asura's main force members to join them on the Frost Monarch raid to help power level them. The Ice Crystal world was a massive gold mine, and by this point, the various superpowers had already begun to reach into that world and plunder its resources. Contending with these superpowers would be impossible with the Adventurers' Alliance and Asura's current strength. Shi Feng needed to help them grow stronger. With Shi Feng's command, Solitary 9 and his comrades regained their senses and moved to join the fray. Although their DPS was a far cry from Zero Wing's main force members, they were still capable of dealing a significant amount. After nearly 20 minutes, all three frost monster groups had fallen. As the battle reached its end, Asura's members gained a huge chunk to their experience bars, surprised that their current leveling speed was several times faster than normal. The team continued deeper into the Purple Frost Field for another 7 or so hours, during which time many of Asura's members had gained another level, reaching level 79. Lifeless Thorn was now only a step away from the level 80 threshold. Under Shi Feng's lead, the raid team arrived before a colossal, snowy mountain. A huge cave lay at the foot of the mountain, containing a sleeping, 20-meter-tall giant with a body made of crystals.
Frost Monarch, Torre, Realm Lord, Bloodline Lord, Mythic, level 90, HP, 960 million, 960 million. When they saw the Frost Monarch's statistics, everyone shuddered. They didn't react this way due to the Frost Monarch's mythic rank, but because this world boss had a total of 9 HP bars hovering above its head. In other words, the Frost Monarch was a level 90 world boss. A Bloodline Lord? Even Shi Feng was stunned when he saw the Frost Monarch with his own eyes. Chapter 239, Kite's Strength. Chapter 239, Kite's Strength. When Shi Feng saw the Frost Monarch's statistics, his expression revealed both surprise and excitement. At this stage of the game, most players wouldn't recognize the term Bloodline Lord. To put it simply, Bloodline Lords were the evolved versions of Bloodline creatures. In God's domain, Bloodline creatures could only use their Bloodline strength on an instinctive level in battle, but Bloodline Lords could fully control their Bloodline, actively using the advantages it provided in combat. To put it into perspective, a Bloodline Lord was a player that had learned a combat technique, while a Bloodline creature was a player that hadn't. Combat techniques allowed players to perform stronger attacks than normal without using skills or spells. If two players with similar basic attributes faced off against each other, the player with a combat technique would exhibit drastically higher combat power than the player without. Although Bloodline Lords were incredibly powerful, they were just as rare in God's domain. Mastering a Bloodline was an extremely challenging task. Shi Feng had only heard of Bloodline Lords. He had never actually seen one in person. Encountering a Bloodline Lord was as dangerous as it was a blessing. Bloodline Lords commanded incredibly high combat power, akin to kings among monsters of the same rank and level. Fortunately, they were also guaranteed to drop a bloodline when they died. During Shi Feng's previous life, hunting Bloodline Lords was one of the more reliable ways to obtain bloodlines. Even the most common bloodline was worth as much as a fragmented legendary item. Players might not see any significant effects after first using a bloodline, but as they leveled up, those effects would become more prominent. Eventually, the bloodline's benefits would evolve from a quantitative transformation into a qualitative transformation. Commander, that's a level 90 world boss. Is that what we're here to raid? Solitary 9 nervously asked Shi Feng. A world boss. Even in a massive country like the Fire Dragon Empire, world bosses were extremely rare. The Empire's various superpowers had targeted a few of the world bosses within their borders, but they had only dared to raid level 60 plus world bosses. Even so, they had incurred severe losses during those raids, sacrificing several teams to whittle the boss down and kill it. None of the Fire Dragon Empire's superpowers had even considered raiding level 70 world bosses yet. And yet, the monster before them was a level 90 world boss. This Frost Monarch could likely kill an MT like Solitary 9 in a single hit. He doubted that even Kola, Turtle Dove, and Yi Wumian could tank the Frost Monarch. After all, there was a full tier difference between a great lord and a mythic monster. Moreover, the Frost Monarch would be even more of a challenge than an ordinary mythic monster as a world boss. Even Lifeless Thorn turned to stare at Shi Feng, although a part of him wanted to raid the Frost Monarch as well. Current players had no hope of defeating a level 90 world boss. Moreover, it was common knowledge that players couldn't use external items during world boss raids. Players could not summon powerful monsters or use magic arrays to aid them in battle. Any external tools would lose their effects and vanish after use. Players could only rely on their strength to defeat these monsters. With these restrictions in place, they'd likely need a team of level 100 players to defeat the Frost Monarch. That's right. We're going to raid that boss, Shi Feng said, smiling when he saw the anxious looks Asura's members were giving him. A level 90 world boss is very powerful, but that is only true for other teams. Our team is an exception. A level 90 world boss was terrifying. Most of God's Domain's players would despair over the Frost Monarch's nearly 1 billion HP alone. With its battle recovery, the Frost Monarch would recover 9,600,000 HP every 5 seconds. If a team couldn't deal an average DPS of -2 million, the raid would be impossible.
World boss raids might prohibit external items, but they didn't disallow personal guards. Fortunately, Shi Feng just so happened to have a dark gold guard and an epic guard. Moreover, Kola carried a fragmented legendary shield. He should have no problems tanking the Frost Monarch. Overall, Shi Feng was fairly confident in their chances of taking down the Frost Monarch. The only thing that Shi Feng hadn't expected was the Frost Monarch's status as a bloodline lord. However, a monster wouldn't receive a basic attribute boost just because it was a bloodline lord. They'd simply gain the ability to use combat techniques and could exhibit greater combat power. Hence, completing the raid was still well within the realm of possibility. Moreover, Shi Feng could not afford to not raid the Frost Monarch. This was one of the few world bosses that had the highest likelihood of dropping a bronze shop promotion order. As it was, he couldn't afford the Wanderer's shop's weekly management fee. He needed that promotion order. If he couldn't make the payments and the shop was repossessed, he'd likely lose the opportunity to own a Wanderer's shop for the rest of his career in God's domain. After all, the Wanderer's shop only appeared at random. After confirming their target, Shi Feng began to give his team their orders. Kola, you'll be the sub-tank later in the raid. I want everyone else to attack with everything you've got, Shi Feng said. His orders confused both Asura's and Zero Wing's members. They did not understand why Shi Feng had assigned Kola as the sub-tank. Did they have a stronger MT than Kola? Not bothering to explain. Shi Feng retrieved 2 Summon Guard scrolls from his bag and summoned Kite and Anna. 2 figures appeared before the raid team a moment later. One was a swordsman with 2 black iron swords, while the other was a staff-wielding summoner. Crap. A level 95 swordsman and level 96 summoner? Everyone gasped when they saw the personal guards' levels. At this stage of the game, the various superpowers' best personal guards had only reached level 90. And that was after the superpowers had invested astronomical sums of money, allowing their personal guards to accept all sorts of high-ranked quests. Ordinary experts' personal guards hadn't even reached level 85 yet when they saw Kite and Anna, Lifeless Thorn, and his comrades finally understood why Shi Feng dared to pick a fight with a level 90 world boss. Personal guards were far more powerful than players. At the same level, a secret silver guard could slay a Void Realm expert. If their team had the help of 2 level 95-plus peak experts, raiding a level 90 world boss would definitely be possible. However, it was extremely risky to use personal guards in a world boss raid. Unlike players, resurrecting NPCs was incredibly challenging. Not being able to resurrect one's personal guards would mean permanent death for these NPCs. If that happened, all of the time and money they had poured into these guards would go down the drain. This was also why the various superpowers didn't even dare to use their personal guards in dungeon or field boss raids. The various superpowers treated their high-ranked personal guards in particular like precious children. These personal guards had yet to reach their full potential. The higher a personal guard's rank was, the faster they could level up, and the easier their Tier 3 and 4 promotions would be. Hence, risking a high-ranked personal guard's permanent death while they were still Tier 2 was considered atrociously wasteful behavior. And yet, Shi Feng clearly intended to use his personal guards to raid a world boss. He had to be insane. Once everyone was in position, Shi Feng commanded Kite to charge at the Frost Monarch with Kola closely behind. World bosses had incredibly large perception ranges, and the Frost Monarch noticed Kite from 300 yards away. When it sensed the NPC, the slumbering mythic monster's eyes opened, glowing with a crimson light. The moment the raid team saw the monster's eyes, they felt chills crawl down their spines. The Frost Monarch's frightening aura even affected its surroundings, and after a moment, purple snow began to drift down from the sky. The instant the purple snow landed on the players' shoulders, everyone within 1,000 yards of the Frost Monarch felt an intense cold envelop them, and their movements became a little sluggish. A group of puny ants has dared to invade my land. I shall turn you all into ice sculptures to decorate my home for all time. The Frost Monarch stood and revealed a human-like sneer. With a wave of its hand, the Frost Monarch summoned a translucent crystalline spear. Grabbing the weapon, the world boss threw it at Kola. the spear transforming into a streak of light as it tore space on its way to the Guardian Knight. So fast. Kola's expression darkened as the attack approached, but by the time he noticed the spear, it was too late to dodge the weapon. However, as the spear came within 30 yards of Kola, just about to slam into him, a figure appeared before the MT. It was none other than Kite. Without any hesitation, Kite swung his twin swords at the frost spear. Boom! As the weapons collided, the ground under Kite's feet caved under the powerful impact, forming a crater that was over 24 meters wide. As the snow and ice cleared, however, it revealed Kite still standing in his original position, unscathed. Chapter 2 Second 40, Twin Dark Moon Blades. Chapter 2 Second 240, Twin Dark Moon Blades. Solitary 9 and the other Asura members gaped in shock after watching emerge, unharmed, from the Frost Monarch's attack. "Isn't that personal guard a little too strong?" Cleansing Whistle exclaimed, refocusing on the battle. Even a level 90 world boss's casual attack carried devastating power. Even a level 100, Tier 3 NPC would have to take care to block such an attack. After all, this was a mythic-ranked world boss they were talking about. The Frost Monarch's basic attributes were even higher than an ordinary mythic monster's. However, despite being only a level 95 Tier 2 swordsman, Kite had blocked the Frost Monarch's attack without taking any damage. Of all the fine gold guards I've seen before, none have been strong enough to tank a world boss. Moreover, this personal guard is only 5 levels higher than the boss and still at Tier 2. Could it be a dark gold guard? Solitary 9 muttered, his heart pounding as he watched Kite stop one of the Frost Monarch's attacks after another. Throughout his time in the Fire Dragon Empire, Solitary 9 had become familiar with the ranks of the various powers' personal guards. It was something that many players paid attention to. Ordinary players and experts understood that they were no match for the various superpowers' experts. Finding a powerful personal guard was the only way they could raise their standings in God's domain. So long as they nurtured a high-ranked personal guard, their personal guards could rival or even surpass peak experts' strength. Even the best personal guards at this stage of the game were only fine gold rank, and only 30 or so had been found thus far. No one had found a single dark gold guard in the Empire. Because of this, the general public had assumed that dark gold guards simply didn't exist. Yet, Solitary 9 had just learned that Zero Wing had such a personal guard. If news of this spread, it would cause a huge commotion in the Fire Dragon Empire. Even secret silver guards could surpass peak experts of the same level, and although the public didn't know exactly how powerful fine gold guards were, they were certain that they could surpass apex experts' strength. Not even 2 or 3 apex experts were guaranteed to defeat a single fine gold guard of the same level. As for dark gold guards, their strength was beyond imagining. Many of the Fire Dragon Empire's players assumed that these personal guards would be invincible among those of the same level and tier. And, as long as one nurtured a dark gold guard properly, they'd be able to explore God's domain undeterred. However, after witnessing Kite's performance, Solitary 9 decided that dark gold guards were even more powerful than anyone had imagined. Despite being a level 95 Tier 2 swordsman, Kite could already contend with a level 90 mythic-ranked world boss. The NPC's prowess was simply heaven-defying. Shi Feng could tell what Asura's members were thinking the moment he saw their shocked expressions. However, he did not bother to explain the situation, only responding with a chuckle and a grin. Kite was indeed a dark gold guard, but even among dark gold guards, he was exceptional. Now that Shi Feng had used soul strengthening on the NPC, Kite's combat power had risen as well. Most importantly, the black iron swords Kite wielded were the Dark Moon Twins, a fragmented legendary weapon set. It was a set Kite had obtained after completing an epic quest in a secret land. Even if Kite combined the strength of 2 attacks, he wouldn't have blocked the Frost Monarch's attacks so easily without the Dark Moon Twins. He would have definitely taken some damage after blocking those attacks. When Shi Feng had discovered that Kite had obtained the Dark Moon Twins, he had been incredibly jealous. But since the set was reserved for NPCs, he couldn't have used them even if he had taken them from Kite. With Kite acting as the lead MT, the rest of the raid team moved within 50 yards of the world boss without issues. They promptly bombarded the Frost Monarch with attacks. However, when Kite moved up to the Frost Monarch, the world boss stopped throwing its spears. Instead, the Frost Monarch wielded its weapon with both hands, sweeping the spear in a horizontal arch against the personal guard. The weapon was as thick and long as a large tree trunk, and the Frost Monarch easily reached targets that were over 20 yards away. As the spear swept across the battlefield, the melee players in its trajectory felt their hearts skip a beat. The Frost Monarch's long reach made its attacks impossible to dodge. Moreover, that horizontal sweep carried far more power than the Frost Monarch's ranged attacks. Everyone within 50 yards of the world boss felt suffocated as the wind the attack generated assaulted them. It felt as if the attack had created a vacuum. However, Kite moved to intercept the attack before it could strike any of the raid team's players. Boom. An explosion shook the battlefield, and Kite stumbled 3 steps back, a damage of over minus 230,000 appearing above his head. The strength in the Frost Monarch's latest attack was obviously much higher than before. When the team's players saw the damage, they couldn't help but gasp. Even Cola broke out in cold sweat. If even a level 95 personal guard like Kite took minus 230,000 damage after successfully blocking the Frost Monarch's attack, he'd die instantly if he tried to do so without activating a life-saving skill. Of course, the system reduced monsters' damage to a certain degree when they attacked players, but even so, how could any player have higher strength than Kite? Good, he blocked it. Shi Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Kite had only lost a little over 230,000 HP. Everyone, attack the boss with everything you've got. The Frost Monarch was a bloodline lord, and it could use that bloodline to increase the power of its attacks. The thrown frost spears had been a casual attack at best, and now that Kite was within melee range, the Frost Monarch had gotten serious about this battle. However, the situation was far better from what Shi Feng had expected. Kite had more than 2 million HP, so losing 230,000 HP was well within his tolerance. Shi Feng's reminder to attack snapped his teammates out of their daze, and they turned their attention to bombarding the Frost Monarch. The raid team's spells and arrows were the first attacks to strike the Frost Monarch's colossal form. 34,174,000, 31,647.48, 31,647, 7,548. When these players saw how much damage their attacks dealt, they felt like crying, especially Asura's members. Although Zero Wing's members didn't deal astounding damage, they still dealt over minus 30,000 with each attack. Asura's members, on the other hand, dealt less than minus 20,000 with their attacks. When they normally fought level 80 monsters, they easily dealt more than minus 50,000 damage. The damages they dealt were little more than pelting raindrops to the Frost Monarch. Fortunately, not everyone's damage was so low. A few attacks were particularly eye-catching, originating from Shi Feng, Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Zhao Yueru. Zhao Yueru's fire-type spells were especially effective, dealing bonus damage. In addition, she forcibly elevated all of her Tier 2 spells to Tier 3. As a result, every one of her attacks dealt over 150,000 damage to the world boss. Her overall DPS was even higher than Shi Feng's. Asura's members were thoroughly stunned. Zhao Yueru was doing the work of 10 Asura members right now. Even so, the Frost Monarch's HP bar hardly moved. Commander, killing this boss with our current damage is going to be a problem. Lifeless Thorn shouted as he watched the Frost Monarch's HP bar. Even after such a long fight, they hadn't even dropped the world boss's HP by 1%. At this rate, they'd die from exhaustion before the Frost Monarch could kill them. Although the raid team's DPS was relatively high, the Frost Monarch's attack range was too vast. Moreover, the Frost Monarch's extraordinary strength did not permit the slightest mistake, since the lightest touch from its spear could kill a player instantly. As a result, the team's players had to allocate much of their attention to dodging the world boss's attacks, which prevented them from maximizing their DPS. We should have a good hold on its aggro by now. Shi Feng was well aware that their team lacked DPS. They were fighting a level 90 world boss, after all. How could a half-baked team like theirs deal enough damage to defeat it?
Shi Feng then turned to Anna and said, "You can begin."